Section 9 of the Colored Regulars in the United States Army by Theophilus Gould Steward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The Battle of El Caney, Part 1. The capture of the stone fort by the 25th Infantry. While the Battle of Guasimas was going on, in which the 10th Cavalry took so conspicuous a part, the 24th Infantry still remained on board the city of Washington, awaiting orders to land. During the night of the 24th, such orders were received by the authorities of the transport, and they were directed to land their troops. But the general commanding, Brigadier General Kent, did not hear of the matter until sometime the next morning. He relates the following circumstances in his official report of the debarkation. Quote, At 9 a.m. of the 25th, Lieutenant Carden, of the Revenue Marine, came aboard with orders for me to proceed to and disembark at Altares, Siboney, close parentheses. The officer also handed me a letter from the Corps commander expressing his astonishment that I had remained away 3 days. Close quote. General Kent also states in his report that his travel rations had been exhausted 7 days before, and that but one meal of field rations remained, and that the ship's supply both of water and provisions was running low, and that in consequence of these facts, as well as for higher considerations, he was very anxious to get on shore. The debarkation followed as rapidly as possible, and that afternoon General Kent reported in person to Major General Wheeler, the troops bivouacking for the night near the landing. The next day Colonel Pearson, who commanded the 2nd Brigade of Kent's division, took the 2nd Infantry and reconnoitered along the railroad toward the Morro, going a distance of about 6 miles and returning in the evening, having found no enemy in that vicinity, although evidences were found that a force had recently retreated from a blockhouse situated on the railroad about 2 miles from Aguadores. On the day following, June 27th, the entire division moved out on the road toward Santiago and encamped on the same ground that Lawton had occupied the night previous. The 2nd Brigade took its place near Sevilla, while the 3rd Brigade, which included the 24th Infantry, went into camp at Las Guasimas, where the affair of the 24th had occurred. The order of march had now partially fallen back to the original plan. Lawton in advance, with whom was the 25th Infantry, Wheeler next, with whom was the 9th and 10th Cavalry, and Kent in the rear, who had, as we have just related, the 24th Infantry in his 3rd Brigade. In this order the army moved, so far as it moved at all, until the morning of the 30th, when dispositions for the general attack began. The story of the great battle, or as it turned out, of the 2 great battles, begins on this day, and the careers of the 4 colored regiments are to be followed through the divisions of Lawton, Kent, and Wheeler. Let us begin, however, with General Shafter's official report and his, quote, Story of Santiago, close quote, as told in the, quote, Century, close quote, of February 1899. From these sources it is learned that on June 30th, General Shafter reconnoitered the country about Santiago and determined upon a plan of attack. Ascending a hill from which he could obtain a good view of the city, and could also see San Juan Hill and the country about El Caney, he observed afresh what had impressed itself upon all immediately upon landing, to wit, that in all this country there were no good roads along which to move troops or transport supplies. The general says, quote, "I had never seen a good road in a Spanish country, and Santiago did not disappoint my expectations." Close quote. The roads as he saw them from the summit of the hill on June 30th were very poor, and indeed little better than bridle paths, except between El Caney and San Juan River and the city. Within this region, a distance of from 4 to 4.5 miles, the roads were passable. El Caney lay about 4 miles northeast of Santiago, and was strongly fortified and, as events proved, strongly garrisoned. This position was of great importance to the enemy, because from it a force might come to attack the right flank and rear of the American army as it should make its attempt on San Juan Hill. El Caney held the road from Guantanamo, at which point an important Spanish force was posted. While General Shafter was surveying the country from the hill at El Pozo and making what special examination he could of the country toward San Juan Hills, Generals Lawton and Chaffee were making a reconnaissance around El Caney. From General Lawton's report, it would appear that the work of reconnoitering around El Caney was done chiefly by General Chaffee. He says, quote, "To General Adna R. Chaffee I am indebted for a thorough and intelligent reconnaissance of the town of El Caney and vicinity prior to the battle and the submission of a plan of attack which was adopted. I consider General Chaffee one of the best practical soldiers in the army, and recommend him for special distinction for successfully charging the stone fort mentioned in this report, the capture of which practically closed the battle." Close quote. The general plan of attack as explained by General Shafter himself in his, quote, "Century," close quote, article was, quote, "to put a brigade on the road between Santiago and El Caney, to keep the Spaniards at the latter place from retreating on the city, and then with the rest of Lawton's division and the divisions of Wheeler and Kent and Bates's brigade to attack the Spanish position in front of Santiago." Close quote. Before that he had said that he wished to put a division in on the right of El Caney and assault the town on that road. To Admiral Sampson on June 26th he said, quote, "I shall, if I can, put a large force in Caney, and one perhaps still farther west, near the pipeline conveying water to the city, making my main attack from the northeast and east." Close quote. His desire at this time was to, quote, "get the enemy in my front and the city at my back." Close quote. On June 30th he had modified this plan so as to decide to place one brigade on the road between El Caney and Santiago, with a view merely to keeping the El Caney garrison from retreating into Santiago. As he was explaining his plan to the division officers and others on the afternoon of the 30th at his own headquarters, Lawton and Chaffee were of the opinion that they could dispose of the Spaniards at El Caney in 2 hours' time. Quote, "Therefore," close quote, says the general, quote, "I modified my plan, assigning Lawton's whole division for the attack of El Caney, and directed Bates's independent brigade to his support." Close quote. This last modification of General Shafter's plan was made in deference to the opinion of subordinates, and was based upon observations made especially by General Chaffee. The force assigned for the reduction of El Caney was to begin its work early in the morning, and by 10 or 11 o'clock at the outside it was expected that the task would be accomplished, and Lawton would join Kent and Sumner in the assault upon San Juan. Early on the morning of July 1st, Capron's battery was got into position on a line running directly north from Marianage on a hill about 500 yards east of Las Gausimas Creek. Lawton's division began its move on the afternoon of the 30th, as did in fact the whole army, and bivouacked that night near El Pozo. The 25th Infantry, which belonged to the 2nd Brigade, commanded by Colonel Miles, a former major of the 25th, left El Pozo at daylight by way of the road leading almost due north, and marched about 1 mile to the little town of Marianage. Here a halt was made for an hour, from 6:30 to 7:30, during which time reconnoitering parties were sent out to examine the ground toward the Ducoureau house, which lay about 1 mile to the northward of Marianage, and which had been designated by General Lawton as a general rendezvous after the engagement should terminate. Reconnaissance was made also to the front for the purpose of discovering the enemy, and to ascertain the left of Ludlow's brigade. This was the 1st Brigade of Lawton's division, and consisted of the 8th and 22nd Infantry and the 2nd Massachusetts, the last named regiment being on the right. The 2nd Brigade was to connect with this on its right, and succeeded in finding the position of the 2nd Massachusetts during this halt. At 11:30, Miles's brigade was ordered to take position on the right of Ludlow's brigade, which it did in the following order: the 4th Infantry on the left, joining with the 2nd Massachusetts on Ludlow's right, the 25th Infantry on the right, with its left joining on the 4th Infantry. We must now review the progress of the battle so far as it is possible to do so, from the firing of the first shot by Capron's battery up to 11:30, an hour long after the time at which it had been supposed that El Caney would fall. Capron's reports are very brief. He says, quote, July 1, fired shell and shrapnel into El Caney, parentheses, ranged 2,400, close parentheses, 6:15 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., close quote. In another report he says, quote, opened fire July 1 with shell and shrapnel at 6:15 on Caney, range 2,400 yards, continued until 11:30 a.m., close quote. He says that the battery, quote, continued its fire against specified objectives intermittently throughout the day under the personal direction of the division commander, close quote. The forces we have so far considered, consisting of Ludlow's and Miles's brigades, and of Capron's battery, lay to the south of Caney, between it and Santiago, Ludlow's brigade having been placed there to, quote, cut off the retreat of the garrison should it attempt to escape, close quote. Up to 11:30 there had been no call for employing it for that purpose. The garrison had made no attempt to escape. We must now go around to the east and north of Caney. Here the 3rd Brigade, consisting of the 7th, 12th, and 17th Infantry, was posted, and early in the morning joined in the attack, the brigade getting under fire before 8 o'clock. Colonel Carpenter, of the 7th Regiment, says that one company of his regiment, by General Chaffee's direction, was detached and sent forward to reduce a blockhouse well up on the hill, which commanded the approach of his regiment to the field of action. After several ineffectual attempts by the company, the captain, parentheses, Van Orsdale, close parentheses, was directed to abandon the undertaking and rejoin the regiment, which then took up a position on the crest of a hill running nearly parallel with the Spanish lines. From this position, the men crawled forward about 50 yards and opened a deliberate fire upon the enemy, keeping it up for about an hour. But as the losses of the regiment at this time were considerable, and the fire seemed to be without material effect, the command was withdrawn to its position on the hill, where it found protection in a sunken road. In this condition the regiment lay when Capron's battery made its lull at 11:30. The fearful fire this regiment met can be estimated by the losses it sustained, which during the day were as follows: killed, 1 officer and 33 enlisted men; wounded, 4 officers and 95 enlisted men; missing, 3 enlisted men. The 17th Regiment went into action on the right of the 7th, doing but little firing, as their orders were not to open fire unless they could make the fire effective. Companies C and G fired a few volleys. The remainder of the regiment did not fire at all. 4 enlisted men were killed and 2 officers severely wounded, one, Lieutenant Dickinson, dying from his wounds within a few hours. Several enlisted men were also wounded. At 11:30 this regiment was lying on the right of the 7th. The 12th Regiment began firing between 6 and 7 in the morning, and advanced to take its position on the left of the 7th Infantry. This regiment early reached a position within 350 yards of the enemy, in which it found shelter in the sunken road, quote, free from the enemy's fire, close quote. The regiment remained in this position until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and, hence, was there at 11:30 a.m. The losses of this regiment during the day were killed, 7 enlisted men; wounded, 2 officers and 31 enlisted men. From these brief sketches the reader will now be able to grasp the position of Lawton's entire division. Beginning on the south, from the west, with Ludlow's brigade, consisting of the 22nd, 8th, and 2nd Massachusetts, the line was continued by Miles's brigade of the 4th and 25th Infantry. Then, passing over a considerable space, we strike Chaffee's brigade, posted as has just been described. General Bates's brigade probably arrived upon the field about noon. This brigade consisted of the 3rd and 20th Infantry, and is known as, quote, Bates's Independent Brigade, close quote. The brigade is reported as going into action about 1 o'clock and continuing in action until 4 o'clock. It took a position on the right, partially filling up the gap between Miles and Chaffee. The 1st Battalion of the 20th Infantry went into action on the left of the 25th Infantry's firing line, and 1 company, A, took part in the latter part of the charge by which the stone house was taken. Between 11:30, when Capron's firing stopped, and when Miles's brigade was moved forward to join the right of Ludlow's, and 12:20, when the battery recommenced, the troops, including Bates's brigade, were either in the positions described above or were moving to them. Noon had arrived and El Caney is not taken. The garrison has not attempted to escape, but is sending out upon its assailants a continuous and deadly fire. Quote, throughout the heaviest din of our fire, close quote, says Colonel Carpenter, quote, could be heard the peculiar high-keyed ring of the defiant enemy's shots, close quote. 12 o'clock on July 1st, 1898, was a most anxious hour for our army in Cuba. The battle at El Caney was at a standstill, and the divisions of Kent and Sumner were in a most perilous situation. Bonsol's description of the state of the battle at that time is pathetic. Speaking of the artillery at El Caney, Capron's battery, he says it was now apparent that this artillery, firing from its position of 2,400 yards, could do very little damage to the great stone fort and earthworks north of the village. The shots were too few, and the metal used too light to be effectual. 3 hours of the morning had worn away, and the advance of our men had been slowly made and at great cost. All the approaches were commanded by Spanish entrenchments, and the fighting was very unequal. A soldier of the 25th says that when he came in sight of the battle at El Caney, quote, "The Americans were gaining no ground, and the flashes of the Spanish mousers told us that the forces engaged were unequally matched, the difference of position favoring the Spaniards." Close quote. This view was had about noon, or soon after. At that time, quote, "a succession of aides and staff officers came galloping from headquarters with messages which plainly showed that confusion, if not disaster, had befallen the 2 divisions which, by the heavy firing, we had learned to our great surprise, had become warmly engaged in the center. The orders to General Lawton from headquarters were at first peremptory in character. He was to pull out of his fight and to move his division to the support of the center." Close quote. Parentheses, Bonsal. Close parentheses. This call for Lawton arose from the fact that about noon General Shafter received several dispatches from Sumner of the Cavalry Division requiring assistance. General Sumner felt the need of the assistance of every available man in the center of the line, where he was carrying on his fight with the Spaniards on Blue House Hill. This situation so impressed the general, Shafter, that he finally wrote to Lawton, quote, "You must proceed with the remainder of your force and join on immediately upon Sumner's right. If you do not, the battle is lost." Close quote. Shafter's idea then was to fall back to his original plan of just leaving enough troops at El Caney to prevent the garrison from going to the assistance of any other part of the line. Shafter himself says, quote, "As the fight progressed, I was impressed with the fact that we were meeting with a very stubborn resistance at El Caney, and I began to fear that I had made a mistake in making 2 fights in one day, and sent Major Noble with orders to Lawton to hasten with his troops along the Caney road, placing himself on the right of Wheeler." Close quote. Parentheses, Sumner. Close parentheses. Lawton now made a general advance, and it is important to see just what troops did advance. The 7th Infantry did not move, for Lieutenant Colonel Carpenter says that after withdrawing, quote, "to the partial cover furnished by the road, the regiment occupied this position from 8 o'clock a.m. until about 4:30 p.m." Close quote. The 17th did not move, for Captain O'Brien, commanding, says the regiment took a position joining, quote, "its left with the right of the 7th Infantry," close quote, and that the regiment, quote, "remained in this position until the battle was over," close quote. The 12th Infantry remained in its shelter within 350 yards of the stone fort until about 4 p.m. Then we have Chaffee's brigade on the north of the fort remaining stationary and by their own reports doing but little firing. The 17th fired, quote, "for about 50 minutes," close quote, about noon with remarkable precision, but, quote, "it seemingly had no effect upon reducing the Spanish fire delivered in our parentheses, their, close parentheses, front, close quote. The 7th did not fire to any extent. The 12th Infantry lay in its refuge, quote, free from the enemy's fire, close quote, and may have kept up an irregular fire. About this time Bates's brigade entered the field, and 1 battalion of the 20th Infantry is reported to have joined the left of the firing line of the 25th. General Ludlow says there was a lull from 12 to 1 p.m., quote, when the action again became violent, and at 3 p.m. the 3rd Brigade captured the stone fort with a rush and hoisted the American flag, close quote. From Ludlow's brigade, Captain Van Horn, commanding the 22nd Infantry, after the wounding of Lieutenant Colonel Patterson, says that the 1st Battalion of his regiment took a position about 800 yards from the town and kept up firing until the place surrendered. He does not say positively that the firing was upon the town, but he had said just before that the 2nd Battalion slowly moved forward, firing into the town from the left, so that we may readily conclude from the context as well as from the position that the 1st Battalion fired into the town also. Hence it seems fair to exclude from the fort all of Ludlow's brigade, and it is observable that Ludlow himself claims no part in the capture of that stronghold. General Bates says his brigade took position to the right of Colonel Miles's brigade and pushed rapidly to the front. He then says that after remaining some time in the crossroad to the right of Miles's brigade, under a heavy fire from the enemy, the brigade moved farther, quote, to the right to the assault of a small hill, occupied upon the top by a stone fort and well protected by rifle pits. General Chaffee's brigade charged them from the right, and the 2 brigades joining upon the crest opened fire from this point of vantage, lately occupied by the Spanish, upon the village of El Caney. Close quote. General Chaffee says it was in consequence of the fire of General Bates's troops upon the fort that the assault by the 12th Infantry was postponed. In General Chaffee's report, this statement occurs, quote, the action lasted nearly throughout the day, terminating at about 4:30 p.m., at which time the stone blockhouse was assaulted by Captain Haskell's battalion of the 12th Infantry, under the personal direction of Lieutenant Colonel Comba, commanding the regiment. The resistance at this point had been greatly affected by the fire of Capron's battery. A few moments after the seizure of this point, the key to the situation, my left was joined by General Bates with a portion of his command. Close quote. It is to be noted in connection with all of the above statements that Major McCaskey, who commanded the 20th Infantry, parentheses, Bates Brigade, close parentheses, says, quote, the 1st Battalion was moved to the right and put into action on the left of the 25th Infantry's firing line, and 1 company, A, took part in the latter part of the charge by which the stone house was taken. Close quote. The 2 points to be noted here are, parentheses, 1, close parentheses, that this battalion was on the left of the 25th's firing line, and, parentheses, 2, close parentheses, that 1 company took part in the charge upon the stone house. When General Chaffee's brigade charged the stone house from the right, some of Bates's troops, at least this company A, from the battalion near the firing line of the 25th Infantry, took part in the latter part of the charge. The 2 brigades, Bates's and Chaffee's, joined immediately after the capture of the stone fort and opened fire upon the town. We have now traced the actions and the fortunes of the three following brigades, Ludlow's, Chaffee's, and Bates's. But what has become of Miles's brigade? Unfortunately, the second brigade has not been so well reported as were the others engaged in the action of El Caney. We have seen that it was ordered to take position on the right of Ludlow's brigade at 11:30, when Capron's battery ceased its firing for 50 minutes. Quote, "We were detained in reaching our position by troops in our front blocking the road," close quote, says the brigade commander. Quote, "We came into action directly in front of the stone blockhouse at 12:30, and from that hour until about 4:30, when the command, quote, 'cease firing,' close quote, was given, the blockhouse having been captured, my command was continuously under fire," close quote. The reader will note in his report that the brigade went into action at 12:30, several hours before the charge was ordered by General Chaffee, and at least an hour and a half before, according to the report of the commander of the 3rd Brigade, quote, "this fort was practically in the possession of the 12th Infantry," close quote. Major Baker, who commanded the 4th Infantry, says, quote, "About 12 m. we received orders directing us to take our place in the line of battle, and arriving at the proper point, the regiment was placed in line in the following order: the 1st Battalion in the fighting line, the 2nd Battalion in support and regimental reserve. In this order the 1st Battalion, under my command, took up the advance toward the blockhouse, to our right, southeast of Caney." Close quote. This battalion advanced until it reached a position about 200 yards from the village, where it remained, assisted by the 2nd Battalion, until the capture of the fort. 2 companies of this 1st Battalion, quote, "fired into the town and also into the blockhouse until its fall," close quote. A good part of the fire of this regiment was directed upon the fort. Colonel Miles says, quote, "The brigade advanced steadily, with such scanty cover as the ground afforded, maintaining a heavy fire on the stone fort from the time the fight began until it ended," close quote. The reader is asked to note particularly that this fire was continuous throughout the fight, that it was characterized by the brigade commander as, quote, "heavy," close quote, and that it was, quote, "on the stone fort," close quote. He says, quote, "As the brigade advanced across a plowed field in front of the enemy's position, the latter's sharpshooters in the houses in Caney enfiladed the left of our line with a murderous fire. To silence it, Major Baker, 4th Infantry, in command of the battalion of that regiment on the left of our line of battle, directed it to turn its fire upon the town. In so doing, this battalion lost heavily, but its steady front and accurate volleys greatly assisted the advance of the remainder of the brigade upon the stone fort." Close quote. We have now these facts clearly brought out or suggested: that the brigade took its place in line of battle soon after 12 o'clock, that the 4th Infantry was on the left, that the advance of the 1st Battalion of the 4th Infantry was, quote, "toward the blockhouse," close quote, that aside from the companies of the 4th Infantry that fired into the town, quote, "the remainder of the brigade advanced upon the stone fort," close quote. The 4th Infantry, holding the left of the line, however, reached a position from which it could not advance, its commander having, quote, "quickly perceived that an advance meant annihilation, as it would involve not only a frontal but also a flank fire from the town," close quote. Here the 4th Infantry remained, but continued to maintain a fire upon both the blockhouse and the town. There is but one more regiment in all of Lawton's division to be accounted for, and that is the 25th Infantry, holding the right of Miles's brigade in this advance. This regiment was in place in the line under its gallant and experienced commander, Lieutenant Colonel A.S. Daggett, and contributed its full share of that, quote, heavy fire on the stone fort from the time the fight began until it ended, close quote. Major McCaskey says the 1st Battalion of his regiment took a position on the left of the 25th's firing line. The statement seems erroneous, and one is inclined to believe that it was originally written, quote, on the right, close quote, instead of, quote, on the left, close quote. But it is enough for our purpose now that the firing line of the 25th is recognized well in advance. Major Baker, who commanded on the left of the brigade line, and whose advance was stopped by the flank fire from the village and a frontal fire from the fort, says, quote, as a matter of fact, the village of El Caney was not charged by any troops. Those of Bates's brigade and the 25th Infantry, after having carried the stone fort, parentheses, on a hill some 75 feet higher and to the east of the town, close parentheses, fired into the village, and the 4th Infantry continued its fire. Nor was it charged by any of the troops to our left. Such a charge would necessarily have been seen by us. Close quote. Major Baker, who was on the field and had the blockhouse in clear view, declares that some of Bates's brigade and the 25th Infantry carried the stone fort. Major McCaskey says that 1 battalion of the 20th Infantry, parentheses, Bates's brigade, close parentheses, was on the left of the 25th's firing line, and that 1 company, parentheses, A, close parentheses, took part in the latter part of the charge by which the fort was taken. This battalion may be referred to by Major Baker when he says, quote, those of Bates's brigade and the 25th Infantry, after having carried, etc., close quote. As there are some matters of dispute concerning the events which I am now going to relate, I will present a soldier's statement before I go to the official records. The soldier in writing to me after the battle says, quote, I was left guide of Company G, parentheses, 25th Infantry, close parentheses, and I received orders from Lieutenant McCorkle to guide on 4th Infantry, which held the left flank. Quote, forward march, guide left. Don't fire until you see somebody, then fire to hit, close quote, came the orders. Tramp, tramp, crash, crash. On we walked and stopped. We fired into the underbrush for safety. Then in another moment we were under Spanish fire. Balls flew like bees, humming as they went. Soon we found ourselves up against a network of Spanish trickery. Barbed wire fences, ditches, and creeks, too numerous to think of. The only thing left was to go ahead or die, or else retreat like cowards. We preferred to go ahead. At this first fence, Lieutenant McCorkle was taken to earth by a Spanish bullet. Lieutenant Moss spoke out, quote, come ahead, let's get at these Spaniards, close quote. A few moments more and he, too, was almost dead with exertion, loud speaking, running and jumping, as onward we swept toward the Spanish stronghold. The sun was exceedingly hot, as on the slope of a little mound we rested for a few moments. We lay there about 5 minutes, looking into the Spanish fort or blockhouse. We measured the distance by our eyesight, then with our rifles. We began to cheer and storm, and in a moment more, up the hill like a bevy of bluebirds did the 25th fly. G and H companies were the first to reach the summit and to make the Spaniards fly into the city of El Caney, which lay just behind the hill. When we reached the summit, others soon began to mount our ladder. We fired down into the city until nearly dusk." Close quote. The brigade made its advance under fire almost from the beginning. The commander says it was continuously under fire from 12:30 to 4:30 p.m. Quote, "The attack was begun by 2 companies in each regiment on the firing line, strengthened by supports and reserves from the remaining companies until the brigade had but 2 companies in reserve. At one time in this hotly engaged contest, the commanding officer of the 25th Infantry sent me word that he needed troops on his right. I then sent forward 40 Cubans under the command of Captains José Vargas and Avelens Bravo, with Lieutenants Nicolás Franco and Tomás Repelao, to form on the right of the 25th, which was also the right of the brigade. With these Cubans I ordered Private Henry Downey, Company H, 1st Infantry, on duty as interpreter at the headquarters. These men advanced on the stone fort with our line, fighting gallantly, during which Lieutenant Nicolás Franco was mortally wounded and died soon afterwards." Close quote. Parenthesis. Colonel Miles's report. Close parenthesis. From the soldier's story, as well as from the official report of the brigade commander, it is conclusive that the real objective of the 2nd Brigade was the stone fort, and that the 25th Infantry, which occupied the right of the line, had no other objective whatever. Asterisk. Square bracket. Transcriber's note. No footnote text present for this footnote anchor. Close square bracket. It also appears that Bates's brigade, although somewhere on the right, was not so near but that the commanding officer of the 25th could see the need of troops at his right, and to meet this need the brigade commander, quote, "sent forward 40 Cubans who advanced on the stone fort with our lines." Close quote. The fire from this fort continued severe during the whole of the advance, and until the last halt made by the 25th. At the first fence met by the 25th, Lieutenant McCorkle was killed, and, to use the words of a soldier, quote, "as the regiment swept toward the Spanish stronghold," close quote, "to reach the slope of a little mound for cover, many more fell. Behind this little mound, after resting about 5 minutes, they began their last fire upon the enemy. This must have been as late as 3 o'clock, and perhaps considerably later, and the fire from the stone fort was vigorous up until their last halt, as their casualties prove. The battery had begun to fire on the fort again at 12:30, and continued from the same position until 2:10, the range being, as has been already stated, 2,400 yards. Hence the artillery firing at long range had ceased, and it is generally conceded that this long-range firing had been ineffective. Captain Capron says he moved his battery at 2:10 p.m. to 1,000 yards from Caney, and opened fire on 2 blockhouses. He does not say at what hour he opened fire on these 2 blockhouses, or how long he continued to fire, or what was the effect of his fire upon the 2 blockhouses. Lieutenant Colonel Bisbee, who was acting as support of Capron's battery, says of himself that he quote, moved with the battery at 3:30 p.m. by the Dubrow (parentheses, Ducoureau) close parentheses, road, close quote. General Lawton says the battery was moved to a new position about 2:30, quote, about 1,000 yards from certain blockhouses in the town, where a few shots, all taking effect, were fired, close quote. From these reports it would appear that after moving to the second station, the battery fired upon 2 blockhouses in the town and not upon the stone fort. General Ludlow, speaking of the battle, says, quote, in the present case, the artillery fire was too distant to reduce the blockhouses or destroy the entrenchments, so that the attack was practically by infantry alone, close quote. On the other hand, General Chaffee says, quote, the resistance at this point, close quote, meaning the stone fort at the time of assault, quote, had been greatly affected by the fire of Capron's battery, close quote. Colonel Comba of the 12th Infantry says, quote, the artillery made the breach through which our men entered the stonework, close quote. Bonsall says that Captain Capron, quote, under the concentrated fire of his 4 guns at a point-blank range of 1,000 yards, had converted the fort into a shapeless ruin, close quote, when the infantry charged it. It is probable that in this case, as in most cases of similar nature, the truth divides equally between the apparently opposing views. Of General Ludlow, who is the authority for this statement that the stone fort at El Caney was taken by infantry alone, General Lawton says, quote, General Ludlow's professional accomplishments are well known, and his assignment to command a brigade in my division I consider a high compliment to myself, close quote. Quote, the fighting was all done with small arms, close quote, were the words written me by an infantryman soon after the battle. The question whether Capron fired upon the stone fort after taking his new position, or fired on 2 blockhouses entirely distinct from the fort, remains undetermined. The author of this work inclines to the conclusion that the fire of Capron after moving to his new position was directed for a brief period, at least, upon the stone fort. Inasmuch as we are now to trace the career of the 25th Infantry through an unfortunate dispute, on both sides of which are officers of high rank and unimpeachable honor, it is important to note, first, to what extent the several statements, both unofficial and official, can be harmonized and made to corroborate one another. Major Baker says, quote, those of Bates's brigade and the 25th Infantry, after having carried the stone fort, close quote, which he explains was some 75 feet higher than the town, then fired down into the village. The soldier who acted as left guide of Company G, 25th Infantry, says, after getting up on the hill, quote, we fired down into the city until near dusk, close quote. The experience of the soldier agrees exactly with the report of the officer. The fact that the 25th went up the hill cannot be questioned, and that up to their last halt they went under fire, no one will deny. Bonsall, in speaking of Chaffee's brigade, which was, quote, more immediately charged with the reduction of Caney, close quote, parentheses, Ludlow's report, close parentheses, says, quote, and it was nearly 5 o'clock when his most advanced regiment, the gallant 12th Infantry, deployed into the valley and charged up the steep hillside, which was lined with Spanish trenches, rising in irregular tiers and crowned with a great stone fort, close quote. The stone fort at this time, however, was, he says, quote, a shapeless ruin, close quote. Where was the 25th Infantry at this time? Mr. Bonsall continues, quote, almost at the same moment the 25th Colored Infantry, the leading regiment of Miles's brigade, which had been advancing in the center, started up the hill also, close quote. General Lawton says that after moving the battery to its new position, 1,000 yards from certain blockhouses in the town, Capron fired a few shots, all of which took effect, and he adds, quote, this firing terminated the action, as the Spanish garrison were attempting to escape, close quote. Colonel Comba says there was a breach in the stonework large enough for his men to enter, and that this had been made by the artillery. General Chaffee says resistance had been greatly affected by the artillery, and Bonsall adds, the garrison resisted the last advance made by the infantry but for a moment. The facts therefore stand that the 25th Infantry was on the ground with the first troops that reached the fort, and that there was a captain of that regiment who then and there claimed the capture of the place, even against the claims of a major general. He was told that his proposition was absurd, and so it may have been from one standpoint, and yet there may be a ground upon which the captain's claim was fair and just. That the 12th Infantry arrived on the ground first is not disputed, but it is questioned whether the fort was belligerent at that time. General Chaffee says the resistance had been greatly reduced by the artillery. General Lawton says the action had been finished by Capron's shots, and the garrison was trying to escape. A soldier from the 25th says the Spaniards flew out of the fort to the town. Bonsall says they stoutly resisted, quote, for a moment, and then fled precipitately down the ravine and up the other side and into the town, close quote. If first occupancy is the only ground upon which the capture of a place can be claimed, then the title to the honor of capturing the stone fort lies, according to official report as so far presented, with the 12th Infantry. But even upon this ground it will be shown that the 25th's action will relieve the claim of its captain from absurdity. We are now prepared to read the official report of the commanding officer of the 25th Regiment, Lieutenant Colonel Daggett, who was with the regiment all through the fight, and who bore himself so well that the division commander said, quote, Lieutenant Colonel Daggett deserves special mention for skillful handling of his regiment, and would have received it before had the fact been reported by his brigade commander. Close quote. Quote, July 5, 1898. Entrenchments, 25th United States Infantry, Adjutant General, 2nd Brigade, 2nd Division, 5th Corps. Sir, I have the honor to submit the following report of the part taken by the 25th Infantry in the battle of the 1st instant. The regiment formed firing line on the right of the 4th Infantry, facing a Spanish fort or blockhouse about half a mile distant. On moving forward, the battalion, composed of companies C, D, E, G, and H, and commanded by Captain W. S. Scott, received the fire of the enemy, and after advancing about 400 yards, was subjected to a galling fire on their left. Finding cover, the battalion prepared for an advance up the hill to the fort. This advance was made rapidly and conducted with great skill by company officers. On arriving within a short distance of the fort, the white flag was waved to our companies, but a crossfire prevented the enemy from advancing with it, or our officers from receiving it. About 20 minutes later, a battalion of some other regiment advanced to the rear of the fort, completely covered from fire, and received the flag. But the men of the 25th Infantry entered the fort at the same time. All officers and men behaved gallantly. 1 officer was killed and 3 wounded. 8 men were killed and 20 wounded. About 200 men and 10 officers were in the firing line. I attribute the comparatively small losses to the skill and bravery of the company officers, viz., 1st Lieutenant Caldwell and 2nd Lieutenants Moss and Hunt. 2nd Lieutenant French, adjutant of the battalion, was among those who gallantly entered the fort. The battle lasted about 2 hours and was a hotly contested combat. Very respectfully, A.S. Daggett, Lieutenant Colonel, 25th Infantry, Commanding." Close quote. Here it is shown by the testimony of the regimental commander that a battalion of the 25th ascended the hill and arrived at a short distance from the fort about 20 minutes before any other troops are mentioned as coming in sight, and that a white flag was waved to the companies of the 25th. It was doubtless upon this ground that a captain of the 25th had the temerity to claim the capture of the place, even from a major general. I do not know who the captain was, but it is evident that he had what he believed ample grounds for his claim. Colonel Daggett says, also, that when the men of the other regiment advanced to this fort after it had waved the white flag to the companies of the 25th, the men of the 25th advanced and entered the fort at the same time. Bonsall says, quote, "Almost at the same moment that the 12th started up the hill, the 25th started up the hill also." Close quote. While according to Colonel Daggett's testimony, the 25th was well up the hill already, and the fort had waved to it the white flag. Colonel Daggett makes this further report. Quote, "Headquarters 25th Infantry, near Santiago, Cuba, July 16, 1898. The Adjutant General, 2nd Division, 5th Corps, near Santiago, Cuba. Sir, feeling that the 25th Infantry has not received credit for the part it took in the Battle of El Caney on the 1st instant, I have the honor to submit the following facts. I was ordered by the brigade commander to put 2 companies, H, Lieutenant Caldwell, and G, Lieutenant McCorkle, on the firing line in extended order. The right being uncovered and exposed to the enemy, I ordered D Company, Captain Edwards, to deploy as flankers. The battalion was commanded by Captain W. S. Scott. The battalion advanced about 300 yards under fire, the 4th Infantry on its left, where the line found cover, halted, and opened fire on the blockhouse and entrenchments in front of it. After the line had been steadied and had delivered an effective fire, I ordered a further advance, which was promptly made. As the 4th Infantry did not advance, my left was exposed to a very severe fire from the village on the left. I immediately ordered Company C, Lieutenant Murdoch, which was in support, to the front, and E Company, Lieutenant Kinnison, from regimental reserve to take its place. Thus strengthened, the 4 companies moved up the hill rapidly, being skillfully handled by company officers. On arriving near the fort, the white flag was waved toward our men, but the fire from the village on our left was so severe that neither our officers nor Spanish could pass over the intervening ground. After about 20 minutes, some of the 12th Infantry arrived in rear of the fort, completely sheltered from the fire from the village, and received the white flag. But Privates J.H. Jones of Company D and T.C. Butler, H Company, 25th Infantry, entered the fort at the same time and took possession of the Spanish flag. They were ordered to give it up by an officer of the 12th United States Infantry, but before doing so they each tore a piece from it, which they now have. So much for the facts. I attribute the success attained by our line largely to the bravery and skill of the company officers who conducted the line to the fort. These officers are First Lieutenants V.A. Caldwell and J.A. Moss, and Second Lieutenant J.E. Hunt. It is my opinion that the two companies first deployed could not have reached the fort alone, and that it was the two companies I ordered to their support that gave them the power to reach it. I further believe that had we failed to move beyond the 4th Infantry, the fort would not have been taken that night. The 25th Infantry lost one officer killed. Footnote: First Lieutenant McCorkle killed. Captain Edwards and First Lieutenants Kinnison and Murdoch wounded. End footnote. And 3 wounded, and 7 men killed and 28 wounded. Second Lieutenant H.W. French, adjutant of Captain Scott's battalion, arrived at the fort near the same time as the other officers. I request that this report be forwarded to Corps Headquarters. Very respectfully, A.S. Daggett, Lieutenant Colonel, 25th Infantry, Commanding. Close quote. General Chaffee's statement is not to be questioned for a moment. There is not the least doubt that the troops, as organizations, arrived at the fort in the order he describes. General Lawton says, quote, General Chaffee's brigade was especially charged with the duty of assaulting the stone fort and successfully executed that duty, after which a portion of the 25th and a portion of Bates's brigade assisted in the work, all of which is commendable. Close quote. He says also that the, quote, 25th Infantry did excellent service as reported, though not better than the others engaged. Close quote. This seems to confirm Lieutenant Colonel Daggett's report, for he says he is sure the regiment did excellent work, quote, as reported, close quote, and at that time he is commenting on Lieutenant Colonel Daggett's report, the report printed above. The broad statements of General Lawton do not touch the exact question at issue between the reports of the subordinate commanders, nor do they throw any light on the circumstances of the final charge. Miles's brigade had been advancing on the stone fort for some hours, and the 25th was so near when the charge of the 12th was made that portions of it were on the hill and near the fort at the same time. The commander of the 3rd Brigade saw the fight from one side and reported events as he learned them. His official statement requires no support. The commanding officer of the 25th Infantry saw the fight from another standpoint, and his official reports are entitled to equal respect. Both the generals and the lieutenant colonels must be accepted as recitals of facts, made with all the accuracy that high personal integrity, armed with thorough military training, can command. Happily, the statements, which at first appeared so widely at variance, are entirely reconcilable. The following supplementary report of the regimental commander, when taken in connection with the final complimentary orders published in the regiment before leaving Cuba, will place the whole subject before the reader and put the question at rest, and at the same time leave undisturbed all the reports of superior officers. Headquarters 25th Infantry, Montauk Point, Long Island, August 22, 1898. The Adjutant General, U.S. Army, Washington, D.C. Sir, I have the honor to submit a supplementary report to the original one made on the 19th, parenthesis, 16th, close parenthesis, of July, 1898, of the Battle of El Caney de Cuba, so far as relates to the part taken therein by the 25th Infantry. 1. I stated in the original report that the 25th Infantry, in advancing, broke away from and left the 4th Infantry behind. This may inferentially reflect on the latter regiment. It was not so intended, and a subsequent visit to the battlefield convinces me that it would have been impossible for the regiment to advance to the fort, and, although it might have advanced a short distance farther, it would have resulted in a useless slaughter, and that the battalion commander exercised excellent judgment in remaining where he did, and by his fire, aiding the 25th Infantry in its advance. 2. Colonel Miles, then the brigade commander, informed me that his first report of the battle would be brief, and that a later and full report would be made. In his former report, I think he failed to give credit to myself and regiment. As he was soon after relieved of the command of the brigade, I assume that no further report will be made. I have reported what the regiment did, but said nothing about my own action. I must, therefore, report it myself or let it go unrecorded. Distasteful as it is to me, I deem it duty to my children to state the facts and my claims based thereon as follows. 1. I was ordered to put 2 companies in the firing line. Before this line advanced, the brigade commander informed me, and personal examination verified, that my right was in the air and exposed. On my own judgment, I ordered a company, as flankers, to that part of the line. 2. As soon as the line had rested and become steadied at its first halt, I ordered it to advance, and it continued to advance, although it broke away from the rest of the brigade. 3. As this exposed the left to a galling and dangerous fire, I ordered, on my own judgment, a company to reinforce that part of the line, and a company from the regimental reserve also to the fighting line. These are the facts, and as my orders were to keep my left joined to the right of the 4th Infantry, and received no further orders, my claims are as follows. 1. That it was necessary to place a company on the right as flankers. 2. That the conditions offered an opportunity to advance after the first halt, and I took advantage of it. 3. That the left being exposed by this advance of the line beyond the rest of the brigade, it was proper and necessary to reinforce it by 2 companies. 4. That the 2 companies first deployed could not have reached the stone fort. 5. That the 3 companies added to the firing line gave it the power to reach the fort. 6. That the advance beyond the rest of the brigade was a bold and, without support, dangerous movement, but that the result justified the act. Had it failed, I would have been held responsible. 7. That I saw at each stage of the battle what ought to be done, and did it. Results show that it was done at the right moment. 8. That the 25th Infantry caused the surrender of the stone fort. I desire to repeat that it is with great reluctance that I make so much of this report as relates to myself, and nothing but a sense of duty would impel me to do it. Very respectfully, A. S. Daggett, Lieutenant Colonel, 12th Infantry, Commanding. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Colored Regulars in the United States Army by Theophilus Gould Steward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The Battle of El Caney, Part 2. Losses of the 25th Infantry. Killed: Lieutenant H. L. McCorkle, Company G, Private Albert Strother, H, Private John W. Steele, D, Corporal Benjamin Cousins, H, Private John B. Phelps, D, Private French Payne, B, Private Aaron Leftwich, G, Private Tom Howe, D. Wounded: Company A, Private William H. Clark, Sergeant Stephen A. Brown. Company B, Private Tom Brown. Company C, Lieutenant John S. Murdoch, Private Joseph L. Johnson, Private Samuel W. Harley, Private John A. Boyd. Company D, Captain Eaton A. Edwards, Sergeant Hayden Richards, Private Robert Goodwin. Company E, Lieutenant H. L. Kinnison, Private James Howard, Private John Sadler, Private David C. Gillum, Private Hugh Swan. Company F, First Sergeant Frank Coleman. Company G, Corporal James O. Hunter, Private Henry Brightwell, Private David Buckner, Private Alvin Daniels, Private Boney Douglas, Private George P. Cooper, Private John Thomas, Corporal Gov. Staton, Private Eugene Jones. Company H, Private James Bevill, Private Henry Gilbert. Wounded July 2. Private Elwood A. Foreman, H, Private Smith, D, Private William Lafayette, F. Complimentary Order. Headquarters 25th Infantry, near Santiago de Cuba, August 11, 1898. General Orders Number 19. The regimental commander congratulates the regiment on the prospect of its speedy return to the United States. Gathered from 3 different stations, many of you strangers to each other, you assembled as a regiment for the first time in more than 28 years on May 7, 1898, at Tampa, Florida. There you endeavored to solidify and prepare yourselves, as far as the oppressive weather would permit, for the work that appeared to be before you. But who could have foretold the severity of that work? You endured the severe hardships of a long sea voyage, which no one who has not experienced it can appreciate. You then disembarked amidst dangerous surroundings, and on landing were for the first time on hostile ground. You marched under a tropical sun, carrying blanket roll, 3 days' rations, and 100 rounds of ammunition, through rain and mud, part of the time at night, sleeping on the wet ground without shelter, living part of the time on scant rations, even of bacon, hard bread, and coffee, until on July 1 you arrived at El Caney. Here you took the battle formation and advanced to the stone fort, more like veterans than troops who had never been under fire. You again marched day and night, halting only to dig 4 lines of entrenchments, the last being the nearest point to the enemy reached by any organization, when, still holding your rifles, within these entrenchments, notice was received that Santiago and the Spanish army had surrendered. But commendable as the record cited may be, the brightest hours of your lives were on the afternoon of July 1. Formed in battle array, you advanced to the stone fort against volleys therefrom and rifle pits in front, and against a galling fire from blockhouses, the church tower, and the village on your left. You continued to advance, skillfully and bravely directed by the officers in immediate command, halting and delivering such a cool and well-directed fire that the enemy was compelled to wave the white flag in token of surrender. Seldom have troops been called upon to face a severer fire, and never have they acquitted themselves better. The regimental reserve was called upon to try its nerve by lying quiet under a galling fire without the privilege of returning it, where men were killed and wounded. This is a test of nerve which the firing line cannot realize, and requires the highest qualities of bravery and endurance. You may well return to the United States proud of your accomplishments, and if anyone asks what you have done, point him to El Caney. But in the midst of the joy of going home, we mourn the loss of those we leave behind. The genial, generous-hearted McCorkle fell at his post of duty, bravely directing his men in the advance on the stone fort. He died as the soldier dies, and received a soldier's burial. He was beloved by all who knew him, and his name will always be fondly remembered by his regiment, especially by those who participated in the Santiago campaign. The officers of the regiment will wear the prescribed badge of mourning for Lieutenant McCorkle for 30 days, and Corporal Benjamin Cousins, Privates Payne, Lewis, Strother, Taliaferro, Phelps, Howell, Steele, and Leftwich sacrificed their lives on their country's altar. Being of a race which only 35 years ago emerged through a long and bloody war from a condition of servitude, they in turn engaged in a war which was officially announced to be in the interest of humanity, and gave all they had, their lives, that the oppressed might be free and enjoy the blessings of liberty guaranteed by a stable government. They also died like true soldiers and received a soldier's burial. By order of Lieutenant Colonel Daggett, M. D. Cronin, 1st Lieutenant and Adjutant, 25th Infantry. General Aaron S. Daggett is a native of Maine, born at Green Corner, in that state, June 14, 1837. He is descended from a paternal ancestry which can be traced, with an honorable record, as far back as 1100 A.D. His mother was Dorcas C., daughter of Simon Dearborn, a collateral descendant of General Henry Dearborn. His more immediate ancestors came from Old to New England about 1630, and both his grandparents served in the Continental Army during the Revolutionary War. He was educated in his native town at Monmouth Academy, Maine Wesleyan Seminary, and Bates College. At the outbreak of the Civil War, he enlisted as a private, April 27, 1861, in the 5th Maine Infantry, was appointed 2nd Lieutenant May 1, and promoted to 1st Lieutenant May 24, 1861. He commanded his company at the First Bull Run battle, and was promoted captain August 14, 1861. From the first engagement of the regiment to the end of its 3 years' memorable service, Captain Daggett proved a faithful and gallant soldier. He was promoted Major January 8, 1863. On January 18, 1865, was commissioned Lieutenant Colonel of the 5th Regiment, United States Veteran Volunteers, Hancock Corps, and was brevetted Colonel and Brigadier General of Volunteers, March 13, 1865, for, quote, gallant and meritorious services during the war, close quote. He also received brevets of Major in the United States Army for, quote, gallant and meritorious services at the Battle of Rappahannock Station, Virginia, close quote, November 7, 1863, and lieutenant colonel for, quote, gallant and meritorious services in the Battle of the Wilderness, Virginia, close quote. Immediately after the Battle of Rappahannock Station, the captured trophies, flags, cannons, etc. were escorted, by those who had been most conspicuous in the action, to General Meade's headquarters, Colonel Daggett being in command of the battalion of his brigade. Quote, in the assault at Rappahannock Station, Colonel Daggett's regiment captured over 500 prisoners. In the assault at Spotsylvania Courthouse, May 10, his regiment lost 6 out of 7 captains, the 7th being killed on the 12th of May at the, quote, angle, close quote, or the point where the tree was shot down by musketry, on which ground the regiment fought from 9:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., when it was relieved. On all these occasions, Colonel Daggett was under my immediate command and fought with distinguished bravery. Throughout his military career in the Army of the Potomac, he maintained the character of a good soldier and an upright man, and his promotion would be commended by all those who desire to see courage rewarded. Close quote. General Upton also wrote to the governor of Maine as follows, quote, I would respectfully recommend to Your Excellency Major A.S. Daggett, formerly 5th Maine Volunteers, as an officer highly qualified to command a regiment. Major Daggett served his full term in this brigade with honor both to himself and state, and won for himself the reputation of being a brave, reliable, and efficient officer. His promotion to a colonelcy would be a great benefit to the service, while the honor of his state could scarcely be entrusted to safer hands. Close quote. He was subsequently recommended for promotion by Generals Meade, Hancock, Wright, and D.A. Russell. He was in every battle and campaign in which the 6th Corps, Army of the Potomac, was engaged, from the first Bull Run to Petersburg, and was twice slightly wounded. On July 28, 1866, without his knowledge or solicitation, he was appointed a captain in the U.S. Regular Army on the recommendation of General Grant, and has since been promoted colonel in this service. During his subsequent career, he has won the reputation of being a fine tactician and of being thoroughly versed in military law, as is indicated by Major Hancock's commendatory words in 1878. Quote, I look upon him as by far the best tactician in the regiment, and as for a thorough, clear knowledge of tactics, his superior is not in the army. As regards military and civil law, I know of no one so well informed. Close quote. His ability and soldierly qualities have also been highly commended by General Crook, Colonel Hughes, Inspector General in 1891, and Colonel Blank, Inspector General in 1892. Not only as a soldier, but in many other ways, has General Daggett distinguished himself. As a public speaker, the following was said of him by the Reverend S.S. Cummings of Boston. Quote, It was my privilege and pleasure to listen to an address delivered by General A.S. Daggett on Memorial Day of 1891. I had anticipated something able and instructive, but it far exceeded my fondest expectations. The address was dignified, yet affable, delivered in choice language without manuscript, instructive and impressive, and highly appreciated by an intelligent audience. Close quote. General Daggett is noted for his courteous and genial manner and his sterling integrity of character. He is a member of the Presbyterian Church. Quote, War Department, Inspector General's Office, Washington, January 6, 1899. To the Adjutant General, U.S. Army, Washington, D.C. Sir, I desire to recommend to your favorable consideration and for advancement in case of the reorganization of the regular Army, Lieutenant Colonel A.S. Daggett, 25th U.S. Infantry. I have known Colonel Daggett for a long time. He served in the War of the Rebellion with the 5th Maine Volunteers and acquitted himself with much honor. He served in Cuba in the war with Spain, commanding the 25th U.S. Infantry, and was conspicuous for gallantry at the Battle of El Caney. He is an officer of the highest character, intelligent, courageous, and energetic. I sincerely trust that he may receive all the consideration he deserves. Very respectfully, S.D., H. W. Lawton, Major General, U.S.V. A true copy, M.D. Cronin, First Lieutenant and Adjutant, 25th Infantry, Headquarters Department of the East, Governor's Island, New York City, December 29, 1898. Honorable R. A. Alger, Secretary of War, Washington, D.C. Sir, I recommend to the favorable consideration of the Secretary of War for promotion to Brigadier General, Colonel A. S. Daggett, 25th Infantry. This officer has an excellent war record. His service has been faithful since then, and in the recent Spanish-American War he distinguished himself by his good judgment and faithful attention to duty, as well as for gallant service in action. An appointment of this character will be very highly appreciated throughout the Army as a recognition of faithful, meritorious, and gallant service. From my observation of Colonel Daggett, he is well qualified for the position. Very respectfully, S.D., William R. Shafter, Major General, U.S. Volunteers. M.D. Cronin, a true copy, First Lieutenant and Adjutant, 25th Infantry. Close quote. To this very brilliant official record it is necessary to add but a word personal. Colonel Daggett is a typical New Englander, tall, well-formed, nervous and sinewy, a center of energy, making himself felt wherever he may be, precise and forceful of speech, correct and sincere in manners, a safe counselor, and a loyal friend, his character approaches the ideal. Stern and commanding as an officer, he is nevertheless tender and sympathetic. His very sensitiveness concerning the feelings of others embarrasses him in giving expression to his own feelings on seeing suffering, unless it should be urgent. But those who know him best know him to be just, humane, and tender. No man could have taken more care than he did for his regiment in Cuba. Hating oppression and wrong with a vehemency suited to his intense nature, he nevertheless deplores war and bloodshed. The President of the United States never did a more worthy act than when he gave to Lieutenant Colonel A. S. Daggett of the 25th Infantry his commission as Brigadier General of Volunteers in recognition of his valor and skill at El Caney and of his general efficiency as an officer in our Army. Testimonies concerning the work of the 25th Infantry before El Caney. Quote, Headquarters, 1st District, Southern Luzon, El Deposito, P.I., April 20, 1900. My dear General Daggett, Some time ago I received a letter from you asking me to make an official statement as to where and at what objective the energies and fire of the 25th Infantry were directed during the Battle of El Caney, Cuba, July 1, 1898. In reply, I have the honor to officially state that about noon, July 1, 1898, the regiment moved from the mango grove near the Ducros house toward a stone fort located on a hill near the town of El Caney. It arrived at about 1 of the afternoon at a point about 800 yards to the south and east of the fort, immediately deployed, and the 1st Battalion, under command of Captain Walter S. Scott, and of which I was adjutant, designated as the attacking line. Presently, after advancing a few yards, we were subjected to a galling fire from the stone fort, the trenches in its front, and from a blockhouse on its right. The line steadily moved forward, directing its fire at the stone fort and the trenches surrounding it. When within about 150 yards from the fort, the line was halted, and several sharpshooters directed by their company officers to fire at the loopholes. Finally, when the men had regained their wind, a rush was made, part of the line going through a cornfield. At the foot, the line was again halted, and after a few moments' rest, charged up the hill, and the fort surrendered. I went to the fort and found a Spanish lieutenant and 7 enlisted men, whom I passed out and were taken charge of by an officer of the 12th Infantry. This was about 3:50 p.m. As soon as the line reached the top of the hill, it was fired on from the town, which had before been masked by the hill. The fire was of course returned, and this was the first fire from the battalion directed at the town. About 5 o'clock firing had ceased, the battalion was assembled and marched away. SD, H.W. French, 1st Lieutenant, 17th Infantry, late 2nd Lieutenant, 25th Infantry, Note: since the above was written, General Daggett served with great distinction in the Philippines and in China, and was retired as a brigadier general, a hero of 4 wars. A bill is now before Congress to make him a major general, an honor to which he is most justly entitled. A true copy. H.G. Leonard, Captain and Adjutant 14th Infantry, Manila, P.I., March 30, 1900. I certify that in the action of El Caney, Cuba, July 1, 1898, the company I commanded, i.e., H, 25th Infantry, directed its fire almost exclusively on the stone fort and the trench a few yards from its base. That very little of this company's fire was directed on the town, and none before the fort was carried. SD, Vernon A. Caldwell, 1st Lieutenant, 25th Infantry. A true copy. H.D. Leonard, Captain and Adjutant, 14th Infantry, Tayug, Luzon, Philippine Islands, April 17, 1900. To those in military authority, regarding the Battle of El Caney, Cuba, July 1, 1898, I hereby certify: 1. From about 1:20 o'clock p.m. to the time of the capture of the town of El Caney, I was in command of 2 companies, C and G, forming part of the 25th U.S. Infantry firing line. 2. From about 2:55 o'clock p.m. to the time of the capture of the town, very nearly the entire 25th Infantry firing line was under my observation. 3. from about 2:55 p.m. to about 3:20, the time of the surrender of the stone fort to the east of the town, the fire of the entire 25th Infantry firing line within my sight was directed against the fort. 4. During this period of the battle, the 25th Infantry firing line was about 150 yards from the stone fort. 5. From the time the firing line began firing, about 1:00 p.m., to the time of the surrender of the stone fort, about 3:20 p.m., the companies under my command and all others under my observation concentrated their fire on the fort. 6. About 3:20 p.m., I was standing about 150 yards from the stone fort, and I plainly and distinctly saw a Spaniard appear in the door of the fort and for 2 or 3 seconds wave a white flag at the 25th Infantry firing line, and upon being shot down, another Spaniard picked up the flag and likewise waved it at the 25th Infantry firing line. 7. After the white flag had twice been presented to the 25th Infantry firing line, and after all fire from the stone fort had ceased, the firing line rushed forward, took up a position facing to their left, that is, facing the town, and began a vigorous fire on a small blockhouse and on the town. Respectfully, James A. Moss, 1st Lieutenant, 24th U.S. Infantry. Close quote. Recollections of the Santiago Campaign by Captain R.H.R. Loughborough, 25th U.S. Infantry. Quote, the 25th U.S. Infantry left its stations in Montana on the 10th of April, 1898. 6 companies, parentheses, B, C, D, E, F, and H, close parentheses, went in camp at Chickamauga National Park. The other 2 companies, parentheses, A and G, close parentheses, went to Key West, Florida. On May 6th, the 6 companies at the Chickamauga National Park moved by rail to Tampa, Florida, arriving the night of the 7th, where they were joined by the 2 companies from Key West. With the exception of 3 days in 1870, the regiment had never been together since its organization in 1869. It necessarily followed that many of the officers, as well as men, were strangers to each other. Our camp at Tampa was fair. The ground is sandy and flat, but as the rainy season had not set in, it was dry and the health was good. Drills and parades were held daily, parentheses, Sundays excepted, close parentheses, but on account of the intense heat, the hours for it were limited to the early mornings and after sunset. The clothing of the men was the same they had worn in Montana and did not add to their comfort. Supplies of all kinds, parentheses, except rations, close parentheses, came by piecemeal, and we finally sailed for the tropics with the same clothing used in the Northwest. At 6:00 p.m. June 6th, the regiment received orders to strike tents and be ready to move within an hour. The order was immediately complied with, though the necessary transportation to move the baggage did not report until the forenoon of the following day. It was not far from noon when the last of it left the camp for the railroad station en route to Port Tampa, where we were to embark on transports for the seat of war. As soon as the camp equipage was started, the regiment was formed and marched to West Tampa, parentheses, about 3 miles, close parentheses, where we took a train for Port Tampa, distant 9 miles. On arrival, the regiment boarded the steamer, quote, Concho, close quote, one of the vessels to carry the expedition to its destination. The 4th U.S. Infantry had preceded us, and the next day a battalion of the 2nd Massachusetts Volunteers was put on, but owing to the crowded condition of the ship, a few days later they were transferred to another vessel. The, quote, Concho, close quote, is a large ship, but without the comforts I have seen since then on the U.S. Army transports plying between San Francisco and Manila. The ships used were hastily fitted up for the occasion, and it could not be expected that they would be all that was required, but some of the appointments could and should have been better. After a tedious wait until June 14th, we sailed down Tampa Bay and out on the Gulf of Mexico, still in ignorance of our destination. The evening of the 15th, the light at Dry Tortugas was seen to our right. June 16th, 17th, and 18th, our course was a little south of east, and part of the time the north coast of Cuba was visible. The weather, parentheses, except the intense heat, close parentheses, was fine. On Sunday morning, June 18th, we entered the Windward Passage, and it seemed certain from our course that Santiago was our objective. Early the next morning, the high mountains of Santiago de Cuba were in plain sight to our north. June 20th and 21st remained off the coast. The sea was rough, and the vessel rolled considerably, adding to the discomfort of everyone, especially those subject to seasickness. During the evening of the 21st, orders were received to be ready to disembark the following morning. About 8 a.m. on the 22nd, our warships began shelling the coast, and 2 hours later the troops started in small boats from the transports to the shore. By evening, most of the 2nd Division and part of the Cavalry Division were on Cuban soil. There was no opposition to our landing. I believe that a small force well handled could have made it very difficult, if, indeed, it could not have prevented it. As soon as the regiment had landed, it was marched out about 4 miles and bivouacked for the night. The country is rugged and covered with a dense tropical vegetation. A few, quote, Cuban patriots, close quote, had joined us and formed the extreme advance, saving us some disagreeable outpost duty. This was the only service that I know of them doing throughout the campaign, though they were always on hand ration day. Later developments showed that the service rendered was not so important, as any Spanish force had retired to a safe place, something our friends looked out for whenever there was any danger. June 23rd, the regiment started shortly after daylight toward the city of Santiago. About 9 o'clock there was a report that the enemy were in our front. The regiment was immediately formed for battle, and reconnoitering parties sent forward. After about 30 minutes' delay, the supposed enemy proved to be the large leaves of some tropical trees being moved by the wind, giving them the appearance of persons in motion. Our route was over a narrow trail through a dense wilderness. Water was scarce and the heat was intense. About noon we arrived at Siboney, where we bivouacked for the night. Before daylight the next morning, the troops in our rear were heard passing on the trail by our camp. Shortly after daylight, Captain Capron's battery of 4 guns passed, and the men lined up along the road and cheered lustily. About an hour later, musketry fire and the occasional discharge of a Hotchkiss gun could be plainly heard towards Santiago. About 3/4 of an hour later, we received orders to march. By mistake, the wrong trail was taken, and after marching 14 hours we returned to our camp of the previous night, all fagged out. A great many men of the brigade were overcome with heat during this long, tiresome, and fruitless ramble. I cannot say how many of these were of the 25th Infantry, but in my own company (B), there was not a man out of the ranks when the camp was reached. I have called the above-mentioned place, Siboney. There is probably some other name for it, as the Cubans have one for every hamlet. It is not far from Siboney, and not knowing the name, have called it Siboney. On the morning of the 25th, we got rations from the transport, and all enjoyed a hearty breakfast. At 1 p.m. we broke camp and marched to Sevilla, about 6 miles. Here we remained until the morning of the 27th, part of the regiment being out on picket duty. June 27th, the regiment marched 3 miles toward Santiago and bivouacked on the banks of a small creek. Bathing was forbidden, as the creek was the only water supply for the army. The troops remained at this place until the afternoon of June 30th. The camp was in the valley of the creek, the ground is low and flat, and with the heavy rainfall everyone was uncomfortable. Rations had to be brought from Siboney over a trail and did not arrive regularly. About 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the 30th, the officers of the regiment were assembled at headquarters and were notified that there would be an attack on the Spanish position the next morning. About 4 o'clock the regiment started for its position, arriving after 10 o'clock, having covered a distance of less than 3 miles. The route was over an excuse for a road, but was crowded with some of the troops of almost every organization of the army, causing numberless halts, but worse than all, breaking the much-needed rest of the troops. On one part of this route I heard men asking, "What regiment is this?" and heard various responses as follows, "The WWWs, the 1st Cavalry, the 4th Infantry, the 10th Cavalry," etc. Someone asked, "What are the WWWs?" And someone replied, "Wood's weary walkers." I do not know who is responsible for that condition of affairs. Had we had an enterprising enemy in our front, disaster certainly would have followed. Here were a number of organizations scattered along a narrow, muddy trail at the mercy of an active foe. All of this was only 3 or 4 miles from the Spanish works. The men were cheerful, and few, if any, realized that there might be danger. Most of the men were up and moving about before daylight the next morning. Shortly after, the regiment started in the direction of El Caney. At 9 a.m. we halted in a mango grove near the Ducaro mansion. Shortly before noon, a mounted orderly appeared with a message for the brigade commander. A few minutes later, the march toward El Caney was taken up. Heavy musketry fire had been heard in that direction since shortly before 7 o'clock. A march of little more than a mile, and the regiment was formed for battle. Companies G and H in the firing line, C and D in support, the remaining 4 companies in reserve. For 2 hours, or perhaps more, the firing was very heavy, especially during the 2nd hour. Attention is called to report of Colonel A.S. Daggett, pages 387 and 388, Report of the War Department, 1898, Volume 1, close quote, and endorsement on the same by Major General A.R. Chaffee. He says, quote, "This stone fort was practically in the possession of the 12th Infantry at about 2 p.m., July 1." Close quote. I cannot reconcile this statement with the fact that between the hours named, some of the heaviest firing was going on, which does not indicate that its defenders were ready to give up. Lord Wellington once said, quote, "At the end of every campaign, truth lies at the bottom of a deep well, and it often takes 20 years to get her out." Close quote. This may not be an exception. About 4:30 o'clock, the firing ceased and El Caney was ours. The dead were collected near a hedge, and the regiment was formed in column of masses to pay a silent tribute of respect to our departed comrades. The regiment then started for the mango grove where we had left our blanket rolls and haversacks. Just as we were starting, some men with canteens started for water, about a mile away, when orders were received to be ready to march in 20 minutes. A few rods took us back to the road leading to Santiago. We moved down the road about 3/4 of a mile and halted. 2 hours later, the pack train arrived with ammunition, and then another with rations. Before the latter were issued, orders were issued to move at once to the rear. The regiment marched over the trail it had come on the day before, arriving at El Pozo about 8 o'clock a.m. Here we took the road leading to Santiago. About 9 a.m. we passed under San Juan Hill and moved to our right. Our forces held the crest of the hill. In passing along the hill, we were sheltered from the fire except a short space, where 1 or 2 men were slightly wounded. Arriving at the La Cruz house near the road leading from El Caney to Santiago about 3:30 p.m., and bivouacked for the night. About 10 o'clock, the troops on our left were attacked by the Spanish. The firing was very heavy for an hour, when it suddenly ceased, and we retired for the night. During this time we were under the hill and protected from the fire. Next morning, Sunday, July 3rd, desultory firing began at daylight. About 7 a.m. the regiment left the La Cruz house and moved across the Caney-Santiago road and formed line to the left and moved forward to a ridge overlooking the city. A number of shots fell about us, but no one was struck. Shortly after, we were in possession of the ridge and began entrenching. The firing was kept up and 2 men were wounded. About noon we were informed that a truce had been established and all work was stopped. This gave all a much-needed rest, though it proved to be of short duration, caused by a false alarm by Major Webb, the inspector of the division staff. During the afternoon the regiment was moved to the foot of the ridge, leaving only the pickets on the crest. About 8:30 p.m. we were ordered to the picket line and began entrenching. The tall grass was wet from a drenching rain a few hours before. The ground, though wet, was hard, and slow progress was made, having only their bayonets for picks and their bare hands for shovels. All night this work went on. The men were tired and hungry, as rations had not come up that day, but worked faithfully. During this, and I will add throughout the campaign, I never heard a murmur nor a complaint. Even when almost all the men of the regiment were down with fever and bowel trouble, They were cheerful and ready to do any duty they were called on for. The morning of July 3rd, Cervera's fleet sailed down the bay. An officer rode by our part of the line about 9:30 and informed us of it. A few minutes later we heard the roar of the big guns, though at the time I little thought of what was going on. In the afternoon we heard cheering on our line way to the left, and as the good news came along it was taken up, and soon the whole line was shouting. On the morning of July 5th, the non-combatants left Santiago by 2 roads, one passing through our line. It was a pitiful sight. During the forenoon of the 5th, we moved about a mile to the right and began entrenching. This position was very near the Spanish line, and quite elaborate works were constructed. We remained in this position until the morning of the 11th, when the regiment was ordered to the right of the line, about 3 miles. Here we entrenched. About 1 p.m. a truce was announced. About 9:15 p.m. a staff officer came to the regimental commander's tent and informed him that the regiment was to be on the line at 12 o'clock midnight, and as soon as the moon rose to advance through the jungle until fired on, when the line was to halt and entrench. The night was stormy, and any moon there might have been was obscured by the clouds. We were up, however, standing until daylight in a drenching rain, for it was so dark that any movement was impossible. Our rest was broken without accomplishing anything that I know or heard of. However, the rain and storm were providential, for I will always believe if the movement had been started we should have met with disaster. The ground was broken, deep ravines and underbrush with wire fences running through it. I have never learned who was, quote, the father, close quote, of this order, and possibly never will. He must be ashamed of it. The afternoon of the 12th, the regiment advanced several hundred yards to the front and dug more entrenchments. They were still on this work the afternoon of the 14th when it was announced that the Spanish army had agreed to surrender. This came none too soon, for our men were coming down with malarial fever. A few days later, nearly half the regiment were on the sick list, and the balance could not have done much. The regiment was moved the same afternoon to higher ground in rear of the trenches. Strong guards were kept to look out for our prisoners and to prevent, quote, our allies, close quote, the Cubans, from going into the city. On the morning of the 17th, the formal surrender of the city and Spanish army took place. We were some distance away and did not see anything of the ceremony. On July 25th, the regiment was moved about a mile further back in the hills and made camp, our tents, etc., having been brought up from the transport. Medicines appeared very scarce, resulting in much suffering. The food supplied was totally unfit for our new surroundings, and I believe not a little of the sickness can be traced to this. Our last camp was as good as any to be found in that vicinity. The regiment remained in camp until August 13th, when it was embarked on the transport, quote, Comanche, close quote, for Montauk Point, arriving on the 18th and landed on the 23rd. B. H. R. Loughborough, Captain, 25th Infantry, close quote. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Colored Regulars in the United States Army by Theophilus Gould Steward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. San Juan. Cavalry Division, the 9th and 10th Regiments. When Lawton's division swung off to the right to engage the enemy at El Caney, with the results described in the preceding chapter, the divisions of Wheeler and Kent were ordered to proceed directly along the Santiago road toward San Juan. Within a mile from El Pozo, the point where they had bivouacked for the night of the 30th, the troops arrived at the Aguadores River, which crosses the road here within less than a mile from San Juan Heights. Wheeler's division headed the column, although that general was not commanding. He had been relieved on the afternoon of the 30th, and did not resume command until about 4 o'clock on July 1. Footnote. Official report of General Sumner. End footnote. Long after the heights had been carried, although he was on the field shortly after 1 o'clock of that day. The dismounted cavalry division on the morning of July 1 presented 2,663 fighting men, including officers. The 1st Brigade, commanded by Colonel Carroll, had 50 officers and 1,054 men in regiments as follows: 3rd Cavalry, 22 officers, 420 men; 6th Cavalry, 16 officers, 427 men; 9th Cavalry, 12 officers, 207 men, the 9th having hardly one-half the strength of either of the other regiments of the brigade. The 2nd Brigade, commanded by General Wood, contained 1,559 persons, distributed as follows: Brigade Staff, 9 officers, 14 men; 1st Cavalry, 21 officers, 501 men; 10th Cavalry, 22 officers, 507 men; 1st Volunteer Cavalry, Rough Riders, 25 officers, 517 men. Before the troops left El Pozo, Grimes' battery had been put in position and had fired a few shots at a blockhouse on San Juan Hill, distance 2,600 yards. Using black powder, which created a cloud of smoke with every shot, the battery was readily located by the foe, and the shrapnel from their guns was soon bursting among our forces. The second shot from the Spaniards wounded 4 of the Rough Riders and 2 or 3 of the regulars, while a third killed and wounded several Cubans. As a matter of course, there was a rapid movement of the troops from that immediate vicinity. The firing soon ceased, and the troops took up that general advance movement already noted. It is no easy task to follow the movements of the cavalry division from the time it left El Pozo that July morning until it finally entrenched itself for the night on San Juan Hills. As heretofore, we will take the official reports first, and from them make up the itinerary and the movements of the battle that followed, as far as they will enable us to do so. General Sumner says the division proceeded toward Santiago, and when about 3/4 of a mile from El Pozo, was halted in a narrow road to await orders and remained there for nearly an hour, subject to the effects of heavy artillery fire from the enemy's battery. Major Wessels, of the 3rd Cavalry, says, while following the road toward Santiago that morn, quote, "Much delay ensued from some reason unknown to the undersigned," close quote, and that the 1st Brigade of the division arrived at San Juan Ford about 10 o'clock. This creek was about 500 yards farther toward Santiago than Aguadores River, and ran about parallel with San Juan Heights, from which it was about 3/4 of a mile distant. The orders for which General Sumner had waited nearly an hour under fire had come and were, quote, verbal instructions to move to the San Juan Creek and hold it, close quote. Reaching this creek, his advance guard was met by the Spaniards, who fired one volley and retreated to a position on a hill on Sumner's right front, about 1,200 yards distant. Crossing this creek with sufficient strength to hold it, Sumner was now ordered to move by the right flank and connect with Lawton's left. While his troops were in this massed condition prior to deploying to the right through a thick jungle, the balloon that was in use for purposes of reconnoitering came up the road and exposed itself to the full view of the Spaniards upon the heights. They needed no further invitation to direct toward our forces their artillery, for which the balloon became a flying target. Many officers and men were wounded here by exploding shells and small arms fire of the enemy, Sumner, Under this fire, however, the troops were deployed as ordered. Colonel Wood, who had charge of the 2nd Brigade, of which the Rough Riders were the leading regiment, says this, quote, regiment was directed to change direction to the right, and by moving up the creek to effect a junction with General Lawton's division, which was engaged at Caney, about 1.5 miles toward the right, but was supposed to be working toward our right flank. After proceeding in this direction about half a mile, the effort to connect with General Lawton was given up, close quote. This movement to the right took place between 10 and 11 o'clock, at which time Lawton's forces had made no impression upon El Caney, and he was far from making any movement which might be described as working toward the right flank of the cavalry division. Lawton was not found by that half-hour's search to the right, and it was evident that something must be done by these troops in front, and done quickly. The whole division was under fire, and the battle on the Spanish side was in actual progress. True, our men were hidden away in the jungle that bordered the creek, but their position was known to the Spaniards, and leaves and boughs are no cover from shot and shell. They were receiving the fire of the enemy and making no reply whatever, save by the few ineffective shots from the faraway battery on El Pozo Hill. Directly in front of the cavalry division was a little hill occupied by a Spanish force. This hill is called in General Wood's report East Hill, but in the literature of the battle it is usually mentioned as Kettle Hill. The fire in part was coming from here. Colonel Wood gives another report of the morning's experience in which he says, quote, the brigade moved down the road toward Santiago in the rear of the 1st Brigade, with instructions to deploy to the right after crossing the San Juan, and continue to extend to the right, reaching out toward General Lawton's left, and holding ourselves in rear of the 1st Brigade as a support. On reaching the stream, the 1st Volunteer Cavalry, which was in the lead, crossed the stream with comparatively slight loss and deployed to the right in good order. But at this time a captive balloon was led down the road in which the troops were massed, and finally anchored at the crossing of the stream. The approach and anchoring of this balloon served to indicate the line of approach of the troops and to locate the ford, and the result was a terrific converging of artillery and rifle fire on the ford, which resulted in severe loss of men. Under this fire, the 1st United States Cavalry and the 10th United States Cavalry crossed the stream and deployed to the right, where they were placed in position in rear of the 1st Brigade. 2 regiments of the 2nd Brigade, to wit, the 1st and the 10th Regular Cavalry, were located in the rear of the 1st Brigade. The 1st Regular Cavalry had begun its day's work as support of Grimes's battery, but had later come forward and taken its place in the brigade time enough to join in the action that followed. Quote, "After completing the deployment," says Sumner, "the command was so much committed to battle that it became necessary either to advance or else retreat under fire." Close quote. The troops were already in battle, but were not fighting, and could not do so in their present position, simply because they could not see the enemy. Quote, "Lieutenant Miley, representing General Shafter, authorized an advance, which was ordered, Carroll's brigade taking the advance, reinforced on the right by Roosevelt's regiment, and supported by the 1st and 10th Cavalry." Close quote. Parentheses. Sumner. Close parentheses. Colonel Wood says, quote, "After remaining in this position for about an hour," parentheses, meaning the position held by his brigade previous to the coming of the order to advance, close parentheses, "the order to advance was given, and the brigade advanced in good order as possible, but more or less broken up by the masses of brush and heavy grass and cactus. Passing through the line of the 1st Brigade, mingling with them, and charging the hill in conjunction with these troops, as well as some few infantry who had extended to the right." Close quote. It must be remembered that the 1st Brigade consisted wholly of regulars, the 3rd, 6th, and 9th Cavalry, while the 2nd Brigade had that remarkable regiment, the Rough Riders. This fact may account for their breaking through the lines of the 1st Brigade. Major Wessels, who commanded the 3rd Cavalry in that fight, and was himself wounded at the close of the first charge, says his regiment became entangled with other regiments, but nevertheless was to the crest as soon as any. Of the advance of the whole division, General Sumner says, quote, "The advance was made under heavy infantry fire, through open flat ground, cut up by wire fences, to the creek, distant about 600 yards. The advance was made in good order, the enemy's fire being returned only under favorable opportunities. In crossing the flat, 1 officer and several men were killed, and several officers and men wounded. Both sides of the creek were heavily wooded for about 200 yards. The creek was swollen, and the crossing through this space and the creek was made with great difficulty. After passing through the thick woods, the ground was entirely open and fenced by wire. From this line it was necessary to storm the hill, upon the top of which is a house, loopholed for defense. The slope of the hill is very difficult, but the assault was made with great gallantry and with much loss to the enemy. In this assault Colonel Hamilton, Lieutenants Smith and Shipp were killed. Colonel Carroll, Lieutenants Thayer and Meyer were wounded. A number of casualties occurred among the enlisted men." Close quote. The heights were carried by the whole division. Lieutenant Colonel Baldwin's account of the part his regiment took in the assault upon San Juan is told about as follows. After the search for Lawton had been given up, the 1st and 10th Cavalry were formed for the attack on East Hill. Quote, "I was directed," he says, "to take a position to the right, behind the river bank, for protection. While moving to this position, and while there, the regiment suffered considerable loss. After an interval of 20 or 30 minutes, I was directed to form line of battle in a partially open field facing toward the blockhouses and strong entrenchments to the north occupied by the enemy. Much difficulty was found on account of the dense undergrowth, crossed in several directions by wire fences. As a part of the cavalry division under General Sumner, the regiment was formed in 2 lines. The 1st Squadron under Major S.T. Norville, consisting of troops A, B, E, and I, leading. The 2nd line under Major T.J. Wint, consisting of troops C, F, and G. Troop D, having crossed farther down the river, attached itself to a command of infantry and moved with that command on the 2nd blockhouse. The regiment advanced in this formation in a heavy converging fire from the enemy's position, proceeding but a short distance when the 2 lines were united into one. The advance was rapidly continued in an irregular line toward the blockhouses and entrenchments to the right front. During this advance, the line passed some troops of the 1st Cavalry, which I think had previously been formed on our right. Several losses occurred before reaching the top of the hill, 1st Lieutenant William H. Smith being killed as he arrived on its crest. The enemy having retreated toward the northwest to the 2nd and 3rd blockhouses, new lines were formed and a rapid advance was made upon these new positions. The regiment assisted in capturing these works from the enemy, and with the exception of troops C and I, which in the meantime had joined the 1st Volunteer Cavalry, then took up a position to the north of the 2nd blockhouse, remaining there all night." Close quote. Major Norvell, who commanded the 1st Squadron of the 10th Cavalry, which consisted of troops A, B, E, and I, gives the following account of the experiences of July 1st. Quote, "The regiment took position in a wood, and here suffered considerable loss due to the fact that the whole of the enemy's fire appeared to be directed to this point. In a short time we moved out of the wood by the right flank, and then deployed to the left, being then directly in front of the enemy and 1 mile distant from his works, marked by 3 houses about half a mile from one another. The enemy was strongly entrenched in front of these houses. The line, consisting of the cavalry division, under direction of Brigadier General Sumner, moved forward in double time, under a terrific fire of the enemy. We had a very heavy jungle to march through, beside the river, San Juan, to cross, and during our progress many men were killed and wounded. The troops became separated from one another, though the general line was pretty well preserved. The works of the enemy were carried in succession by the troops, and the Spaniards were steadily driven back toward the town to their last ditches. We now found ourselves about half a mile from the city, but the troops being by this time nearly exhausted, here entrenched themselves for the night under heavy fire. By dark, this line was occupied by all the troops engaged during the day." Close quote. The official reports of the troop commanders of the 10th Cavalry bring out a few more particulars which serve to give us a more vivid conception of this moving line. The entire cavalry division advanced together, and notwithstanding the roughness of the ground, Major Norvell assures us that the line was pretty well preserved. Troops A, B, E, and I were in the 1st Squadron, which was in the lead. Troops C, F, and G were in the 2nd line. Troop D made its advance with the infantry off to the left. We have now a fair knowledge of the general movement of the whole regiment. Let us follow the fortunes of some of the troops, and by that means get nearer to the work done by the individual soldier. Troop A was on the right of the leading squadron as the regiment took its place in line on the left of the 1st Cavalry and moved against the Spanish blockhouses in the face of a heavy fire, making a rush forward without intermission. A portion of the right platoon, under Lieutenant Livermore, became separated in one of the thickets, and under instructions received personally from the brigade commander, who seems to have been everywhere where he was needed, continued up the slope toward his right and toward the 1st blockhouse. The remainder of the troop, commanded by Captain Beck and Lieutenant McCoy, moved in the same direction at first, but observing that on account of the shorter distance to the slope from that end of the line, a large number of troops were arriving there, Captain Beck swung his troop to the left and reached the summit of the hill between the 2nd and 3rd blockhouses, and on arriving received a message by an aide of the brigade commander to hold the ridge. Just then Lieutenant Livermore arrived, having come by way of blockhouse number 1. The troop, now being together, held the crest for an hour. At times the fire of the enemy was so severe, and Captain Beck's force so small, that there was great danger that he would be compelled to abandon the position. But fortunately, at the most critical juncture, Lieutenant Lyon of the 24th Infantry came up with a few reinforcements, and Lieutenant Hughes of the 10th Cavalry with a Hotchkiss gun. Lieutenant Lyon formed his troops to the left of the gun, Troop A of the 10th Cavalry being on the right. With this force, the position was held until other troops arrived. Soon after, the squadron was reformed, and the men entrenched themselves under fire. Troop B was next to Troop A, and advanced as skirmishers by rushes and double time, but soon found its front blocked by other troops. Troop I advanced in 2 sections. The left being commanded by Lieutenant Miller joined in the attack on the right of the enemy's position. The right, commanded by Lieutenant Fleming, advanced on trenches between the 2 blockhouses, and in so doing caught up with the rest of the troop. The first half of the troop, after attacking the blockhouse on right of the enemy's position, then crossed the valley and attacked the blockhouse on the left of enemy's position, and then moved forward with the 1st Regular Cavalry and the 1st Volunteer Cavalry until the troop assembled as a whole. When it reached the place of entrenchment, there were altogether about 100 men at that point of the ridge, consisting of men from the 10th Cavalry and of the Rough Riders. It is claimed by Lieutenant Anderson, who commanded Troop C, and who made his way to the front on the right of the line, that after coming up on the 2nd hill and joining his troop to the left of Troop I, Colonel Roosevelt and part of his regiment joined on the right of the 10th, and that he reported to him, placing C Troop in his command. Before this time, Lieutenant Anderson had reported to Captain Jones of Troop F while they were on Kettle Hill, and the 2 troops, F and C, had been formed in skirmish line and moved against the 2nd blockhouse. In this movement, Troop C got separated from Captain Jones, and Anderson, with 18 men of his own troop and several from other organizations, moved forward until he connected with Troop I, as previously narrated. These troops, C and I, were reported by their colonel as having joined the 1st Volunteer Cavalry. All of the troop commanders who were immediately with the men bear hearty testimony to their good conduct. Captain Jones, commanding Troop F, says, quote, "I could only do justice to the troop by mentioning by name all who were engaged, not only for their bravery, but for their splendid discipline under the most demoralizing fire." Close quote. Lieutenant Fleming, commanding Troop I, says, quote, "The entire troop behaved with great gallantry. Private L.C. Jones particularly distinguished himself." Close quote. Captain Beck, commanding Troop A, says, quote, "The behavior of the enlisted men was magnificent, paying studious attention to orders while on the firing line, and generally exhibiting an intrepidity which marks the first-class soldier." Close quote. Lieutenant Hughes, who commanded the Hotchkiss gun detachment, mentions 4 men for conspicuous bravery and commends his entire detachment for, quote, "spirit, enterprise, and good behavior." Close quote. The official story is that the entire cavalry division advanced under orders from General Sumner, and that the heft of its first blow fell upon Kettle Hill, which was soon captured, and on the crest of this hill the troops which had ascended it made a temporary halt, reformed their lines somewhat, and immediately advanced upon the second hill to the help of that part of the cavalry division which had swung to the left in the advance, and also to the help of the infantry who were coming up against Fort San Juan at the same time. Meanwhile, there was left upon Kettle Hill a sufficient garrison or force to prevent its being recaptured by the enemy. In the assault on Kettle Hill, the brigade commander, Colonel Carroll, had been wounded, and Lieutenant Colonel Hamilton of the 9th Cavalry killed. Many troop officers also had been either killed or wounded, and also in the rush forward through the jungle and high grass, some troops had been separated from their officers, and yet it is remarkable that all were ready to move forward to the next assault. The words of praise to the whole cavalry division contained in the following order, published at Camp Wickoff immediately after the arrival there of the troops, are claimed by both black and white cavalrymen alike. Quote, "Headquarters, Cavalry Division, Camp Wickoff, L.I., September 7th, 1898. To the officers and soldiers of the Cavalry Division, Army of Santiago. The duties for which the troops comprising the Cavalry Division were brought together have been accomplished. On June 14th, we sailed from Tampa, Florida, to encounter in the sickly season the diseases of the tropical island of Cuba, and to face and attack the historic legions of Spain in positions chosen by them, and which for years they had been strengthening by every contrivance and art known to the skillful military engineers of Europe. On the 23rd, 1 squadron each of the 1st and 10th Regular Cavalry and 2 squadrons of the 1st Volunteer Cavalry, in all 964 officers and men, landed on Cuban soil. These troops marched on foot 14 miles, and early on the morning of the 24th, attacked and defeated double their number of regular Spanish soldiers under the command of Lieutenant General Linares. Eagerly and cheerfully you pushed onward, and on July 1st forded San Juan River and gallantly swept over San Juan Hill, driving the enemy from its crest. Without a moment's halt you formed, aligning the division upon the 1st Infantry Division under General Kent, and together with these troops you bravely charged and carried the formidable entrenchments of Fort San Juan. The entire force which fought and won this great victory was less than 7,000 men. The astonished enemy, though still protected by the strong works to which he had made his retreat, was so stunned by your determined valor that his only thought was to devise the quickest means of saving himself from further battle. The great Spanish fleet hastily sought escape from the harbor, and was destroyed by our matchless navy. After seizing the fortifications of San Juan Ridge, you, in the darkness of night, strongly entrenched the position your valor had won. Reinforced by Bates's brigade on your left and Lawton's division on your right, you continued the combat until the Spanish army of Santiago province succumbed to the superb prowess and courage of American arms. Peace promptly followed, and you return to receive the plaudits of 70 millions of people. The valor displayed by you was not without sacrifice. 18%, or nearly 1 in 5, of the cavalry division fell on the field, either killed or wounded. We mourn the loss of these heroic dead, and a grateful country will always revere their memory. Whatever may be my fate, wherever my steps may lead, my heart will always burn with increasing admiration for your courage in action, your fortitude under privation, and your constant devotion to duty in its highest sense, whether in battle, in bivouac, or upon the march. Joseph Wheeler, Major General, U.S.V., commanding." Close quote. Aside from that part of the 10th Cavalry who fought under General Wheeler, and who are consequently included among those congratulated by the general order just quoted, Troop M of that regiment, under command of Lieutenant C.P. Johnson, performed an important part in the war. The troop consisted of 50 men and left Port Tampa June 21 on board the steamship Florida, the steamship Fanita also making a part of the expedition. The troop was mounted and was accompanied by a pack train of 65 animals. Both ships were heavily loaded with clothing, ammunition, and provision, and had on board, besides Lieutenant Johnson's command, General Nunez and staff, and 375 armed Cubans. The expedition sailed around the west end of the island and attempted a landing at a point chosen by General Nunez on June 29, but failed owing to the fact that the place chosen was well guarded by Spaniards, who fired upon the landing party. The expedition had with it a small gunboat, the Peoria, commanded by Captain Ryan, and on the afternoon of June 30th, an attack was made upon a blockhouse on the shore by the gunboat, and a small force of Cuban and American volunteers landed, but were repulsed with the loss of 1 killed, General Nunez's brother, and 7 wounded. 2 days later, Lieutenant Johnson was able to land and immediately made connection with General Gomez, unloading his stores for the Cuban army. Lieutenant G.P. Ahern of the 25th Infantry, who went on this expedition as a volunteer, rendered important service on the night after the attack on the blockhouse at Teabacoa. As the attacking party met with repulse and escaped to the ship in the darkness, several of their wounded were left on shore. Several boats sent out to recover them had returned without the men, their crews fearing to go on shore after them. Lieutenant Ahern volunteered to attempt the rescue of the men, and taking a waterlogged boat, approached the shore noiselessly and succeeded in his undertaking. The crew accompanying Lieutenant Ahern was made up of men from Troop M, 10th Cavalry, and behaved so well that the 4 were given medals of honor for their marked gallantry. The action of Lieutenant Ahern in this case was in keeping with his whole military career. He has ever manifested a fondness for exceptional service, and has never failed, when opportunity occurred, to display a noble gallantry on the side of humanity. Nothing appeals to him so commandingly as an individual needing rescue, and in such a cause he immediately rises to the hero's plane. The noble colored soldiers who won medals on that occasion were all privates and became heroes for humanity's sake. Their names deserve a place in this history outside the mere official table. They were Dennis Bell, George H. Wanton, Fitz Lee, and William H. Tompkins, and were the only colored soldiers who, at the time of this writing, have won medals of honor in the Spanish War. Others, however, may yet be given, as doubtless others are deserved. The heroic service performed by whole regiments, as in the case of the 24th Infantry, should entitle every man in it to a medal of some form as a souvenir for his posterity. Losses of the 9th Cavalry in the battles of San Juan. Officers killed: Lieutenant Colonel John M. Hamilton. Men killed: Trumpeter Lewis Fort, Private James Johnson. Officers wounded: Adjutant Winthrop S. Wood, Captain Charles W. Taylor. Men wounded: First Sergeant Charles W. Jefferson, Sergeant Adam Moore, Sergeant Henry F. Wall, Sergeant Thomas B. Craig, Corporal James W. Irvine, Corporal Horace T. Henry, Corporal John Mason, Burwell Bullock, Elijah Crippen, Edward Davis, Hoyle Irvin, James Gandy, Edward D. Nelson, Noah Prince, Thomas Sinclair, James R. Spear, Jr., Jacob Tull, William H. Turner, George Warren, Alfred Wilson. Losses of the 10th Cavalry during the Battle of San Juan. Officers killed: First Lieutenant W. E. Shipp, First Lieutenant W. H. Smith. Men killed: John H. Smoot, Corporal W. F. Johnson, John H. Dodson, George Stroll, William H. Slaughter. Officers wounded: Major T. J. Wint, Captain John Bigelow, Jr., Adjutant and First Lieutenant M. H. Barnum, First Lieutenant R. L. Livermore, First Lieutenant E. D. Anderson, Second Lieutenant F. R. McCoy, Second Lieutenant H. C. Whitehead, Second Lieutenant T. A. Roberts, Second Lieutenant H. O. Willard. Men wounded: First Sergeant A. Houston, First Sergeant Robert Milbrown, Q.M. Sergeant William Payne, Sergeant Smith Johnson, Sergeant Ed Lane, Sergeant Walter Johnson, Sergeant George Dyers, Sergeant Willis Hatcher, Sergeant John L. Taylor, Sergeant Amos Elliston, Sergeant Frank Rankin, Sergeant E. S. Washington, Sergeant U. G. Gunter, Corporal J. G. Mitchell, Corporal Allen Jones, Corporal Marcellus Wright, Privates Lewis L. Anderson, John Arnold, Charles Arthur, John Brown, Frank D. Bennett, Wade Bledsoe, Hilary Brown, Thornton Buckley, John Brooks, W. H. Brown, William A. Cooper, John Chin, J. H. Campbell, Henry Fearn, Benjamin Franklin, Gilmore Givens, B. F. Gaskins, William Gregory, Luther D. Gould, Wiley Hipsher, Thomas Hardy, Charles Hopkins, Richard James, Wesley Jones, Robert E. Lee, Sprague Lewis, Henry McCormack, Samuel T. Minor, Lewis Marshall, William Matthews, Houston Riddell, Charles Robinson, Frank Ridgely, Fred Shackley, Harris D. Sturgis, Peter Saunderson, John T. Taylor, William Tyler, Isom Taylor, John Watson, Benjamin West, Joseph Williams, Alan E. White, Nathan Wyatt. Note, quote, "While we talked, and the soldiers filled their canteens and drank deep and long, like camels who, after days of travel through the land of, quote, thirst and emptiness, close quote, have reached the green oasis and the desert spring, a black corporal of the 24th Infantry walked wearily up to the, quote, water hole, close quote. He was muddy and bedraggled. He carried no cup or canteen, and stretched himself out over the stepping stones in the stream, sipping up the water and the mud together out of the shallow pool. A white cavalryman ran toward him, shouting, quote, 'Hold on, Bunky, here's my cup,' close quote. The Negro looked dazed a moment, and not a few of the spectators showed amazement, for such a thing had rarely, if ever, happened in the army before. Quote, 'Thank you,' close quote, said the black corporal. Quote, 'Well, we are all fighting under the same flag now,' close quote. And so he drank out of the white man's cup. I was glad to see that I was not the only man who had come to recognize the justice of certain constitutional amendments in the light of the gallant behavior of the colored troops throughout the battle, and indeed the campaign. The fortune of war had, of course, something to do with it in presenting to the colored troops the opportunities for distinguished service, of which they invariably availed themselves to the fullest extent. But the confidence of the general officers in their superb gallantry, which the event proved to be not misplaced, added still more, and it is a fact that the services of no 4 white regiments can be compared with those rendered by the 4 colored regiments, the 9th and 10th Cavalry, and the 24th and 25th Infantry. They were to the front at La Gausima, at Caney, and at San Juan, and what was the severest test of all, that came later, in the yellow fever hospitals. Close quote. Bonsall. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Colored Regulars in the United States Army by Theophilus Gould Steward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. San Juan, parentheses, continued, close parentheses. Kent's Division, the 24th Infantry, forming under fire, a gallant charge. Turning now to the center and left of the American line, we follow the advance of that division of infantry commanded by General Kent, and which met the brunt of Spanish resistance at San Juan. This division, known as the 1st Division, 5th Army Corps, consisted of 3 brigades composed as follows. 1st Brigade, Brigadier General Hawkins commanding, made up of the 6th Infantry, the 16th Infantry, and the 71st New York Volunteers. The 2nd Brigade, Colonel Pearson commanding, made up of the 2nd Infantry, the 10th Infantry, and the 21st Infantry. The 3rd Brigade, commanded by Colonel Wyckoff, in which were the 9th Infantry, the 13th Infantry, and the 24th Infantry. In all, 262 officers and 5,095 men. Thus, in the whole division, there were 8 regiments of regular infantry, and one volunteer regiment, the 71st New York. Although our present purpose is to bring into view the special work of the 24th Infantry, it will be necessary to embrace in our scope the work of the entire division, in order to lay before the reader the field upon which that particular regiment won such lasting credit. General Kent, who commanded the division, a most accomplished soldier, gives a lucid account of the whole assault as seen from his position and of the work performed by his division in his report dated July 8, 1898. When General Kent's division arrived in the neighborhood of the San Juan Ford and found itself under fire, and the trail so blocked by troops of the cavalry division, which had not yet deployed to the right, that direct progress toward the front was next to impossible, the welcome information was given by the balloon managers that a trail branched off to the left from the main trail, only a short distance back from the ford. This trail led to a ford some distance lower down the stream and nearly facing the works on the enemy's right. General Kent, on learning of this outlet, immediately hastened back to the forks, and meeting the 71st New York Regiment, the rear regiment of the 1st Brigade, he directed that regiment into this trail toward the ford. The regiment was to lead the way through this new trail and would consequently arrive at the front first on the left. But meeting the fire of the enemy, the 1st Battalion of the regiment apparently became panic-stricken and recoiled upon the rest of the regiment. The regiment then lay down on the sides of the trail and in the bushes, thoroughly demoralized. Wyckoff's brigade was now coming up, and it was directed upon the same trail. This brigade consisted of the 9th, 13th, and 24th. Colonel Wyckoff was directed by General Kent to move his brigade across the creek by the trail, (the left fork), and when reaching the opposite side of the creek to put the brigade in line on the left of the trail and begin the attack at once. In executing this order, the entire brigade stumbled through and over hundreds of men of the 71st New York Regiment. When a volunteer regiment broke through the lines of the 9th Cavalry from the rear, that regiment was in its place on the field in line of battle, with its morale perfect. It was under discipline and delivering its fire with regularity. It had an absolute right to its place. The 71st was in no such attitude, and General Kent directed the advance through it in these words, quote, "Tell the brigade to pay no attention to this sort of thing. It is highly irregular." Close quote. The 9th Cavalry's position was exactly regular. The position of the 71st was, to the eyes of General Kent, quote, "highly irregular." Close quote. The 3 regiments of this brigade were to take their positions on the left of the ford after crossing the stream, in the following order. On the extreme left, the 24th, next to it in the center of the brigade, the 9th, and on the right of the brigade, the 13th. In approaching the ford, the 9th and 24th became mixed and crossed in the following order. First 1 battalion of the 9th, then a battalion of the 24th, then the 2nd Battalion of the 9th, followed by the 2nd Battalion of the 24th. The line was formed under fire, and while superintending its formation, the brigade commander, Colonel Wyckoff, came under observation and was killed. Lieutenant Colonel Worth, who succeeded him, was seriously wounded within 5 minutes after taking command, and Lieutenant Colonel Liscombe, who next assumed charge of the brigade, had hardly learned that he was in command before he, too, was disabled by a Spanish shot. By this time, however, the formation was about complete and the brigade ready to begin the advance. Leaving Wyckoff's brigade in line ready to begin the advance, we must now return in our narrative to the main ford, where the major portions of Hawkins's and Pearson's brigades are massed, and follow the various regiments as they come to their places in the battle line, preparing for the onslaught. After crossing the ford with the 6th Infantry, pursuant to the orders given by Lieutenant Miley in the name of General Shafter, General Hawkins attempted to flank the enemy by a movement to the left, the 6th Infantry leading and the 16th intending to pass beyond its rear and to join to its left. The 6th, in passing to its intended position, passed to the left of the 6th Cavalry, which held the left of the line of the cavalry division, which had crossed the ford and deployed to the right, reaching beyond the Spanish lines in that direction, or at least it was able to reach the extreme right of the enemy. The 6th Infantry continued this line southward, and it was to be further extended by the 16th. Before this disposition could be effected, the fire of the enemy became so severe that an advance movement was started, and the 6th lined up facing the fort on the hill, with only 1 company and a half of the 16th on its left. While Hawkins's and Wyckoff's brigades were preparing for the advance upon the enemy's works, Pearson's brigade was approaching the ford, hurrying to the support. The 21st Regiment of this brigade was detached from the brigade and sent directly forward on the main trail with orders to reinforce the firing line. This regiment crossed the San Juan River to the left of the main ford and rushed forward to support Hawkins's left. In the meantime, 2 other regiments of the brigade, the 2nd and 10th, which had preceded the 21st in their march from El Poso, had been deflected to the left by order of the division commander and were passing to the front over the trail previously taken by Wyckoff's brigade, crossing the San Juan at the lower ford. The 10th crossed in advance and formed in close order on the opposite side of the stream, its line facing northwest. It was soon after, however, put in battle formation and moved to the right until it connected with the 21st. The 2nd Regiment crossed the ford in the rear of the 10th, having been delayed considerably by the 71st New York Volunteers, who still blocked the way between the forks and the lower ford. After crossing the ford, the 2nd put itself in line on the left of the 10th, the whole brigade being now in position to support the 1st and 3rd Brigades in their charge. This movement of Colonel Pearson's brigade had not been made without hardship and loss. All of the regiments came under the enemy's fire before reaching the San Juan River, and many men were killed or wounded while the regiments were gaining their positions. The movement was so well executed as to call forth from the division commander the following encomium. Quote, "I observed this movement from the Fort San Juan Hill. Colonel E.P. Pearson, 10th Infantry, commanding the 2nd Brigade, and the officers and troops under his command deserve great credit for the soldierly manner in which this movement was executed." Close quote. Although we left Wyckoff's brigade standing in line on the left of the lower ford, we must not imagine that it remained in that position until the above movement on the part of the 2nd Brigade had been accomplished. There was no standing still in the fierce fire to which the men of that brigade were at that time subjected, a fire which had already cut down in rapid succession 3 brigade commanders. The formation was no sooner completed than the rapid advance began. The 13th Infantry, holding the right of the brigade, moved to the right and front. while the 9th and 24th moved almost directly to the front at first, thus partially gaining the flank of the enemy's position. The whole line moved with great rapidity across the open field and up the hill, so that when the 2nd and 10th Infantry came to their position as support, the heroic 3rd Brigade was well up the heights. To the right of the 3rd Brigade, the 1st Brigade, containing the gallant 6th under Colonel Egbert, and the 16th, was advancing also, and the 2 brigades arrived at the fort almost simultaneously, so that the division commander, in speaking of the capture, says, quote, "Credit is almost equally due the 6th, 9th, 13th, 16th, and 24th regiments of infantry." Close quote. To the 3rd Brigade he gives the credit of turning the enemy's right. Let us now examine more closely that sweep of the 3rd Brigade from the left of the lower ford to San Juan Hill, in order to trace more distinctly the pathway of honor made for itself by the 24th. This regiment formed left front into line under fire and advanced over the flat in good order, then reformed under shelter of the hill preparatory to the final charge upon the enemy's entrenchments. The experience of the companies in crossing the flat is told by the company commanders. One company, under the orders of its captain, formed line of skirmishers and advanced in good order at rapid gait, reaching the foot of the hill almost exhausted. This was about the experience of all, but this company is mentioned because it was the first company of the regiment to reach the top of the hill. In crossing the flat there was necessarily some mixing of companies, and in some instances men were separated from their officers. But those who escaped the enemy's bullets made their way across that plain of fire and were ready to join in the charge up the hill where only brave men could go. There was but a moment's pause for breath at the foot of the hill, and the general charge all along the line began, the 6th Infantry probably taking the initiative, although the gallant Colonel Egbert of that regiment, since killed in the Philippines, makes no such claim. In his farewell official report of the 6th, he thus describes the final act. Quote, "We were now unexpectedly reinforced. Lieutenant Parker, made aware by the heavy fire from the hill that a conflict was going on in his front, opened fire with his Gatlings most effectively on the entrenchments, while from far down on my left I heard cheering and shouts, and saw coming up the slope towards us a multitude of skirmishers. As they drew nearer, we distinguished the tall figure of General Hawkins, with his aide, Lieutenant Ord, 6th Infantry, charging at the head of the skirmishers and waving their hats. When the charge came up nearly abreast of where the 6th stood in the road, I ordered the companies out through the gaps in the wire fence to join it, and they complied with the same alacrity and enthusiasm that they had displayed in entering this bloody field. The Gatlings redoubled their fierce grinding of bullets on the Spanish, despite which there still came a savage fire from the blockhouse and trenches. Here the gallant Captain Wetherell, 6th Infantry, fell, shot through the forehead at the head of his company, and I received a Mauser bullet through the left lung, which disabled me. But the blood of the troops was now up, and no loss of officers or men could stop them. They charged up the incline until, coming to a steep ridge near the top, they were brought to a stand by the hail of bullets from the Gatlings against the summit. As soon as this could be stopped by a signal, the mingled troops of the 6th, 16th, 13th, and 24th swept up and over the hill, and it was won. From testimony gathered on the evening of the fight, it was concluded that there were more men of the 24th Infantry on the ridge in this first occupation than of any other regiment. But all of the regiments of the division had done admirably, and the brave blacks of the 24th won on that day a standing in arms with the bravest of the brave. The Spaniards, although driven from their first line, by no means gave up the fight, but retreating to a line of entrenchments about 800 yards in the rear, they opened upon the newcomers a fire almost as hot as before, and the troops found it difficult to hold what they had gained. The supporting regiments were coming up and strengthening the line, the men meanwhile entrenching themselves under fire as rapidly as possible. The 13th Infantry was immediately ordered off to the right to assist the cavalry division, especially the Rough Riders, who were said to be in danger of having their flank turned. Here it remained under fire all night. The advance and charge of the 24th made up only a part of the advance and charge of the 3rd Brigade, and this in turn was part of the attack and assault made by the whole infantry division, a movement also participated in at the same hour by the cavalry division, so that regarded as a whole, it was a mighty blow delivered on the enemy's right and center by 2/3 of the American army, and its effect was stunning, although its full weight had not been realized by the foe. The part sustained in the assault by each regiment may be estimated by the losses experienced by each in killed and wounded. Judged by this standard, the brunt fell upon the 6th, 16th, 13th, and 24th, all of which regiments lost heavily, considering the short time of the action. The movement by which the 24th reached its position on that memorable 1st of July has called forth especial mention by the regimental commander and by the acting assistant adjutant general of the brigade. It was also noted immediately after the battle by all the newspaper writers as one of the striking occurrences of the day. The regiment, on coming under fire, marched about 1 mile by the left flank, and then formed left front into line on its leading company, Company G, commanded by Captain Brereton. The first man of the regiment to take position in the line was the first sergeant of G Company, R.G. Woods. This company, when reaching its position, formed on the left into line, under a severe fire in front and a fire in the rear, other companies forming in the same manner, with more or less regularity, to its left. As soon as the line was formed, the order was given to charge. The advance was made across an open meadow, during which several officers were wounded, among them the officers of Company F, the command of that company devolving upon its first sergeant, William Rainey, who conducted the company successfully to the crest of the hill. The description of the movement of Company D as given by Lieutenant Kerwin, who was placed in command of that company after its officers had been shot, is a very interesting document. Lieutenant Kerwin claims to have made his report from, quote, close inquiries and from personal observation, close quote. According to this report, the company was led across San Juan Creek by its captain, Ducat, the second lieutenant of the company, Gurney, following it, and keeping the men well closed up. While crossing, the company encountered a terrific fire, and after advancing about 10 yards beyond the stream, went through a wire fence to the right, and advanced to an embankment about 20 yards from the right of the stream. Here Captain Ducat gave the order to advance to the attack, and the whole company opened out in good order in line of skirmishers and moved rapidly across the open plain to the foot of San Juan Hill. In making this movement across the plain, the line was under fire, and the brave Lieutenant Gurney was killed, and First Sergeant Ellis, Corporal Keyes, and Privates Robinson and Johnson wounded. It was a race with death, but the company arrived at the base of the hill in good form, though well nigh exhausted. After breathing a moment, the men were ready to follow their intrepid commander, Captain Ducat, up the hill, and at 12 o'clock they gained the summit, being the first company of the regiment to reach the top of the hill. Just as they reached the crest, the brave Ducat fell, shot through the hip, probably by a Spanish sharpshooter, thus depriving the company of its last commissioned officer, and leaving its first sergeant also disabled. The commander of the regiment speaks of its doings in a very modest manner, but in a tone to give the reader confidence in what he says. He became temporarily separated from the regiment, but made his way to the crest of the hill in company with the adjutant, and there found a part of his command. He says a creditable number of the men of his command reached the top of the hill among the first to arrive there. The commander of the 2nd Battalion, Captain Weigand, crossed the meadow or flat some distance ahead of the battalion, but as the men subsequently charged up the hill, he was unable to keep up with them, so rapid was their gait. It was from this battalion that Captain Ducat's company broke away and charged on the right of the battalion, arriving, as has been said, first on the top of the hill. As the regiment arrived, Captain Weigand, finding himself the ranking officer on the ground, assembled it and assigned each company its place. Captain Dodge, who commanded Company C in this assault, and who subsequently died in the yellow fever hospital at Siboney, mentions the fact that Captain Weigand led the advance in person, and says that in the charge across the open field the three companies, C, B, and H, became so intermixed that it was impossible for the company commanders to distinguish their own men from those of other companies. Yet he says he had the names of 20 men of his own company who reached the trenches at Fort San Juan in that perilous rush on that fiery midday. The testimony of all the officers of the regiment is to the effect that the men behaved splendidly, and 8 of them have been given certificates of merit for gallantry in the action of July 1. The losses of the regiment in that advance were numerous, the killed, wounded, and missing amounting to 96, which number was swelled to 104 during the next 2 days. So many men falling in so short a time while advancing in open order tells how severe was the fire they were facing, and serves to modify the opinion which was so often expressed about the time the war broke out, to the effect that the Spanish soldiers were wanting both in skill and bravery. They contradicted this both at El Caney and at San Juan. In the latter conflict they held their ground until the last moment, and inflicted a loss upon their assailants equal to the number engaged in the defense of the heights. Since July 1, 1898, expatiation on the cowardice and lack of skill of the Spanish soldier has ceased to be a profitable literary occupation. Too many journalists and correspondents were permitted to witness the work of Spanish sharpshooters and to see their obstinate resistance to the advance of our troops, to allow comments upon the inefficiency of the Spanish army to pass unnoticed. Our army from the beginning was well impressed with the character of the foe and nerved itself accordingly. The bravery of our own soldiers was fully recognized by the men who surrendered to our army and who were capable of appreciating it, because they themselves were not wanting in the same qualities. Square brackets. Transcriber's note. This footnote appeared in the text without a footnote anchor. Quote, "The entrenchments of San Juan were defended by 2 companies of Spanish infantry, numbering about 250 to 300 men. At about 11 o'clock in the morning, reinforcements were sent to them, bringing the number up to about 750 men. There were 2 pieces of mountain artillery on these hills, the rest of the artillery fire against our troops on that day being from batteries close to the city." Close quote. In Cuba with Shafter, parentheses, Miley, close parentheses, page 117, close square bracket. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Colored Regulars in the United States Army by Theophilus Gould Steward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Surrender and Afterwards. In the trenches, the 24th in the fever camp, are Negro soldiers immune? Camp Wyckoff. After the Battle of El Caney, the 25th Infantry started for the Mango Grove, where the blanket rolls and haversacks had been left in the morning, and on its way past the 2nd Massachusetts Volunteers standing by the roadside. This regiment had seen the charge of the 25th up the hillside, and they now manifested their appreciation of the gallantry of the black regulars in an ovation of applause and cheers. This was the foundation for Sergeant Harris's reply when on another occasion, seeing the manifest kind feelings of this regiment to the 25th, I remarked, quote, "Those men think you are soldiers," close quote. Quote, "They know we are soldiers," close quote, replied the sergeant. The regiment bivouacked in the main road leading from El Caney to Santiago, but sleep was out of the question. What with the passing of pack trains and artillery, and the issuing of rations and ammunition, the first half of the night gave no time for rest, and shortly after 12 o'clock, apprehensions of a Spanish attack put everyone on the alert. At 3:30 the march to the rear was commenced, and the entire division passed around by El Pozo and advanced to the front by the Aguadores Road, finally reaching a position on Wheeler's right about noon, July 2. Subsequently, the line of investment was extended to the right, the Cuban forces under General Garcia holding the extreme right connecting with the waterfront on that side of the city. Next to them came Ludlow's, McKibben's, and Chaffee's forces. In McKibben's brigade was the 25th, which dug its last trench on Cuban soil on July 14th, on the railroad running out from Santiago to the northwest. This entrenchment was the nearest to the city made by any American organization, and in this the regiment remained until the surrender. The 24th remained entrenched over to the left in General Kent's division, lying to the right of the 21st. This regiment, parentheses, 24th, close parentheses, had won great credit in its advance upon the enemy, but it was to win still greater in the field of humanity. Captain Levell, who commanded Company A, said, quote, "It would be hard to particularize in reporting upon the men of the company. All, non-commissioned officers, privates, even newly joined recruits, showed a desire to do their duty, yea, more than their duty, which would have done credit to seasoned veterans. Too much cannot be said of their courage willingness, and endurance." Close quote. Captain Wygant, who commanded the 2nd Battalion of the regiment, says, quote, "The gallantry and bearing shown by the officers and soldiers of the regiment under this trying ordeal was such that it has every reason to be proud of its record. The losses of the regiment, which are shown by the official records, show the fire they were subjected to. The casualties were greater among the officers than the men, which is accounted for by the fact that the enemy had posted in the trees sharpshooters, whose principal business was to pick them off." Close quote. There is no countenance given in official literature to the absurd notion maintained by some that it was necessary for the officers of black troops to expose themselves unusually in order to lead their troops, and that this fact accounts for excessive losses among them. The fact is that the regular officer's code is such that he is compelled to occupy the place in battle assigned him in the tactics, and no matter how great his cowardice of heart may be, he must go forward until ordered to halt. The penalty of cowardice is something to be dreaded above wounds or even death by some natures. Quote, "Colored troops are brave men when led by white officers." Close quote. Parenthesis, question mark. Close parenthesis. As a matter of fact, there is very little leading of any sort done by officers in battle. The officer's place is in the rear of the firing line, directing, not leading, and it is his right and duty to save his own life if possible, and that of every man in his command, even while seeking to destroy the enemy in obedience to orders. The record of the 24th for bravery was established beyond question when it swept across the open flat and up San Juan Hill on that hot midday of July 1st, 1898. After lying in the trenches until July 15th, the news reached the camp of the 24th that yellow fever had broken out in the army, and that a large hospital and pest house had been established at Siboney. About 4 o'clock that day, an order came to the commanding officer of the regiment directing him to proceed with his regiment to Siboney and report to the medical officer there. The regiment started on its march at 5:30, numbering at that time 8 companies, containing 15 officers and 456 men. Marching on in the night, going through thickets and across streams, the men were heard singing the fine old hymn, quote, "When through the deep waters I call thee to go, the rivers of woe shall not thee o'erflow. For I will be with thee, thy troubles to bless, and sanctify to thee thy deepest distress." Close quote. In view of what was before them, the words were very appropriate. They arrived on the hill at Siboney at 3:30 on the morning of July 16th. Without discussing the graphic story told by correspondents of the highest respectability, describing the regiment as volunteering to a man to nurse the sick and dying at Siboney, we will rather follow the official records of their doings in that fever-stricken place. On arriving at Siboney on the morning of July 16, Sunday, Major Markley, then in command of the regiment, met Colonel Greenleaf of the medical department and informed him that the 24th Infantry was on the ground. Colonel Greenleaf was just leaving the post, but Major Lagarde, his successor, manifested his great pleasure in seeing this form of assistance arrive. Such a scene of misery presented itself to Major Markley's eyes that he, soldier as he was greatly affected, and assured Major Lagarde that he was prepared personally to sink every other consideration and devote himself to giving what assistance he could in caring for the sick, and that he believed his whole regiment would feel as he did when they came to see the situation. In this he was not mistaken. The officers and men of the 24th Infantry did give themselves up to the care of the sick and dying, furnishing all help in their power until their own health and strength gave way, in some instances laying down even their lives in this noble work. On the day of arrival, 70 men were called for to nurse yellow fever patients and do other work about the hospital. More than this number immediately volunteered to enter upon a service which they could well believe meant death to some of them. The camp was so crowded and filthy that the work of cleaning it was begun at once by the men of the 24th, and day by day they labored as their strength would permit in policing the camp, cooking the food for themselves and for the hospital, unloading supplies, taking down and removing tents, and numberless other details of necessary labor. Despite all the care that could be taken under such conditions as were found at Siboney, the yellow fever soon overran the entire camp, and of the 16 officers of the regiment, 1 had died, 2 more were expected to die, 3 were dangerously ill, and 5 more or less so. Out of the whole 16, there were but 3 really fit for duty, and often out of the whole regiment it would be impossible to get 12 men who could go on fatigue duty. Out of the 456 men who marched to Siboney, only 24 escaped sickness, and on one day 241 were down. Those who would recover remained weak and unfit for labor. Silently, without murmuring, did these noble heroes, officers and men, stand at their post ministering to the necessities of their fellow man until the welcome news came that the regiment would be sent north and the hospital closed as soon as possible. On August 8, Major Lagarde, more entitled to the honor of being classed among the heroes of Santiago than some whose opportunities of brilliant display were vastly superior, succumbed to the disease. The fact should be borne in mind that all of these men, officers, soldiers, and surgeons, went upon this pest house duty after the severe labors of assault of July 1 to 2, and the 2 weeks of terrible strain and exposure in the trenches before Santiago, and with the sick and wounded consequent upon these battles and labors. None were strong. On July 16th, the day after the 24th left the trenches, the surrender was made, and on the next morning the final ceremonies of turning over Santiago to the American forces took place, and the soldiers were allowed to come out of their ditches and enter into more comfortable camps. The hardships of the period after the surrender were not much less than those experienced while in the lines. On the 26th of August, the 24th Infantry, having obtained an honorable release from its perilous duty, marched out of Siboney with band playing and colors flying to go on board the transport for Montauk. But of the 456 men who had marched into Siboney, only 198 were able to march out, directed by 9 out of the 15 officers that marched in with them. Altogether there were 11 officers and 289 men who went on board the transport, but all except the number first given were unable to take their places in the ranks. They went on board the steamer Nueces, and coming from an infected camp, no doubt great care was taken that the transport should arrive at its destination in a good condition. Although there was sickness on board, there were no deaths on the passage, and the Nueces arrived in port, quote, "one of the cleanest ships that came to that place," close quote. The official report states that the Nueces arrived at Montauk Point September 2, with 385 troops on board, 28 sick, no deaths on the voyage, and not infected. Worn out by the hard service, the regiment remained a short time at Montauk, and then returned to its former station, Fort Douglas, Utah, leaving its camp at Montauk in such a thoroughly creditable condition as to elicit official remark. While the 24th Infantry had without doubt the hardest service after the surrender of any of the colored regiments, the others were not slumbering at ease. Lying in the trenches almost constantly for 2 weeks, drenched with rains, scorched by the burning sun at times, and chilled by cool nights, subsisting on food not of the best and poorly cooked, cut off from news and kept in suspense, when the surrender finally came, it found our army generally very greatly reduced in vital force. During the period following, from July 16th to about the same date in August, the reaction fell with all its weight upon the troops, rendering them an easy prey to the climatic influences by which they were surrounded. Footnote, quote, "After the surrender, dear chaplain, the real trouble and difficulties began. Such a period from July 14, 1898 to August 14, 1898, was never before known to human beings, I hope. The starving time was nothing to the fever time, where scores died per day. We were not permitted to starve, but had fever and had it bad. Semi-decayed beef, both from refrigerators and from cans. We had plenty of fever, but no clothing until very late. No medicine save a little quinine, which was forced into you all the time, intermittent only with bad meat." Close quote. Extract from a soldier's letter. End footnote. Pernicious malarial fever, bowel troubles, and yellow fever were appearing in all the regiments, and the colored troops appeared as susceptible as their white comrades. The theory had been advanced that they were less susceptible to malarial fever, and in a certain sense this appears to be true, but the experience of our army in Cuba, as well as army statistics published before the Cuban War, do not bear out the popular view of the theory. The best that can be said from the experience of Cuba is to the effect that the blacks may be less liable to yellow fever and may more quickly rally from the effects of malarial fever. These conclusions are, however, by no means well established. The 24th suffered excessively from fevers of both kinds, and in the judgment of the commanding officer of the regiment, quote, effectually showed that colored soldiers were not more immune from Cuban fever than white, close quote. But we must remember that the service of the 24th was exceptional. The 25th Infantry lost but one man during the whole campaign from climatic disease, John A. Lewis, and it is believed that could he have received proper medical care, his life would have been saved. Yet this regiment suffered severely from fever, as did also the 9th and 10th Cavalry. Arriving at Montauk, footnote, while the 25th Infantry was in camp at Chickamauga Park, I was ordered to Xenia, Ohio, on recruiting duty, and on July 5, on seeing the reports of the wounded, I asked officially to be ordered to my regiment. An order to that effect came about a month later, directing me to join my regiment by way of Tampa, Florida. Arriving in Tampa, my destination was changed by telegraph to Montauk Point, New York, whither I arrived a few days before the regiment did. End footnote. Early, the author had the opportunity to see the whole of the Fifth Army Corps disembark on its return from Cuba, and was so impressed with its forlorn appearance that he then wrote of it as coming home on stretchers. Pale, emaciated, weak, and halting they came, with 3,252 sick, and reporting 87 deaths on the voyage. But, as General Wheeler said in his report, quote, "The great bulk of the troops that were at Santiago were by no means well." Close quote. Never before had the people seen an army of stalwart men so suddenly transformed into an army of invalids. And yet, while all the regiments arriving showed the effects of the hardships they had endured, the black regulars, excepting the 24th Infantry, appeared to have slightly the advantage. The arrival of the 10th Cavalry in, quote, "good condition," close quote, was an early cheering item in the stream of suffering and debility landing from the transports. Seeing all of the troops land and remaining at Camp Wickoff until its days were nearly numbered, the writer feels sure that the colored troops arrived from the front in as good condition as the best, and that they recuperated with marked comparative rapidity. The chaplain of the 25th Infantry, while en route to join his regiment at Montauk, thinking seriously over the condition of the men returning from such a hard experience, concluded that nothing would be more grateful to them than a reasonable supply of ripe fruit, fresh from the orchards and fields. He therefore sent a dispatch to the Daily Evening News, published in Bridgeton, New Jersey, asking the citizens of that community to contribute a carload of melons and fruits for the men of the 25th, or for the whole camp if they so wished. Subsequently mentioning the fact to the commanding officer of the regiment, Lieutenant Colonel Daggett, he heartily commended the idea, believing that the fruit would be very beneficial. The good people of Bridgeton took hold of the matter heartily, and in a short time forwarded to the regiment more than 400 of Jersey's finest watermelons, fresh from the vines. These were distributed judiciously, and the health of the men began to improve forthwith. Soon 500 more arrived, sent by a patriotic citizen of Philadelphia. These were also distributed. Ladies of Brooklyn forwarded peaches and vegetables, and supplies of all sorts now were coming in abundance. Our men improved so rapidly as to be the occasion of remark by correspondents of the press. They were spoken of as being apparently in good condition. While engaged in the work of supplying their physical wants, the chaplain was taken to task by a correspondent of Leslie's for being too much concerned in getting a carload of watermelons for his regiment to go over to a graveyard and pray over the dead. The next day the chaplain made haste to go over to that particular graveyard to relieve the country from the crying shame that the correspondent had pointed out, only to find 2 men already there armed with prayer books, and one of them especially so fearful that he would not get a chance to read a prayer over a dead soldier, that the chaplain found it necessary to assure him that the opportunity to pray should not be taken from him, and thus another popular horror was found to be without reality. The colored ladies of Brooklyn organized a Soldiers' Aid Society, and besides contributing in a general way, as already mentioned, also made and presented to the soldiers about 400 homemade pies, which were most highly appreciated. They also prepared a tasty souvenir commemorative of the heroic work performed by the troops in Cuba, and expressive of high appreciation of the gallantry of the colored regiments. A beautiful stand of colors was also procured for the 24th Infantry, which were subsequently presented to the regiment with appropriate ceremonies. At the camp were 3 colored chaplains and 1 colored surgeon, serving with the regular army, and their presence was of great value in the way of accustoming the people at large to beholding colored men as commissioned officers. To none were more attention shown than to these colored men, and there was apparently no desire to infringe upon their rights. Occasionally, a very petty social movement might be made by an insignificant, with a view of humiliating a Negro chaplain, but such efforts usually died without harm to those aimed at, and apparently without special comfort to those who engineered them. The following paragraphs, written while in camp at the time indicated in them, may serve a good purpose by their insertion here, showing as they do the reflections of the writer, as well as in outlining the more important facts associated with that remarkable encampment. Camp Wyckoff and its lessons. Now that the days of this camp are drawing to a close, it is profitable to recall its unique history and gather up some of the lessons it has taught us. Despite all the sensationalism, investigations, testings, experimentation, and general condemnation, the camp at Montauk accomplished what was intended, and was itself a humane and patriotic establishment. It is not for me to say whether a better site might not have been selected, or whether the camp might not have been better managed. I will take it for granted that improvement might have been made in both respects, but our concern is rather with what was than with what, quote, might have been, close quote. To appreciate Camp Wyckoff, we must consider 2 things specially. First, its purpose, and secondly, the short time allowed to prepare it, and then go over the whole subject and properly estimate its extent and the amount of labor involved. The intention of the camp was to afford a place where our troops, returning from Cuba, prostrated with climatic fever, and probably infected with yellow fever, might receive proper medical treatment and care until the diseases were subdued. The site was selected with this in view, and the conditions were admirably suited to such a purpose. Completely isolated, on dry soil, with dry, pure air, cool climate, away from mosquitoes, the camp seemed all that was desired for a great field hospital. Here the sick could come and receive the best that nature had to bestow in the way of respite from the heat, and pure ocean breezes, and, taken all together, the experiences of August and a good part of September have justified the selection of Montauk. While prostrations were occurring elsewhere, the camp was cool and delightful most of the time. As to the preparations, it must be remembered that the recall of the whole army of invasion from Cuba was made in response to a popular demand and as a measure of humanity. "Bring the army home" was the call, and "bring it at once." Such urgency naturally leaps ahead of minor preparations. The soldiers wanted to come. The people wanted them to come, hence the crowding of transports and the lack of comforts on the voyages. Hence the lack of hospital accommodations when the troops began to arrive. Haste almost always brings about such things, but sometimes haste is imperative. This was the case in getting the army out of Cuba and into camp at Montauk in August 98. Haste was pushed to that point where omissions had to occur, and inconvenience and suffering resulted. We must also remember the condition of the men who came to Montauk. About 4,000 were reported as sick before they left Cuba, but roughly speaking there were 10,000 sick men landing in Montauk. Those who were classed as well were, with rare exceptions, both mentally and physically incapable of high effort. It was an invalid army, with nearly one-half of its number seriously sick and suffering. 10,000 sick soldiers were never on our hands before, and the mighty problem was not realized until the transports began to emit their streams of weakness and walking death at Montauk. The preparation was altogether inadequate for such a mass of misery, and for a time all appeared confusion. Then came severe, cruel, merciless criticisms, deserved in some cases no doubt, but certainly not everywhere. The faults, gaps, failures were everywhere to be seen, and it was easy to see and to say what ought to have been done. But the situation at Camp Wickoff from August 15th to September 15th needed more than censure. It needed help. The men who were working for the government in both the medical and commissary departments needed assistance, the former in the way of nurses, and the latter in the way of appropriate food. The censure and exposure indulged in by the press may have contributed to direct the attention of the benevolently disposed to the conditions in the camp. Then came the era of ample help, from Massachusetts, from New York, in a word, from all over the country. The Merchants' Relief Association poured in its thousands of dollars worth of supplies, bringing them to the camp and distributing them generously and wisely. The Women's Patriotic Relief, the Women's War Relief, the International Brotherhood League, and the powerful Red Cross Society all poured in food and comforts for the sick thousands. Besides these great organizations, there were also the spontaneous offerings of the people, many of them generously distributed by the Brooklyn Daily Eagle's active representatives. The tent of that journal was an excellent waymark and a veritable house of the Good Shepherd for many a lost wanderer, as well as a place of comfort, cheer, and rest. The work done was very valuable and highly appreciated. To the medical department came the trained hand of the female nurse. No one who saw these calm-faced, white-hooded sisters, or the cheery-cheeked, white-capped nurses from the schools, could fail to see that they were in the right place. The sick soldier's lot was brightened greatly when the gentle female nurse came to his cot. Woman can never be robbed of her right to nurse. This is one of the lessons taught by the Hispano-American War. This vast army has been handled. No yellow fever has been spread. The general health has been restored. The disabled are mostly housed in hospitals, and many of them are on the road to recovery. Some have died. Some are on furlough, and many have gone to their homes. The regulars are repairing to their stations quite invigorated, and greatly helped in many ways by the kind treatment they have received. Camp Wickoff was not a failure, but a great and successful object lesson, as well as a great summer school in nationalism. Here black, white, and Indian soldiers fraternized. Here Northerners and Southerners served under the same orders. 10,000 soldiers and as many civilians daily attended the best school of its kind ever held in this country, striving to take home to their hearts the lessons that God is teaching the nations. The Reverend Sylvester Malone thus sums up the message of the war to us in his letter to the Committee to Welcome Brooklyn's Soldiers. Quote, "This short war has done so much for America at home and abroad that we must take every soldier to our warmest affection and send him back to peaceful pursuits on the conviction that there is nothing higher in our American life than to have the privilege to cheer and gladden the Marine and the soldier that have left to America her brightest and best page of a great history. This past war must kindle in our souls a love of all the brethren, black as well as white, Catholic as well as Protestant, having but one language, one nationality, and it is to be hoped yet one religion." Close quote. These are true words, as full of patriotism as they are of fraternity, and these are the two special lessons taught at Montauk: a broad, earnest, practical fraternity, and a love of country before which the petty prejudices of race and section were compelled to yield ground. The Young Men's Christian Association in Camp Wickoff. The Young Men's Christian Association has done an excellent work in Camp Wickoff. Their tents have afforded facilities for profitable amusements in the way of quiet games, thus bringing out the use of these games distinct from their abuse, gambling. Their reading tables have also been well supplied with papers and magazines, religious and secular, generally very acceptable to the soldiers, as attested by the numbers that read them. But perhaps best of all has been the provision made for the soldiers to write. Tables, pens, ink, paper, and envelopes have been supplied in abundance. These were of great advantage to soldiers living in tents, and the work of the association in this respect cannot be too highly commended. The specially religious work of the association, as I have seen it, consists of 3 divisions. First, the meetings in their tents, held nightly and on Sundays. These have been vigorously carried on and well attended, the chaplains of the camp often rendering assistance. Secondly, I have noticed the YMCA men visiting the sick in the hospitals and camps, giving the word of exhortation and help to the sick. Perhaps, however, in their work of private conversation with the well men, they have done as much real service for God as in either of the other 2 fields. They have made the acquaintance of many men and have won the respect of the camp. This I have numbered as the 3rd division of their work, personal contact with the soldiers of the camp, at the same time keeping themselves, quote, unspotted from the world. Close quote. B. Quote, the 24th Infantry was ordered down to Siboney to do guard duty. When the regiment reached the yellow fever hospital, it was found to be in a deplorable condition. Men were dying there every hour for the lack of proper nursing. Major Markley, who had commanded the regiment since July 1st, when Colonel Liscombe was wounded, drew his regiment up in line, and Dr. Lagarde, in charge of the hospital, explained the needs of the suffering, at the same time clearly setting forth the danger to men who were not immune of nursing and attending yellow fever patients. Major Markley then said that any man who wished to volunteer to nurse in the yellow fever hospital could step forward. The whole regiment stepped forward. 60 men were selected from the volunteers to nurse, and within 48 hours 42 of these brave fellows were down seriously ill with yellow or pernicious malarial fever. Again the regiment was drawn up in line, and again Major Markley said that nurses were needed, and that any man who wished to do so could volunteer. After the object lesson which the men had received in the last few days of the danger from contagion to which they would be exposed, it was now unnecessary for Dr. Lagarde to again warn the brave blacks of the terrible contagion. When the request for volunteers to replace those who had already fallen in the performance of their dangerous and perfectly optional duty was made again, the regiment stepped forward as one man. When sent down from the trenches, the regiment consisted of 8 companies, averaging about 40 men each. Of the officers and men who remained on duty the 40 days spent in Siboney, only 24 escaped without serious illness, and of this handful not a few succumbed to fevers on the voyage home and after their arrival at Montauk. As a result, 36 died and about 40 were discharged from the regiment, owing to disabilities resulting from sickness which began in the yellow fever hospital." Close quote. Bonsal's Fight for Santiago. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Colored Regulars in the United States Army by Theophilus Gould Steward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Review and Reflections, Part 1. Gallantry of the Black Regulars. Diary of Sergeant Major E. L. Baker, 10th Cavalry. It is time now to sum up the work of the 4 regiments whose careers we have thus far followed, and to examine the grounds upon which the golden opinions they won in battle and siege are based. We have seen that in the first fight, that of Las Guasimas, on June 24th, the 10th Cavalry, especially troops I and B, both with their small arms and with the machine guns belonging to Troop B, did most effective work against the Spanish right, joining with the 1st Cavalry in overcoming that force which was rapidly destroying Roosevelt's Rough Riders. Nor should it be forgotten that in this first fight, Troop B, which did its full share, was commanded on the firing line by Sergeants John Buck and James Thompson. In the squad commanded by Sergeant Thompson, several men of the 1st Regular Cavalry fought, and it is claimed were highly pleased with him as squad commander. While this was the first fight of the men of the 10th Cavalry with the Spaniards, it was by no means their first experience under fire. From the time of the organization of the regiment in 1866 up to within a year of the war, the men had been engaged frequently in conflicts with Indians and marauders, often having men killed and wounded in their ranks. The fights were participated in by small numbers, and the casualties were not numerous, but there were opportunities for the acquirement of skill and the display of gallantry. Altogether, the men of the regiment, during their experience on the plains, engaged in 62 battles and skirmishes. This training had transformed the older men of the regiment into veterans and enabled them to be cool and efficient in their first fight in Cuba. Sergeant Buck, upon whom the command of Troop B chiefly fell after becoming separated from his lieutenant in the Battle of Guasimas, joined the regiment in 1880 and had already passed through 18 years of the kind of service above described. He was at the time of the Cuban War in the prime of life, a magnificent horseman, an experienced scout, and a skilled packer. In 1880, when he joined the regiment, the troops were almost constantly in motion, marching that one year nearly 77,000 miles, his own troop covering 1,242 miles in 1 month. This troop with 4 others made a ride of 65 miles in less than 21 hours, arriving at their destination without the loss of a single horse. In 1893, he was mentioned by the commanding officer of Fort Missoula, Montana, for highly meritorious service, skill, and energy displayed while in charge of a pack train of an expedition across the Bitterroot Mountains, Idaho, during the most inclement weather, in quest of a party of gentlemen lost. Parentheses. Letter of Commanding Officer, Fort Missoula, Montana, February 12, 1894. Close parentheses. Sergeant Buck has also won the Silver Medal for revolver shooting. Sergeant James Thompson joined the regiment in 1888 and has passed the 10 years in the one troop, and proved himself at Las Guasimas a soldier worthy of his regiment. The first battle gave the 10th a reputation in a new field, corresponding to that which it had gained in the West, and this was not allowed to fade during its stay in Cuba. The fame of this first action spread rapidly through the army and inspired the other regiments of colored men with a desire to distinguish themselves on this new field of honor, and their readiness to be to the front and to take prominent part in all service was so marked that opportunity could not be withheld from them. As the army advanced towards Santiago, these regiments became more and more the mark of observation by foreign military men who were present, and by the great throng of correspondents who were the eyes for the people of the civilized world. And hence, when the lines of assault were finally determined, and the infantry and cavalry of our army deployed for its perilous attack upon the Spanish fortifications, the black regiments were in their places, conspicuous by their vigor and enthusiasm. In them were enlisted men whose time of service had expired a few days before, but who had promptly re-enlisted. In at least 2 cases were men who had served their full 30 years and could have retired with honor at the breaking out of the war. They preferred to share the fortunes of their comrades in arms, and it is a comfort to be able to record that the 2 spoken of came home from the fight without a wound and with health unimpaired. How many others there were in the same case in the army is not reported, but the supposition is that there were several such in both the white and colored regiments. Recalling the scenes of that memorable 1st of July, 1898, we can see the 25th Infantry advancing steadily on the stone fort at El Caney, at one time entirely alone, meeting the fire of the fort even up to their last rush forward. Captain Loughborough, who commanded Company B of that regiment, and although his company was in the reserve, was nevertheless under fire, says, quote, "The hardest fighting of the 25th was between 2 and 4 o'clock," close quote, at which time all the other troops of the attacking force, except Bates's brigade, were under cover and remaining stationary, the 25th being the only organization that was advancing. The official reports give the positions of General Chaffee's brigade during the 2 hours between 2 o'clock and 4 of that afternoon as follows. The 7th was under partial cover and remained in its position, quote, until about 4:30 p.m., close quote. The 17th remained with its left joined to the right of the 7th, quote, until the battle was over, close quote. The 12th Infantry was in its shelter within 350 yards of the fort, quote, until about 4 p.m., close quote. Ludlow's brigade was engaged with the town, hence only Miles's brigade, consisting of the 4th and 25th Infantry, was advancing upon the fort. The 4th Infantry was soon checked in its advance, as General Daggett especially notes in his report, and the 25th was thus thrust forward alone, excepting Bates's brigade, which was making its way up the right. The conspicuous advance of the 25th brought that regiment into the view of the world, and established for it a brilliant reputation for skill and courage. Arriving in the very jaws of the fort, the sharpshooters and marksmen of that regiment poured such a deadly fire into the loopholes of the fort that they actually silenced it with their rifles. These men, with the sternness of iron and the skill acquired by long and careful training, impressed their characteristics on the minds of all their beholders. Of the 400 men who went on the field that morning, very few were recruits, and many had passed over 10 years in the service. When they, quote, took the battle formation and advanced to the stone fort more like veterans than troops who had never been under fire, close quote, as their commander reports, they gave to the world a striking exhibition of the effect of military training. In each breast a spirit of bravery had been developed, and their skill in the use of their arms did not for a moment forsake them. They advanced against volleys from the fort and rifle pits in front, and a galling fire from blockhouses, the church tower, and the village on their left. Before a less severe fire than this, on that very day, a regiment of white volunteers had succumbed and was lying utterly demoralized by the roadside. Before this same fire, the 2nd Massachusetts Volunteers were forced to retire. In the face of it, the 25th advanced steadily to its goal. Lieutenant Moss, who commanded Company H on the firing line on that day, has published an account in which he says, quote, the town was protected on the north by 3 blockhouses and the church, on the west by 3 blockhouses, parentheses, and partially by the church, close parentheses, on the east by the stone fort, 1 blockhouse, the church, and 3 rifle pits, on the south and southeast by the stone fort, 3 blockhouses, 1 loopholed house, the church, and 8 rifle pits. However, the 2nd Brigade was sent forward against the southeast of the town, thus being exposed to fire from 14 sources, nearly all of which were in different planes, forming so many tiers of fire. The cover on the south and southeast of the town was no better than, if as good, as that on the other sides. Close quote. The cavalry regiments were no less conspicuous in their gallantry at San Juan than was the 25th Infantry at El Caney. The brilliancy of that remarkable regiment, the Rough Riders, commanded on July 1st by Colonel Roosevelt, was so dazzling that it drew attention away from the ordinary regulars. Yet the 5 regiments of regular cavalry did their duty as thoroughly on that day as did the regiment of volunteers. Footnote. Quote, the 9th and 10th cavalry regiments fought one on either side of mine at Santiago, and I wish no better men beside me in battle than these colored troops showed themselves to be. Later on, when I come to write of the campaign, I shall have much to say about them. Close quote. T. Roosevelt. End footnote. In this body of cavalry troops, where courage was elevated to a degree infringing upon the romantic, the two black regiments took their places, and were fit to be associated in valor with that highly representative regiment. The Inspector General turns aside from mere routine in his report long enough to say, quote, "The courage and conduct of the colored troops and the 1st United States Volunteers seemed always up to the best." Close quote. That these black troopers held no second place in valor is proven by their deeds, and from the testimony of all who observed their conduct, and that they, with the other regulars, were decidedly superior in skill, was recognized by the volunteer colonel himself. The 9th Cavalry, although suffering considerably in that advance on East Hill, involved as it was, more or less, with Roosevelt's regiment, did not receive so large a share of public notice as its sister regiment. The strength of the 9th was but little over 1/2 of that of the 10th, and its movements were so involved with those of the volunteers as to be somewhat obscured by them. The loss also of its commander just as the first position of the enemy fell into our hands was a great misfortune to the regiment. The 9th, however, was with the 1st that mounted the heights, and whatever praise is to be bestowed upon the Rough Riders in that assault is to be distributed in equal degree to the men of that regiment. Being in the leading brigade of the division, this regiment had been firing steadily upon the Spanish works before the charge was ordered, and when the movement began, the men of the 9th advanced so rapidly that they were among the first to reach the crest. The 10th Regiment, with its Hotchkiss guns and its trained men, took its place in the line that morning to add, if possible, further luster to the distinction already won. In crossing the flat, in climbing the heights, and in holding the ridge, these brave men did all that could be expected of them. Roosevelt said, quote, "The colored troops did as well as any soldiers could possibly do," close quote, meaning the colored men of the 9th and 10th Cavalry. To their officers he bestows a meed of praise well deserved, but not on the peculiar ground which he brings forward. He would have the reader believe that it has required special ability and effort to bring these colored men up to the condition of good soldiers, and to induce them to do so well in battle, while the testimony of the officers themselves, and the experience of more than a quarter of a century with colored professional troops, give no countenance to any such theory. The voice of experience is that the colored man is specially apt as a soldier, and general merit declares him always brave in battle. The officers commanding colored troops at Santiago honored themselves in their reports of the battle by giving full credit to the men in the ranks, who by their resolute advance and their cool and accurate firing dislodged an entrenched foe and planted the flag of our Union where had floated the ensign of Spain. That rushing line of dismounted cavalry, so ably directed by Sumner, did not get to its goal without loss. As it swept across the open to reach the heights, it faced a well-directed fire from the Spanish works, and men dropped from the ranks, wounded and dying. Of the officers directing that advance, 35 fell either killed or wounded, and 328 men. These numbers appear small when hastily scanned, or when brought into comparison with the losses in battle during the Civil War. But if we take time to imagine 35 officers lying on the ground, either killed or wounded, and 328 men in the same condition, the carnage will not appear insignificant. Woe enough followed even that one short conflict. It must be observed also that the whole strength of this division was less than 3,000 men, so that about 1 out of every 8 had been struck by shot or shell. Several enlisted men among the colored cavalry displayed high soldierly qualities in this assault, evidencing a willingness to assume the responsibility of command and the ability to lead. Color Sergeant George Berry became conspicuous at once by his brilliant achievement of carrying the colors of 2 regiments, those of his own and of the 3rd Cavalry. The color sergeant of the latter regiment had fallen, and Berry seized the colors and bore them up the hill with his own. The illustrated press gave some attention to this exploit at the time, but no proper recognition of it has yet been made. Sergeant Berry's character as a soldier had been formed long before this event, and his reputation for daring was already well established. He entered the service in 1867, and when he carried that flag up San Juan, was filling out his 31st year in the service. All this time he had passed in the cavalry, and had engaged in many conflicts with hostile Indians and ruffians on our frontiers. Perhaps the most important parts taken by any enlisted men in the cavalry division were those taken by Sergeants Foster and Gibbons. The former was first sergeant of Troop G, and as the troop was making its way to the hill, by some means the Spaniards were able not only to discover them, but also the direction in which they were moving, and to determine their exact range. Sergeant Foster ventured to tell the lieutenant in charge that the course of advance should be changed as they were marching directly into the enemy's guns. Quote, "Silence!" shouted the lieutenant. "Come on, men, follow me." Close quote. Quote, "All right, sir," said the sergeant. "We'll go as far as you will." Close quote. The next instant the lieutenant was shot through the head, leaving Sergeant Foster in command. Immediately the troop was deployed out of the dangerous range, and the sergeant, by the exercise of good judgment, brought his men to the crest of the hill without losing one from his ranks. At the time of this action, Sergeant Foster was a man who would readily command attention. Born in Texas, and a soldier almost continuously since 1875, part of which time had been passed in an infantry regiment, he had acquired valuable experience. In 1888, while serving in the cavalry, he had been complimented in general orders for skill in trailing raiding parties in Arizona. He was a resolute and stalwart soldier, an excellent horseman, and possessed of superior judgment, and with a reputation for valor which none who knew him would question. The return of Troop G, 10th Cavalry, for July 1898, contains the following note. Quote, "Lieutenant Roberts was wounded early in the engagement. Lieutenant Smith was killed about 10:30 a.m. while gallantly leading the troop in the advance line. After Lieutenant Smith fell, the command of the troop devolved upon First Sergeant St. Foster, who displayed remarkable intelligence and ability in handling the troop during the remainder of the day. Sergeant Foster's conduct was such as cannot be excelled for valor during the operations around Santiago. He commanded the troop up the hills of San Juan." Close quote. Sergeant William H. Givens, of Troop D, 10th Cavalry, also commanded in the action against San Juan. His captain, who was wounded 3 times in the fight, being finally disabled before reaching the hill, makes the following report. Quote, Sergeant William H. Givens was with the platoon which I commanded. Whenever I observed him, he was at his post exercising a steadying or encouraging influence upon the men, and conducting himself like the thorough soldier that I have long known him to be. I understand to my great satisfaction that he has been rewarded by an appointment to a lieutenancy in an immune regiment. Close quote. The descriptive list of Sergeant Givens, made on August 4th, 1898, contains these remarks. Quote, commanded his troop with excellent judgment after his captain fell at the Battle of San Juan, July 1, 1898, leading it up the hill to the attack of the blockhouse. Character, a most excellent soldier. Close quote. Footnote. The major commanding the squadron in which Sergeant Givens' troops served writes to the sergeant the following letter. Quote, Sergeant William H. Givens, Troop D, 10th Cavalry, Fort Clark, Texas. Sergeant, when making my report as commander of the 2nd Squadron, 10th U.S. Cavalry, for action of July 1, 1898, at San Juan Hills, I did not mention any enlisted men by name, as I was absent from the regiment at the time of making the report, and without access to records, so that I could not positively identify and name certain men who were conspicuous during the fight. But I recollect finding a detachment of Troop D under your command on the firing line during the afternoon of July 1st. Your service and that of your men at that time was most creditable, and you deserve special credit for having brought your detachment promptly to the firing line when left without a commissioned officer. Theo J. Wint, Lieutenant Colonel, 6th U.S. Cavalry, 2nd Lieutenant, 10th Cavalry. Close quote. True copy. Sergeant Givens may also be called an, quote, old-timer, close quote. He had enlisted in '69 and had passed all that time in hard frontier service. The troop in which he enlisted during the years 1876 to 78 was almost constantly engaged with hostile Indians along the Mexican border, and Sergeant Givens was called upon to take part in numerous scouts in which there were many striking adventures. He was also in that memorable campaign against Victoria, conducted by General Grierson. Sergeant Givens was an ideal soldier and worthy the commendations bestowed upon him by his troop commander and others. Captain Bigelow received his disabling wound about 75 yards from the blockhouse and was taken to the rear under heavy fire by 2 soldiers of the troop by the name of Henderson and Boardman. Lieutenant Kennington, reporting the work of the troop on that morning, says that Corporal J. Walker was probably the first soldier to reach the top of the hill and is believed to have shot the Spaniard who killed Lieutenant Ord. The report containing the above statement is dated July 5, 1898. Since that time, the matter has been fully investigated by Captain Bigelow and the fact ascertained that Corporal Walker did arrive first on the hill and did shoot the Spaniard referred to, and he has been recommended for a Medal of Honor in consequence. The Sergeant Major of the 10th Cavalry, Mr. E. L. Baker, who served with great credit during the Santiago campaign, is a soldier with an excellent record. He was born of French and American parentage in Wyoming and enlisted in the 9th Cavalry as trumpeter in 1882, serving 5 years in that regiment. He then enlisted in the 10th Cavalry and in 1892 became sergeant major. Being desirous of perfecting himself in the cavalry service, he applied for an extended furlough with permission to leave the country, intending to enter a cavalry school in France. In this desire he was heartily endorsed by the officers of his regiment, and was specially commended by General Miles, who knew him as a soldier and who highly appreciated him as such. The breaking out of the Spanish War soon after he had made application prevented a full consideration of his case. In 1897, Sergeant Major Baker published a specially valuable, quote, roster of the non-commissioned officers of the 10th U.S. Cavalry, with some regimental reminiscences, etc., close quote, which has been of marked service in the preparation of the sketches of the enlisted men of his regiment. He contributes the interesting sketch of his experiences in Cuba with his regiment, which follows this chapter, and which will prove to many perhaps the most interesting portion of my book. The 24th Infantry advanced in that line of attack on the extreme left and reached the crest of the San Juan Hills in such numbers as to lead the press correspondents and others to conclude that there were more men of this regiment promptly on the ground than of any other one regiment. It is certain that they made a record for heroism in that assault as bright as any one on the field that day, and this record they raised to a magnificent climax by their subsequent work in the fever hospital at Siboney. For their distinguished service both in the field and in the hospital, the colored ladies of New York honored themselves in presenting the regiment the beautiful stand of colors already mentioned. As these fever-worn veterans arrived at Montauk, they presented a spectacle well fitted to move strong men to tears. In solemn silence they marched from on board the transport Nueces, which had brought them from Cuba, and noiselessly they dragged their weary forms over the sandy roads and up the hill to the distant, quote, detention camp, close quote. 28 of their number were reported sick, but the whole regiment was in ill health. These were the men who had risked their lives and wrecked their health in service for others. 40 days they had stood face to face with death. In their soiled, worn, and faded clothing, with arms uncleaned, emaciated, and with scarce strength enough to make the march before them, as they moved on that hot 2nd of September from the transport to the camp, they appeared more like a funeral procession than heroes returning from the war. And to the credit of our common humanity, it may be recorded that they were greeted, not with plaudits and cheers, but with expressions of real sympathy. Many handkerchiefs were brought into view, not to wave joyous welcome, but to wipe away the tears that came from overflowing hearts. At no time did human nature at Montauk appear to better advantage than in its silent, sympathetic reception of the 24th Infantry. Of these shattered heroes, General Miles had but recently spoken in words well worthy his lofty position and noble manhood as, quote, a regiment of colored troops who, having shared equally in the heroism as well as the sacrifices, is now voluntarily engaged in nursing yellow fever patients and burying the dead, close quote. These men came up to Montauk from great tribulations, which should have washed their robes to a resplendent whiteness in the eyes of the whole people. Great 24th, We thank thee for the glory thou hast given to American soldiery and to the character of the American Negro. Thus these 4 colored regiments took their place on the march, in camp, in assault, and in siege with the flower of the American army, the choice and pick of the American nation, and came off acknowledged as having shared equally in heroism and sacrifices with the other regular regiments so engaged, and deserving of special mention for the exhibition of regard for the welfare of their fellow man. The query is now pertinent as to the return which has been made to these brave men. The question of Ahasuerus, when told of the valuable services of the Jew Mordecai, is the question which the better nature of the whole American people should ask on hearing the general report of the valuable services of the Negro regular in the Spanish War. When Ahasuerus asked, quote, "What honor and dignity hath been done to Mordecai for this?" Close quote. His servants that ministered unto him were compelled to answer, quote, "There is nothing done for him." Close quote. Looking over these 4 regiments at the time of this writing, an answer somewhat similar in force must be returned. That the colored soldier is entitled to honor and dignity must be admitted by all who admire brave deeds, or regard the welfare of the state. The colored soldier, however, was compelled to stand by and see 100 lieutenancies filled in the regular army, many in his own regiments, only to find himself overlooked, and to be forced to feel that his services, however valuable, could not outweigh the demerit of his complexion. The sum total of permanent advantage secured to the colored regular, as such, in that bloody ordeal where brave men gave up their lives for their country's honor, consists of a few certificates of merit entitling the holders to $2 per month additional pay as long as they remain in the service. Nor is this all, or even the worst of the matter. Men who served in the war as first sergeants, and who distinguished themselves in that capacity, have been allowed to go back to their old companies to serve in inferior positions. Notably, this is the case with Sergeant William H. Givens, whose history has been detailed as commanding Troop D, 10th Cavalry, after Captain Bigelow fell, and who heroically led the troop up the hill. He is now serving in his old troop as corporal, his distinction actually having worked his reduction rather than substantial promotion. It must not be inferred from the foregoing, however, that nothing whatever was done in recognition of the gallantry of the colored regulars. Something was done. Cases of individual heroism were so marked and so numerous that they could not be ignored. The men who had so distinguished themselves could not be disposed of by special mention and compliments in orders. Something more substantial was required. Fortunately for such purpose, 4 regiments of colored United States volunteer infantry were then in the course of organization, in which the policy had been established that colored men should be accepted as officers below the grade of captain. Into these regiments the colored men who had won distinction at Santiago were placed, many as second lieutenants, although some were given first lieutenancies. The action of the government was hailed with great delight on the part of the colored Americans generally, and the honors were accepted very gratefully by the soldiers who had won them on the field. Fortunately, as this opening seemed, it turned out very disappointing. It soon became evident that these regiments would be mustered out of the service, as they had proven themselves no more immune, so far as it could be determined from the facts, than other troops. The lieutenants who had been most fortunate in getting their commissions early got about 6 or 7 months' service, and then the dream of their glory departed, and they fell back to the ranks to stand, quote, attention, close quote, to any white man who could muster political influence sufficient to secure a commission. Their day was short, and when they were discharged from the volunteer service, there appeared no future for them as commissioned officers. Their occupation was indeed gone. It was for them a most disappointing and exasperating promotion, resulting in some cases in loss of standing and in financial injury. Their honors were too short-lived and too circumscribed to be much more than a lively tantalization, to be remembered with disgust by those who had worn them. Cruel, indeed, was the prejudice that could dictate such a policy to the brave black men of San Juan. The black heroes, however, were not without sympathy in their misfortune. The good people of the country had still a warm place in their hearts for the colored soldier, despite the sayings of his maligners. The people of Washington, D.C. had an opportunity to testify their appreciation of the 10th Cavalry as that regiment passed through their city on its way to its station in Alabama, and later a portion of it was called to Philadelphia to take part in the Peace Jubilee, and no troops received more generous attention. To express in some lasting form their regard for the regiment and its officers, some patriotic citizens of Philadelphia presented a handsome saber to Captain Charles G. Ayers, who had charge of the detachment which took part in the Peace Jubilee, quote, as a token of their appreciation of the splendid conduct of the regiment in the campaign of Santiago, and of its superb soldierly appearance and good conduct during its attendance at the Jubilee Parade in Philadelphia. Close quote. Likewise, when the 25th Infantry arrived at its station at Fort Logan, Colorado, the people of Denver gave to both officers and men a most cordial reception, and invited them at once to take part in their fall carnival. All over the country there was at that time an unusual degree of good feeling toward the colored soldier who had fought so well, and no one seemed to begrudge him the rest which came to him, or the honors bestowed upon him. This state of feeling did not last. Before the year closed, assiduous efforts were made to poison the public mind toward the black soldier, and history can but record that these efforts were too successful. The 300 colored officers became an object at which both prejudice and jealousy could strike. But to reach them, the reputation of the entire colored contingent must be assailed. This was done with such vehemence and persistency that by the opening of 1899, the good name of the black regular was hidden under the rubbish of reports of misconduct. So much had been said and done, even in Denver, which had poured out its welcome words to the heroes of El Caney, that the ministerial alliance of that city, on February 6, 1899, found it necessary to take up the subject, and that body expressed itself in the unanimous adoption of the following resolutions. Quote, resolutions adopted unanimously by the Ministerial Alliance of Denver, February 6, 1899. Resolved, by the ministerial alliance of the city of Denver, that the attempt made in certain quarters to have the 25th Regiment, United States Infantry, removed from Fort Logan, appears to this body to rest on no just grounds, to be animated, on the contrary, by motives unworthy and discreditable to Denver and the state, and that especially in view of the heroic record of the 25th Regiment, its presence here is an honor to Denver and Colorado, which this alliance would regret to have withdrawn. Footnote. Extract from The Statesman, Denver, after the departure of the 25th Infantry and the arrival of the 34th. 2 policemen killed, the murderer at large, and his comrades of the 34th Regiment busy boasting of their sympathy for him, and extolling his deed to the skies, yet not a single petition has been prepared to have the regiment removed. The 25th Infantry, with its honor undimmed by any such wanton crime, with a record unexcelled by any regiment in the service, was the target for all sorts of criticism and persecution as soon as it arrived. The one is a white regiment, composed of the scum of the earth; the other a black regiment, composed of men who have yet to do one thing of which they should be ashamed. Yet Denver welcomes the one with open arms and salutes with marked favor, while she could barely suffer the other to remain. Had it been a Negro soldier who committed the dastardly deed of Saturday night, the War Department would have been deluged with complaints and requests for removal, but not a word has been said against the 34th. Prejudice and hatred, blacker than the wings of night, has so envenomed the breasts of the people that fairness is out of the question. Be he black, no matter how noble and good, a man must be despised. Be he white, he may commit the foulest of crimes, and yet have his crimes condoned. End footnote. The mustering out of the volunteers about the time this opposition was approaching what appeared to be a climax, causing the removal from the service of the colored officers, appeased the wrath of the demon, and the waves of the storm gradually sank to a peace, gratifying indeed to those who shuddered to see a black man with shoulder straps. As the last Negro officer descended from the platform and honorably laid aside his sword to take his place as a citizen of the Republic, or a private in her armies, that class of our citizenship breathed a sigh of relief. What mattered it to them whether justice were done, whether the army were weakened, whether individuals were wronged? They were relieved from seeing Negroes in officers' uniforms, and that to them is a most gracious portion. The discharge of the volunteers was to them the triumph of their prejudices, and in it they took great comfort, although, as a matter of fact, it was a plain national movement coming about as a logical sequence, entirely independent of their whims or wishes. The injustice to the Negro officer does not lie in his being mustered out of the volunteer service, but in the failure to provide for a recognition of his valor in the nation's permanent military establishment. The departure of the colored man from the volunteer service was the consequent disappearance of the colored military officer, with the single exception of Lieutenant Charles Young of the regular cavalry, had a very depressing effect upon the colored people at large, and called forth from their press and their associations most earnest protests. With a few exceptions, These protests were encouched in respectful language toward the president and his advisers, but the grounds upon which they were based were so fair and just that right-thinking men could not avoid their force. The following resolution, passed by the National Afro-American Council, may be taken as representative of the best form of such remonstrance. Quote, "Resolved, that we are heartily grieved that the President of the United States and those in authority have not from time to time used their high station to voice the best conscience of the nation in regard to mob violence and fair treatment of justly deserving men. It is not right that American citizens should be despoiled of life and liberty, while the nation looks silently on, or that soldiers who, with conspicuous bravery, offered their lives for the country, should have their promotion result in practical dismissal from the army." Close quote. The nation graciously heeded the call of justice, and in the reorganization of the volunteer army, provided for 2 colored regiments, of which all the company officers should be colored men. Under this arrangement, many of the black heroes of Santiago were recalled from the ranks and again restored to the positions they had won. Thus did the nation in part remedy the evil which came in consequence of the discharge of the volunteers, and prove its willingness to do right. Triumphantly did the administration vindicate itself in the eyes of good people, and again did it place its withering disapproval upon the conduct of those who were ready to shout their applause over the worthy black officer's accidental humiliation. The Negro officer disappeared from the United States regiments as a lieutenant only, but he returns to the same, or rather to a higher grade of the same form of regiments, both as lieutenant and captain. How rapid and pronounced has been the evolution! It is true the Negro officer is still a volunteer, but his standing is measurably improved, both because of the fact of his recall, and also because the regiments which he is now entering have some prospect of being incorporated into the regular army. It does not seem probable that the nation can much longer postpone the increase of the standing army, and in this increase it is to be hoped that the American Negro, both as soldier and officer, will receive that full measure of justice of which the formation of the present 2 colored regiments is so conspicuous a part. Diary of E. L. Baker, Sergeant Major, 10th U.S. Cavalry. Appointed First Lieutenant, 9th U.S. Volunteer Infantry, and later Captain of the 49th Volunteer Infantry. Now Lieutenant in Philippine Scouts. A trip from Montana to Cuba with the 10th U.S. Cavalry. April 16, 1898, at 10:45 p.m., telegram was received from Department Headquarters, St. Paul, Minnesota, ordering the regiment to the Department of the Gulf. As every click of the telegraph instrument was expected to announce a rupture in the diplomatic relations between the United States and the Kingdom of Spain, all knew that the mobilization of the Army South meant preparing it for the serious work for which it is maintained. On April 19, we were off for Chickamauga Park. En route, we were heartily greeted. Patriotism was at its height. Every little hamlet, even, had its offerings. To compare the journey with Caesar's March of Triumph would be putting it mildly. We arrived at the historic point April 25. Every movement of our stay there was assiduously devoted to organizing, refitting, and otherwise preparing for the inevitable. Officers were sent to many parts of the country to secure recruits. Many also gave up details and relinquished their leaves of absence to take part in the impending crisis. May 14. We were moved a little nearer the probable theater of operations. On account of some deficiency in water for troops at Tampa, the regiment was stopped at Lakeland, 30 miles this side, where many recruits were received. Troops increased to war strength, and new troops established. Drills and instructions were also constantly followed up. June 6. Orders were received to prepare headquarters, band, and 8 troops dismounted, with trained men only, for service in Cuba. Recruits to be left in camp with horses and property. June 7. We were off for Port Tampa, where the regiment embarked on the steamship Leona that afternoon. June 8. She steamed from the dock. When the expedition seemed to be forming, news was received that the dreaded Spanish fleet was being sighted, evidently lying in wait for army transports. So we steamed back to the pier. Many of the men appeared disappointed at the move, probably not realizing that there was too much water in the Atlantic Ocean for the 5th Army Corps to drink. To my mind, the divine providence surely directed the move, as the delay enabled the force to be swelled several thousand, every one of whom was needed before Santiago. June 14. We steamed out of Tampa Bay amid cheers and music from the 30-odd transports, heavily escorted by naval vessels. Among them were the much-talked-of dynamiter, Vesuvius, and the beautiful little cruiser, Helena. Off Dry Tortugas, that formidable warship, Indiana, joined the fleet. Splendid weather, nothing unusual transpiring, though our transport, which also contained the 1st U.S. Cavalry, had a seemingly close call from being sent to the bottom of the sea, or else being taken in as a prisoner, which the enemy could have done with impunity. Whilst going down the St. Nicholas Channel, in Cuban waters, the vessel was deliberately stopped about midnight, June 16, and left to roll in the trough of the sea until the morning of the 17th, in consequence of which we were put 20 hours behind the fleet and without escort, but almost in sight of the Cuban shores. Men were indignant at having been placed in such a helpless position, and would have thrown the captain of the ship, whom they accused of being a Spanish sympathizer and otherwise disloyal, overboard without ceremony, but for the strong arm of military discipline. We were picked up by the U.S. cruiser Bancroft late in the afternoon, she having been sent in quest of the Jonah of the fleet. Upon approach of the ship there were prolonged cheers from all of Uncle Sam's defenders. The only explanation that I have ever heard for this unpardonable blunder on the part of the ship's crew was that they mistook a signal of a leading vessel. June 20. Land was sighted. June 21. Dispatch boats active, transports circling, Morro Castle pointed out. 3 days' rations issued to each man, no extra impedimenta to be taken ashore. Crew preparing for landing. June 22. As we neared Daiquiri, the designated place for disembarking, flames could be seen reaching almost to the heavens, the town having been fired by the fleeing Spaniards upon the approach of war vessels of Sampson's fleet, who were assembling to bombard the shore and cover our landing. After a fierce fire from these ships, the landing was effected with loss of 2 men of our regiment, who were doubtless crushed to death between the lighters. They were buried next to the place of recovery the next morning. The few half-clothed and hungry-looking natives on shore seemed pleased to see us. Daiquiri, a shipping point of the Spanish-American Iron Company, was mostly deserted. The board houses seemed to have been spared, while the sunburned huts thatched with palm were still smoking. Also the roundhouse, in which there were 2 railroad locomotives, warped and twisted from the heat. The Spanish evidently fired everything they could before evacuating. June 23. At 6 p.m., troops A, B, E, and I left with 4 troops of the 1st U.S. Cavalry and Rough Riders (1st U.S. Volunteer Cavalry) as advance guard of the Army of Invasion on the main road to Santiago de Cuba. About 800 men all told, 3 Hotchkiss guns, manned by 10 cavalrymen, accompanied also by the brigadier commander, General S.M.B. Young, and staff. Note: these troops marched about 13 miles through a drenching rain from 7 to 10 p.m. Bivouacked 1 hour later. On the 24th, after breakfast, took the trail about 5:15 a.m. The vapor from wet clothing rose with the sun, so that you could scarcely recognize a man 10 feet away. About 3½ miles above Siboney, the command was halted. The 1st U.S. Volunteer Cavalry (Rough Riders) sent to the left. Proceeding farther about 1 mile, the main column was split, 1st U.S. Cavalry going to the right, the 10th Cavalry remaining in the center. General Wheeler joined at this point, accompanied by his orderly, Private Queen, Troop A, 10th Cavalry. Disposition of the troops was explained by General Young, who had located his headquarters with the 10th U.S. Cavalry. General Wheeler made his the same. Hotchkiss guns were ordered closed up, magazines filled. The column had proceeded but a short way when the engagement opened in all its fury. Troops were deployed and advanced in the direction from which the bullets were coming the thickest, as rapidly as the formation of the ground would permit, the left of the line touching the right of the Rough Riders. June 24. Headquarters, band, and the remainder of the 1st and 10th U.S. Cavalry were off at 6 a.m. The road was alive with troops, C, D, F, G, colonels and privates alike lugging their rations and bedding beneath that ever-watchful tropical sun, feeling as though they would wilt at every step, the undergrowth being so thick and tall that scarcely any breeze could get to you. On emerging from this thicket, through which we had been marching for several hours, the Sampson fleet could be heard firing on the Spanish batteries on shore. Marines and other troops could be seen crossing the mountains above Altares. This revived the men very much. As we approached Verni Jarabo, Altares, we were met by General Lawton, who informed our colonel that the advance guard was engaged with the Spanish at La Gausima, and that it was very hard pressed. Our pace was quickened. The news appeared to lighten our heavy packs as we toiled to the front to assist our comrades. The roar of the artillery became plainer. Wounded men along the road as well as those played out from the intense heat. Women and children were fleeing to places of safety. Our forces were repairing a railroad engine and track, also tearing up a piece leading to a Spanish blockhouse. In fact, everything seemed to have on an exceedingly warlike tint, but our advance continued as swiftly as our weary feet would allow, which soon brought us to a number of our own comrades conveyed on litters from La Gausima, where our advance guard was tussling hard with the Dons for the honors of the day. Upon arrival of reinforcements, victory had been wrested from the Dons fairly by the advance guard without assistance. Everyone greeted each other as though it had been a year instead of a few hours since parting. The 1st U.S. Cavalry and Rough Riders were unstinted in extolling the fighting qualities of their brothers in arms, the 10th U.S. Cavalry. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Colored Regulars in the United States Army by Theophilus Gould Steward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Review and Reflections. Part 2. The enemy was struck early June 24, entrenched on the heights of La Gausima near Sevilla, on the main road from Daiquiri to the city of Santiago de Cuba. The advance guard was soon hotly engaged with them. After a very desperate fight of over 1 hour, the enemy was driven in confusion from their entrenchments. Our men were too exhausted to follow them. The 10th Cavalry lost 13 killed and wounded. For a while it was a terrific fight, as the enemy was strongly entrenched on the heights, and our men had to climb them subjected to their fire, which was very accurate, and much of it doubtless from machine guns in hands of experienced men. Our men had also to contend with the thickest underbrush, wire fences, (parentheses, the famous military trocas, close parentheses), and Spanish daggers jabbing them inside at every step. For a while the situation was serious. The decisive blow of the attack seems to have been struck at an opportune moment, and the enemy withdrew in confusion. It has been estimated that about 4,000 Spanish were engaged. Everything indicated that they lost heavily. A Santiago paper put it at 240. The writer and the sergeant major of the 1st U.S. Cavalry superintended the digging of one large grave where all the dead of the 2 regiments were interred according to the episcopal service. The Rough Riders, being farther to our left, buried their own. If advantage of position goes for anything, the Spanish should have annihilated the Americans as they approached the stronghold. The command remained on the battlefield until June 26, when it proceeded to Sevilla, an old coffee and sugar plantation, to await the assembling of the army and the placing of the artillery. Our camp at Sevilla was an interesting one in many ways. It was pitched between the main road and a stream of excellent water. From the hill beyond, the Spanish works could be viewed. From the roadside, many acquaintances were seen, also generals, foreign military attachés, troops, artillery, and pack trains. Wheeled transportation seemed entirely out of its place in Cuba. One piece of artillery was noticed with 24 horses tugging away at it. The Cuban army, cavalry and infantry, passed us at this point, which seemed to consist of every male capable of swelling the crowd. Those unable to carry or secure guns had an old knife or machete strapped to them. On June 30, about 4 p.m., shortly after our daily shower, which was a little more severe and much longer than usual, the regiment was put in motion for the front. We had marched about 1,600 yards when the war balloon was seen ascending some distance to our right. As the balloon question was new, everyone almost was stumbling on the man's heels in front, trying to get a peep at this wonderful war machine. After much vexatious delay, narrow road crowded with troops, a pack train came along and added its mite to the congestion, as some of the mules turned their heels on the advancing column when pushed too much. We finally merged into a beautiful lawn, site of the division hospital, where all were as busy as beavers in placing this indispensable adjunct in order. Here the work of July 1 was clearly suggested. Proceeding, wading and rewading streams, we bivouacked beyond the artillery on the heights of El Poso, an old sugar plantation, about 4 miles off, in plain view of the city of Santiago. The lights of the city showed so brightly, the enemy offering no resistance to our advance, I could not help feeling apprehensive of being in a trap. I thought so seriously over the matter that I did not unroll my pack, so as to be ready in an instant. Simply released my slicker, put it on, and lay down where I halted. Early July 1, all the brigade was up, getting breakfast and making as much noise as if on a practice march. The 10th Cavalry did not make any fire until orders were received to that effect. I remarked to my bunkie that we were not going to fight evidently, as the smoke would surely disclose our presence and enable the enemy's artillery to get our range. The whole of Santiago seemed to be decorated with hospital flags. At 6:30, a shell from Capron's battery, U.S. artillery, directed at a blockhouse in El Caney, announced that the battle was on. Then the musketry became general. All stood and watched the doomed village quite a while as the battle progressed. Soon Grice's battery of the U.S. artillery, which was in support, belched forth destruction at the Spanish works of the city, using black powder. The fire was almost immediately returned by the enemy's batteries, who had smokeless. They were shortly located when a fierce duel took place. The Dons were silenced, but not until we had suffered loss. During this fire an aide, Lieutenant William E. Shipp, 10th Cavalry, Brigade Quartermaster, brought orders for us to take position on the left of the 1st U.S. Cavalry. The line extended nearly north and south on a ridge some 3 or 4 miles from the city, where the regiment was exposed to much of the return fire from the enemy's batteries. The men exhibited no special concern and watched the flight of the death messenger as eagerly as if at a horse race. Adjutant Barnum here divided the band and turned it over to the surgeons to assist in caring for the wounded, and directed Saddler Sergeant Smith and myself to accompany the colonel in advance. When Lieutenant Shipp delivered his orders, some of the officers remarked, quote, "You are having a good time riding around here," close quote. He replied that it was no picnic riding among bullets, and that he would prefer being with his troops. After the artillery had ceased firing, the regiment moved to the right, past El Poso, where there were additional signs of the enemy's havoc among our troops, proceeded down the road leading to Santiago. The movement of the regiment was delayed as it approached the San Juan River by an infantry brigade which had halted. The regiment came within range of musket fire about 3/4 or 1/2 mile from the crossing. Upon reaching the ford, the colonel (Baldwin) rode nearly across the stream (closely followed by his regiment), when we were greeted by the Dons with a terrific volley of musketry, soon followed by artillery, which caused us to realize more fully than ever that, quote, "things were coming our way." Orders were given to throw off packs and get cover. In removing his, Sergeant Smith, on my immediate left, was assisted by a Spanish bullet, and an infantry soldier fell as my pack was thrown off to the right. In seeking cover, men simply dropped to the right and left of the road in a prone position. The regiment was here subjected to a terrific converging fire from the blockhouse and entrenchments in front, and the works further to the left and nearer the city. The atmosphere seemed perfectly alive with flying missiles from bursting shells overhead, and rifle bullets which seemed to have an explosive effect. Much fire was probably drawn by the war balloon, which preceded the regiment to a point on the edge of the river, near the ford, where it was held. This balloon undoubtedly rendered excellent service in locating positions of the Spanish works and developing an ambush which had been laid for us. But the poor, ill-fated balloon certainly received many uncomplimentary remarks during our stay in its vicinity. It seemed as though the Spanish regarded the balloon as an evil agent of some kind, and as though every gun, both great and small, was playing on it. I made several trips under it following the colonel, who repeatedly rode up and down the stream, and I would have been fully satisfied to have allowed my mind even to wander back to the gaily lighted ballrooms and festivals left behind only a few months before. While on the last trip under the balloon, a large naval shell exploded, knocking the colonel's hat off, crippling his horse, and injuring the rider slightly in the arm and side, all, of course, in addition to a good sand bath. I then joined the regiment, some rods beyond, then under cover. In crouching down behind a clump of brush, heard someone groan. On looking around, saw Private Marshall struggling in the river wounded. Immediately rushing to his assistance, another of those troublesome shells passed so close as to cause me to feel the heat. It did not stop the effort, however, and the wounded man was placed in safety. The regiment remained in the road only a few moments when it was ordered to take position behind the river bank some yards above the balloon for protection. While moving to that position, and while there, suffered much loss. Why we did not lose heavier may be attributed to the fact that the enemy's musket fire was a trifle high, and their shells timed from 1/2 to 1 second too long, caused them to explode beyond, instead of in front, where the shells would have certainly secured the Don's maximum results, as, after the balloon was cut down, you could scarcely hold your hand up without getting it hit. During the battle, one trooper fell upon a good-sized snake and crushed it to death, and another trooper allowed one of these poisonous reptiles to crawl over him while dodging a volley from the Spanish Mausers. The shrapnel and canister shells, with their exceedingly mournful and groaning sound, seemed to have a more terrific effect than the swift Mauser bullet, which always rendered the same salutation, quote, "Be!" Close quote. The Middern shrapnel shell is better known as the man-killing projectile, and may be regarded as the most dangerous of all projectiles designed for taking human life. It is a shell filled with 200 or 300 bullets, and having a bursting charge, which is ignited by a time fuse, only sufficient to break the base and release the bullets, which then move forward with the velocity it had the time of bursting. Each piece is capable of dealing death to any living thing in its path. In practice firing, it is known where, by one shot, 152 hits were made by a single shrapnel. In another, 215 hits are recorded. Imagine, then, the havoc of a well-directed shrapnel upon a group of men such as is here represented. Capron's battery at El Caney cut down 16 cavalrymen with one shell. After a delay of about 30 minutes, during part of the time the writer, assisted by Sergeant Smith and Mr. T.A. Baldwin, cut all the wire fences possible. Mr. Baldwin was dangerously wounded while so engaged just before the general advance. The regiment merged into open space in plain view of and under the fire of the enemy, and formed line of battle facing toward the blockhouses and strong entrenchments to the north, occupied by the Spanish, and advanced rapidly in this formation under a galling, converging fire from the enemy's artillery and infantry, on the blockhouses and heavy entrenchments to the right front. Many losses occurred before reaching the top of the hill, Lieutenant W. H. Smith being killed while gallantly conducting his troop as it arrived on the crest. Lieutenant W. E. Shipp was killed at about the same instant, shortly after leaving Lieutenant Smith, further to the left and near the pond on the sunken road leading to Santiago. Lieutenant Smith was struck in the head and perished with a single groan. Lieutenant Shipp was hit near the heart. Death must have been almost instantaneous, though it appears he made an effort to make use of his first aid package. Thus the careers of two gallant and efficient officers, whose lives had been so closely associated, were ended. Private Slaughter, who was left in charge of Lieutenant Smith's body, was picked off by the Spanish sharpshooters, and Private Jackson, Lieutenant Shipp's orderly, was left as deaf as a post from a bursting shell. The enemy having been driven back northwest to the second and third blockhouses, new lines were formed and a rapid advance made upon them to the new positions. The regiment assisted in capturing these works from the enemy, and planted 2 sets of colors on them, then took up a position to the north of the second blockhouse. With some changes in position of troops, this line, one of the most advanced, about 300 yards of the enemy, was held, and entrenchments dug under a very heavy and continuous fire from the Spanish entrenchments in front, July 2 and 3. In their retreat from the ridge, the enemy stood not on the order of their going, but fled in disorder like so many sheep from the scene, abandoning a quantity of ammunition, which was fired at them subsequently from our rapid-fire guns. Our men were too exhausted to pursue them, footwear and clothing being soaked by wading rivers. They had become drenched with rain, and when they reached the crest they were about played out, having fought about 12 hours, most of which was under that ever-relentless tropical sun. Throughout the night, work on the entrenchments was pushed, details buried the dead, improvised litters, and conveyed the wounded to hospitals, all of which was prosecuted with that vim for which the regular soldier is characterized. notwithstanding their waterlogged condition. The regiment acted with extraordinary coolness and bravery. It held its position at the ford and moved forward unflinchingly after deployment through the dense underbrush, crossed and recrossed by barbed wire, under heavy and almost plunging fire from the Spanish works, while attacking with small arms an enemy strongly posted in entrenchments and blockhouses, supported by artillery, and who stubbornly contested every inch of ground gained by the American troops. Officers were exceedingly active and tireless in their efforts to inspire and encourage the men. You could hear them call out, quote, "Move right along. The Spaniards can't shoot. They are using blanks." Close quote. One officer deliberately stopped and lit his pipe amid a shower of bullets, and then moved on as unconcerned as if on target practice. The rifle pits occupied by the enemy were entrenchments in reality, dug almost shoulder deep and faced with stone, being constructed without approaches, leaving the only avenue for escape over the parapet, which was equivalent to committing suicide in face of the unerring marksmanship of the United States troops. We were afterward told by a Spanish soldier how they were held in these trenches by an officer stationed at each end with a club, also how they depended on their officers for everything. This may account for the large percentage of our officers picked off by the Doms. I observed during the battle that when spotted by the enemy, delivering orders or busying about such duties as usually indicated someone in authority, the Spanish would fire whole volleys at an individual, this evidently with a view to demoralizing the rank and file by knocking off the officers. The Spanish also tried an old Indian trick to draw our fire, or induce the men to expose themselves, by raising their hats on sticks or rifles, or placing them upon parapets. So when we went to fire, they would aim to catch us as we rose with a terrific volley. The Dons were, however, soon convinced of their folly in this respect, as we always had a volley for the hats and a much stouter one for the enemy as he raised to reply to the volley at the hats. The 10th Cavalry had fought Indians too long in the West to be foiled in that manner. We were annoyed much by the Spanish sharpshooters stationed in tops of the beautiful palms and other trees of dense foliage. A number of these guerrillas were found provided with seats, water, and other necessaries, and I am told some of them had evidently robbed our dead to secure themselves an American uniform, that they might still carry on their nefarious work undetected. Many of the disabled received their second and some their mortal wound while being conveyed from the field by litter-bearers. Though it was the tendency for a time to give the sharpshooter story little or no credence, but to lay the matter to, quote, "spent bullets," close quote, it seemed almost out of the question that, quote, "spent bullets," close quote, should annoy our division hospital some 4 or 5 miles from the Spanish works. It would also seem equally as absurd that a bullet could be trained to turn angles, as several of our men were hit while assembled for transfer to General Hospital and receiving temporary treatment at the dressing station located in an elbow of the San Juan River. The division hospital was so harassed that it was necessary to order 4 troops of the 9th U.S. Cavalry there for guard. While en route to the hospital on the morning of July 2 with wounded, I saw a squad of the 2nd U.S. Cavalry after one of these annoying angels, not 20 feet from the road. On arrival at the hospital, I was told by a comrade that several had been knocked from their stage of action. On July 1, our color sergeant was shot from a tree after our line had passed beneath the tree where he was located. July 3, 3 more fell in response to a volley through the treetops, and on July 14, while waiting the hand to reach the hour for the bombardment of the city, one of the scoundrels deliberately ascended a tree in plain view of, and within 200 yards of, our line. It was a good thing that the white flag for surrender appeared before the hour to commence firing. Otherwise, Spain would have had at least one less to haggle with on account of back pay. To locate a sharpshooter using smokeless powder among the dense tropical growth may be compared with, quote, looking for a needle in a haystack, close quote. The killed and wounded in battle present a scene well calculated to move the most callous. Men shot and lacerated in every conceivable manner. Some are expressionless. Some just as they appeared in life, while others are pinched and drawn and otherwise distorted, portraying agony in her most distressful state. Of the wounded, in their anguish, some are perfectly quiet. Others are heard praying. Some are calling for their mothers, while others are giving out patriotic utterances, urging their comrades on to victory, or bidding them farewell as they pass on to the front. July 1, in passing a wounded comrade, he told me that he could whip the cowardly Spaniard who shot him in a fair fist fight. During the first day's battle, many interesting sights were witnessed. The new caliber .30 Gatling guns were in action. These cruel machines were peppering away several hundred shots each per minute and sweeping their front from right to left, cutting down shrubbery and Spaniards like grain before the reaper. I observed the excellent service of the Hotchkiss mountain gun. They certainly do their work to perfection, and well did the Dons know it. Many shots fired into the, quote, blind ditches and blockhouses, close quote, of the enemy caused them to scatter like rats. These guns use a percussion shell nearly 2 inches and can be packed on mules. They were designed for light service with cavalry on the frontier. 4 of these little beauties were manned by men of the 10th Cavalry. The Spanish made it so hot for the boys that they would have to roll the gun under cover to load and then steal it back to fire. I saw one of our light batteries of artillery go in position under fire at the foot of San Juan Hill. The movement was swiftly and skillfully executed. A most interesting feature of this was to see the caissons, drawn by 6 magnificent horses, off for ammunition. 3 drivers to each outfit, 1 to each pair of horses, all plying the whip at every jump, would remind you of a Roman chariot race coming around on their last heat. Wheeled vehicles of war suffer more than other troops on account of their stationary positions. It is here that the dreaded sharpshooter comes in for glory, by picking off the gunners and other individuals. Pack trains were seen dashing along the line with that always absolutely essential ammunition, thereby gladdening the hearts of the boys who were doing their utmost to expend every round in their belts to gain another foot of Spanish territory. During all these stirring events, the stomachs of the real heroes were not neglected, and most certainly not along our part of the line. pack mules were brought right up to the line under a hot fire, loaded with sugar, coffee, bacon, and hardtack, all of which was in plenty. Some of the mules were killed and wounded, but this did not retard the advance of the train. When near the firing line, someone called, quote, "Whose rations?" Close quote. A prompt reply, quote, "Hungry soldiers." Close quote. The daring horseman was all that was needed to make the situation complete. Without participation of cavalry, the ideal warrior disappears from the scene, and the battle and picture of war is robbed of its most attractive feature. Late in the afternoon, July 1, I was directed to take Saddler Sergeant Smith and bring to the firing line all the men I could find of the regiment. Going to the dressing station, collected those who had brought or assisted wounded there, thence across a portion of the field passed over a few hours previous. Men were found almost exhausted, soaking wet, or a solid mass of mud, resting as comfortably as if in the finest of beds. Many of them had been on picket duty all night before, to which was added the hard day's work not then completed. After locating all I could, we went to the crest of the San Juan Hill, to the left of the sunken road, where the 1st U.S. Cavalry was reforming, and there picked up a few more who had joined that regiment. The 10th Cavalry having in the meantime taken up another position, I set out to find it, going in front, telling Smith to bring up the rear. We were detained a short time near sunken roads by shells from Cervera's fleet, which were falling in it at a lively rate. Barbed wire prevented us from, quote, "running the gauntlet," close quote. Shortly after crossing the road, an officer passed us, his horse pushed to his utmost, telling us to take all the ammunition that we possibly could on the firing line. About that instant, the pack train came thundering by, which we relieved of a few thousand rounds in short order. I was much amused at one of the men who innocently asked, quote, "Where are we to get axes to burst these strong boxes?" Close quote. The job was speedily accomplished before the boxes were on the ground good, and most certainly in less time than it would have taken to explain matters to the inexperienced. We were soon off again, tramping all over the country, through darkness, running into wire entanglements, outposts and pickets, within 50 yards of the enemy, subsequently ascertained, close parentheses. About 11 p.m. found Colonel Roosevelt a few hundred yards from the Spanish lines with some of my regiment, the 1st Cavalry, and Rough Riders at work on trenches where we reported. All seemed glad to have my little reinforcement, about 65 men, and ammunition. I never felt so relieved at anything as I did to get that Herculean task off my hands, a job as hard as working a problem in the 3rd book of Euclid. The men were so tired that they would lie down at every stop to find the right road or the way out of the wire entanglements constantly encountered. I have never seen in a book anything to equal the Spanish wire entanglements. Barbed wire was stretched in every nook and corner, through streams, grass, and from 2 inches to 6 feet in height, and from a corkscrew to a cable in design. It takes the nerve of a circus man to get men along when they are so exhausted that every place feels alike to them, and that they would gladly give away Mr. Jim Hill's fortune if they possessed it, for a few hours' sleep. On arrival at the front, lunch was about over or just ready. Lieutenant E.D. Anderson, parentheses, 10th Cavalry, close parentheses, gave me 2 1/2 hardtacks from his supply, which he carried in his bosom. I was soon down for a little rest. All desultory firing had ceased. The pick and the shovel were the only things to disturb the quietude of that anxious night. Had been down but a short time when aroused by one of the Rough Riders, who had some rice and meat in an ammunition box which he brought from the captured blockhouse. The meat was undoubtedly mule. The longer I chewed it, the larger and more spongy it got, and were it not for the fact that I had had some experience in the same line many years before in Mexico, while in pursuit of hostile Indians, I would certainly have accused our best friends, parentheses, Rough Riders, close parentheses, of feeding us rubber. I made another effort for a little sleep, and was again aroused by someone passing around hardtack, raw bacon, etc., with instructions as to where to go to cook it. I thanked him and carefully laid it aside to resume my nap. At 2:40 a.m. the pickets were having such a lively set to that I thought the general engagement was on. It was at this time I discovered that I was shivering cold, and that my teeth were rattling equal to a telegraph sounder. So under the circumstances, I concluded not to try for any more sleep. The dew was falling thick and heavy. No coat, no blanket, top shirt torn in strips from the brush, and undershirt wet and in my pack, thrown off on coming into battle. Early July 22nd, the artillery took position on our left. Pickets kept up firing from 2:40 a.m. until 5:25, when the engagement became general. Shortly after 6 a.m., our artillery opened on the Spanish works, who promptly returned the compliment. During the firing, the Dons exploded a shell in the muzzle of one of our pieces. Adjutant Barnum fell at 6:30 a.m. His wound was promptly dressed when I started to the division hospital with him. Though seriously hurt, I have never seen a better-natured man. When en route, we laid him down to eat a can of salmon found in the road. In response to his query, quote, "What's up, Sergeant?" close quote, the salmon was passed him. He helped himself, no further questions were asked, and the journey was resumed. On arrival at the hospital, he was quickly examined and placed on a comfortable cot. Many of the attendants were completely played out from overwork. A visit to a field hospital will have a lasting place in your memory. Every way you turn, amid the cries and groans, you get a beck or call to ease this, or hand me that, and one feels badly because of his inability to extend them material aid in their sufferings. On returning to the front, I found the regiment as hotly engaged as when I left it some hours before. As the fighting was from trenches, many of our men were wounded by shells. Sharpshooters were on hand as usual. I was sent to the captain of Troop E, under the crest of the hill, with orders to dig an approach to one of the enemy's trenches, evacuated the day before. Also to bury some of their dead. While delivering the order, it being necessary to get very close on account of the noise, one of those ever-vigilant sharpshooters put a bullet between our faces. The captain asked me to cut the wire fence so his troops could get through more rapidly. While telling me, another bullet passed so close as to disturb the captain's mustache. He took it good-naturedly, only remarking as he smiled, quote, "Pretty close, Sergeant Major." Close quote. Firing ceased about 8 p.m. After all had had supper, we changed position further to the right, where work on trenches was resumed. About 10:30 p.m., the Spaniards made an attack upon our lines, and I have never before or since seen such terrific firing. The whole American line, which almost encircled the city, was a solid mass of flame. The enemy's artillery replied, also their much-praised, quote, "Mausers," close quote, but to no avail. They had opened the ball, but Uncle Sam's boys did not feel like yielding 1 inch of the territory so dearly bought. About midnight all hands were aroused by the dynamite cruiser Vesuvius, quote, "coughing," close quote, for the Dons. The roar was so great that it seemed to shake the whole island. To the uninitiated, it would appear that someone had taken a few mountains several miles up in a balloon and thrown them down. July 3. Firing by pickets commenced very early and quite heavy at 5:40 a.m. Terrific cannonading to the seaward was heard between 9 and 10 a.m. As there was some talk of the enemy making a sortie, all eyes were open. Dirt began falling in the pits from the jar. Bells could be heard tolling in the city, and steam whistles in the harbor. There was much speculation as to what was in progress. I'll say that there were many glad hearts when the news reached us that Sampson's fleet was king of the seas. At 12 m, all firing was ordered off, for flag of truce to enter the Spanish lines. When the order for cease firing was given, one of the troopers laid his gun upon the parapet and remarked that he, quote, "would not take $2,000 for his experience, but did not want a cent more." Close quote. Work on bomb-proofs and breastworks was continued incessantly until news of the surrender reached us. July 4. Flag of truce all day. National and regimental colors placed on parapets. At noon the regiment paraded, and all hearts cheered by the patriotic telegram of the Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency, President McKinley. Refugees in droves could be seen leaving for several days, notice of bombardment having been served on the city. July 5. There was much excitement when Lieutenant Hobson and party crossed our lines. During truce, the monotony was broken occasionally by the presence of Spanish soldiers in quest of something to eat or desiring to surrender. Truce was off July 10 at 4 p.m. Bombardment of the city commenced by the Army and Navy combined, which continued until 2 p.m. 11th. Gatling, dynamite, rapid firing, and Hotchkiss guns were so well trained that the Dons scarcely dared to raise their heads, and their firing was soon silenced. During the attack, our part of the line suffered no loss. While occupying these works, it was discovered that the gun of the enemy that annoyed us most was quite near a large building covered with Red Cross flags. During the truce, all of our dead were located and buried. It was sad indeed to see the vultures swarming like flies when we knew so well their prey. Though prepared to, several times, no shots were exchanged after July 11, and all was quiet until date of capitulation. The hardest rain ever witnessed, accompanied by terrific thunder and lightning, was on the last day of the engagement. Trenches were flooded and everything appeared as a sea. July 17, at 9 a.m., the regiment, with the remainder of the army, was assembled over the trenches to witness the formal surrender of General Toral with the Spanish forces. Owing to the dense tropical growth and its similarity in color to their clothing, little or nothing could be seen beyond the straw hats of the Dons as they marched through the jungles. At 12 m., we were again placed in the same position to salute, quote, Old Glory, close quote, as she ascended over the governor's palace in the city, which was tolled by Capron's battery U.S. artillery. At the first shot, every individual tested his lungs to their fullest capacity, bands of music playing national airs. Spanish soldiers were soon over our lines, trading off swords, wine, cigarettes, and trinkets for hardtack and bacon. This soon ended, as there were positive orders against our fraternizing. The Spaniards were a fine-looking lot of young men, though generally small in stature, and were very neat and clean, considering. The officers were an intelligent and dignified-looking set. The Dons were away ahead on ammunition and away behind on eatables. A few musty hardtack thrown in our trenches were devoured like so much fresh beef by so many hungry wolves. Campaigning in the tropics entails many hardships, though unavoidable and only to be expected in war. War is horrible in any aspect in which it may be viewed. Even those features of it intended to be merciful are full of harshness and rigor, and after all, fighting is the easiest part. As the capitulation was complete, and Santiago was ours, we were ordered to change camp to a more healthful locality, with a view to allowing the men to recuperate. While en route, many refugees were met returning to the city, men and women, with the scantiest clothing imaginable, large children even worse, in a nude state. All were making signs for something to eat. In passing through El Caney, filth of all descriptions was piled up in the streets. Stock was seen standing inside dwellings with occupants. Young and old were emaciated, walking skeletons, children with stomachs bloated to thrice their natural size, due to the unsanitary conditions of the huts, so I was informed. The bare facts are that, quote, half has never been told, close quote, regarding the true condition of the Cubans, and it is truly a godsend that, quote, Uncle Sam, close quote, was not delayed another day in letting the Dons breathe a little of nature's sweetest fragrance of the 19th century, civilization. The portion of the island I saw appears to be a beautiful park, deserted and laid waste by the lavish application of the torch for many years. Magnificent mansions or dwellings in ruins, habitation scant, except near towns. There were no domestic animals, except a few for saddle purposes, nor were there crops to be seen. No use whatever appears to have been made of the luxuriant pasturage and rich fields. Sugar houses and sheds on plantations are in a state of decay, and the huge kettles for boiling deeply coated with rust. The climate of Cuba offers all the essentials, heat, moisture, and organic matter, for the development of germ life in its most active form. The great heat and moisture, so excellent for the development of infected wounds and for the rapid decomposing of the heavy undergrowth, cannot, I believe, be exceeded anywhere. The frequent tropical showers, invariably followed by a hot steam, along with which germs seem to float, the consequent exposure of the men to that glaring heat and moisture lowered the general tone of the system so that they were especially liable to attacks of miasmatic diseases (malarial and typhoid fevers and dysentery). Owing to the dense humidity, clothing does not dry so long as it remains on the person, but must be removed, a condition that was absolutely impossible for many days on the field before Santiago. To this alone, much of our sickness may be attributed. Our new camp, pitched on the eminence of El Caney, about 1½ miles from the village, overlooking the city and bay of Santiago, with its excellent water, shade, grass, and increased comforts, which were daily shipped from our transports, presented a scene far more conciliatory than had been witnessed about the 10th horse for many days. Medals of honor and certificates of merit granted to colored soldiers for distinguished services in the Cuban campaign. Official. Medals of honor. Column headings: name, rank, regiment, troop or company. Remarks. Bell, Dennis. Private, 10th Cavalry, Troop H. Lee, Fitz. Private, 10th Cavalry, Troop M. Tompkins, William H. Private, 10th Cavalry, Troop M. Wanton, George H. Private, 10th Cavalry, Troop M. For gallantry in action at Tayabacoa, Cuba, June 30, 1898. Certificates of merit. Column headings: name, rank, regiment, troop or company. Remarks. Bates, James. Private, 9th Cavalry, Troop H. Crosby, Scott. Private, 24th Infantry, Company A. Davis, Edward. Private, 9th Cavalry, Troop H. Elliott, J. Sergeant, 10th Cavalry, Troop D. Fassett, Benjamin. Sergeant, 10th Cavalry, Troop E. Gaither, O. Quartermaster Sergeant, 10th Cavalry, Troop B. Goff, G.W. Sergeant, 9th Cavalry, Troop B. Graham, J. Sergeant, 10th Cavalry, Troop E. Hagan, Abram. Corporal, 24th Infantry, Company G. Herbert, H.T. Corporal, 10th Cavalry, Troop E. Houston, Adam. 1st Sergeant, 10th Cavalry, Troop C. Jackson, J. 1st Sergeant, 9th Cavalry, Troop C. Jackson, Elisha. Sergeant, 9th Cavalry, Troop H. Jackson, Peter. Corporal, 24th Infantry, Company G. Jefferson, C.W. 1st Sergeant, 9th Cavalry, Troop B. McCoon, P. 1st Sergeant, 10th Cavalry, Troop E. Moore, Loney, Private, 24th Infantry, Company A. Oden, Oscar, Musician, 10th Cavalry. Payne, William, Sergeant, 10th Cavalry, Troop E. Pumphrey, George W., Corporal, 9th Cavalry, Troop H. Satchel, James, Sergeant, 24th Infantry, Company A. Smith, L., Private, 10th Cavalry, Troop D. Thornton, William, Corporal, 24th Infantry, Company G. Walker, J., Corporal, 10th Cavalry, Troop D. Williams, John T., Sergeant, 24th Infantry, Company G. Williams, R., Corporal, 24th Infantry, Company B. Besides the certificates of merit and medals of honor mentioned above, and the promotions to commissions in the volunteer services, there were some instances of promotion to non-commissioned officers' positions of men in the ranks or junior grade for conspicuous gallantry. Notably among such were Benjamin F. Sayre, of the 24th, promoted to sergeant major for gallantry at San Juan, and Private James W. Peniston, of the 10th Cavalry, promoted to squadron sergeant major for conspicuous bravery at Las Guasimas. Others there may be whose names are not available at this time. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Colored Regulars in the United States Army by Theophilus Gould Steward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Colored Volunteers. The 9th Ohio Battalion, 8th Illinois, 23rd Kansas, 3rd North Carolina, 6th Virginia, 3rd Alabama, the Immunes. The return of the Army and the repatriation of the Spanish Army from Cuba brought before the country for immediate solution the problem of garrisoning that island, and in a very short time the question of similar nature regarding Puerto Rico. 10 regiments of Immunes had been organized in the volunteer service partly in anticipation of such a situation. 4 of these regiments were composed of colored enlisted men. The regiments were classed as United States Volunteer Infantry and were numbered from 1 to 10, the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th being colored. Of these 4 colored regiments, the officers above first lieutenants were white men, except the chaplains, and, in some cases, the surgeons. Very little care had been taken in enlisting the men, as it was important to get the regiments in the field as soon as possible. Yet of them as a whole, General Breckinridge, Inspector General, speaks as follows, quote, "The colored regiments of Immunes, so called, raised for this war, have turned out, so far as can be judged from their camp life, parentheses, as none of them have been in any actual campaign, close parentheses, very satisfactory. The regular colored regiments won golden opinions in battle. The experiment of having so many colored officers has not yet shown its full results. Certainly we should have the best obtainable officers for our volunteers, and therefore some such men as Colonel Young, who is a graduate of the Military Academy at West Point, whether white or black, must be sought for." Close quote. Besides these 4 colored regiments of immunes, so-called, there were other state organizations composed entirely of colored men mustered into the United States service, as, for example, the 9th Battalion of the Ohio National Guard. This organization was composed of 4 companies, with colored captains and lieutenants, the staff officers also being colored, the commanding officer of the battalion being Major Young, who was a first lieutenant in the regular army, a graduate from the military academy, and an officer of experience. He is the person referred to as Colonel Young by General Breckinridge, cited just above. This battalion, although not permitted to do any active campaigning, maintained itself well in that most trying of all duties for raw troops, camp duty, winning a good record in the South as well as in the North, having been stationed in Virginia, Pennsylvania, and lastly in South Carolina, from which latter place it was mustered out, and the men proceeded to their homes in an orderly manner, reflecting credit upon themselves and the officers under whom they had served. This organization is mentioned first because it was the only one of its kind commanded by a regular army officer and a man who had received scientific military training. Footnote. See, quote, Outline History of the 9th, parentheses, Separate, close parentheses, Battalion, Ohio Volunteer Infantry, close quote, by the Battalion Adjutant, Lieutenant Nelson Ballard, following the close of this chapter. End footnote. 2 of these volunteer regiments, the 8th Illinois and the 23rd Kansas, reached Cuba and made history there in garrison service, coming into direct contact with the 9th Immunes, and in no sense suffering in comparison thereto. The 8th Illinois being the first to go to the front, in a sense deserves to be noticed here first. This remarkable regiment was developed out of the 9th Battalion, Illinois National Guard, and owes its origin to the persistent efforts of Messrs. John R. Marshall, Robert R. Jackson, Franklin Dennison, E. H. Wright, Reverend R. C. Ransom, Reverend J. W. Thomas, S. B. Turner, and doubtless many others whose names do not appear. These gentlemen called upon the governor of their state the next day after the president had issued his call for 175,000 volunteers, and received from that official the assurance that if another call should be made, they should have the opportunity to recruit their battalion to a regiment, and that he would, quote, call that regiment first into the service, close quote, and, quote, that every officer in that regiment will be a colored man, close quote. After receiving this encouragement, the leaders began at once the work of organizing and recruiting, and when the second call came, May 25th, the regiment was well under way and soon ready to go into camp to prepare for service. On June 30th, it assembled in Springfield from the following places: 700 men from Chicago, 120 from Cairo, a full company from Quincy, and smaller numbers from Mound City, Metropolis, and Litchfield, and nearly a company from Springfield. The regiment was sworn in during the latter half of July, the muster roll showing 1,195 men and 46 officers, every one of whom was of African descent, except one private in a Chicago company. Of these 46 officers, 10 had received college education, 6 were lawyers, and the others were educated in the public schools or had served in the regular army as non-commissioned officers. Many of them were directly from Illinois, that is, in the sense of having been born and reared in the state, and were fully accustomed to the full exercise of their rights as men and citizens. In character and intelligence, the official element of the Eighth was about up to the standard of the volunteer army, as events subsequently proved. Going into camp with the Ninth, White, this latter regiment, early in August, received an order to move to a southern camp en route for Cuba, leaving the Eighth behind, greatly to the chagrin of both officers and men. Governor Tanner was evidently disturbed by this move, and expressed himself in the following language, quote, "Even from the very doors of the White House have I received letters asking and advising me not to officer this regiment with colored men, but I promised to do so, and I have done it. I shall never rest until I see this regiment, my regiment, on the soil of Cuba, battling for the right and for its kinsmen." Close quote. Later, the misfortunes of the 1st Illinois proved the opportunity of the 8th. This regiment was in Cuba, suffering terribly with the fever, the men going down under its effects so rapidly that the colonel in command implored Governor Tanner, quote, "to use all influence at Washington to secure the immediate recall of the 1st Illinois." Close quote. When the governor received this message, he sent for Colonel Marshall of the 8th, and asked him to ascertain the sentiments of the officers and men of his regiment in regard to being sent to relieve the 1st. On the 4th day of August, Colonel Marshall was able to send to Washington the following dispatch, quote, "H.C. Corbin, Adjutant General. I called the officers of the 8th Illinois, colored, in conference, and they are unanimously and enthusiastically in favor of being sent to relieve the 1st Illinois at Santiago." Close quote. To this hearty dispatch came the following reply, quote, "The Secretary of War appreciates very much the offer of the 8th Illinois Volunteer Infantry for duty in Santiago, and has directed that the regiment be sent there by steamer Yale, leaving New York next Tuesday. The main trouble with our troops now in Cuba is that they are suffering from exhaustion and exposure incident to one of the most trying campaigns to which soldiers have ever been subjected. H.C. Corbin, Adjutant General." Close quote. This action on the part of the regiment is said to have so pleased the President that on hearing it, he declared it was the proudest moment of his life. On the 9th of August, the regiment left Springfield, and in passing through Illinois and Ohio, was greeted with the most generous enthusiasm, the people supplying the men with free lunches at every station. This was the period when the sympathy of the whole country was turned toward the colored soldier in consequence of the reports of valor and heroism that had been circulated concerning the black regulars. On the afternoon of the 11th, the Yale cast off her lines, and with the first American Negro regiment that the world has ever seen, steamed out of New York harbor amid the ringing of bells and shrieks of steam whistles, and 4 days later, August 15, landed in Cuba. The regiment remained in Cuba until March 10, performing garrison duty so well that General Breckinridge said it was, quote, "as fine a volunteer regiment as was ever mustered into the service," close quote, and that it was, quote, "a shame to muster out of service such an excellent regiment," close quote. The 23rd Kansas, made up in that state and officered as was the 8th Illinois, by men of the same race with the enlisted men, arrived in Cuba August 30, and in company with the 8th Illinois Regiment, was stationed in the country about San Luis, with headquarters at that place. Colonel Marshall of the Illinois Regiment served as commander of the post and also as governor of the province of San Luis. A detachment of the Illinois Regiment, under command of Major Jackson, was sent to Palma Soriana and did excellent work there in the preservation of order between the Cubans and the Spaniards, who were living together in that place in outward peace, but in secret, resentful hostility. Major Jackson managed affairs so well that both parties came to admire him, and when he was called away, expressed their regret. Captain Roots, who commanded the post after the departure of Major Jackson, was equally fortunate, especially with the Cubans, and when it was thought his command was to be removed, the citizens generally united in a petition to the general commanding, asking that both the captain and his command might remain in the city. The fact is also noted by the chroniclers of the regiment that several marriages took place in Palma Soriana between soldiers of the 8th Illinois and Cuban maidens. The 8th Regiment was finally settled in San Luis, occupying the old Spanish barracks and arsenal, and under Colonel Marshall's supervision the city was put in a fine sanitary condition, streets and yards being carefully policed. Meanwhile, under the reign of order and peace which the colonel's just methods established, confidence prevailed, business revived, and the stagnation which had so long hung like a fog over the little city departed, and in its stead came an era of bustling activity. All was peaceful and prosperous, both with the citizens and the garrison, until the 9th United States Volunteers came in the vicinity. Then a difficulty sprang up in which both regiments became involved, although it was in no sense serious, but it afforded a pretext for the removal of the 8th Illinois from the city. The event turned out all the better for the 8th, as it enabled them to establish Camp Marshall, about 3 miles from the city, in a healthy neighborhood, where they remained until ordered home to be mustered out. The regiment came back to Chicago in fine condition, and was tendered an enthusiastic welcome by that great city. Thus 2 entire regiments represented the country abroad in this, its first foreign war with a European power. It should also be recorded that although the 9th United States Volunteers was composed of persons who were classed as immune, and had come chiefly from Louisiana, and notwithstanding that the officers of the regiment above lieutenants were white men, and the colonel an officer of the regular army of long experience, and was specially praised by so good a sanitarian as General Wood for having been constant and untiring in his efforts to look after the welfare of his men, and that the surgeons of the regiment were white men, that deaths among the colored men numbered 1 officer and 73 enlisted men. In striking contrast with this record of the immune regiment is that of the 8th Illinois, which was made up entirely of residents of that state and officered throughout by colored men. Its medical officers were men of high character, and its losses by death were just 20, or but little over 1/4 of the number that occurred in the immune regiment. An efficient auxiliary society to this regiment was formed of colored ladies of Chicago, who forwarded to the sick in Cuba more than $600 worth of well-chosen supplies, which did much for the comfort of those in the hospital. but this would not account for the great difference in the death rate of the two regiments. Though not immune, the 8th Illinois fared very much better than the so-called immune regiment, although the latter had the benefit of white officers. The experience of the 23rd Kansas did not differ in any important respect from that of the 8th Illinois. Both regiments returned to their homes in March 1899 and were mustered out of the service, leaving behind them good records for efficiency. The 6th Virginia Regiment consisted of 8 companies and was under command of Lieutenant Colonel Richard C. Croxton of the regular army, white, with Majors J. B. Johnson and W. H. Johnson, colored. It was mustered into service during the latter part of the summer and went into camp near Knoxville, Tennessee. Here an order came from Corps Headquarters at Lexington, Kentucky, directing that 9 of the officers, including 1 major, should appear before a board of examiners in order to give evidence of their fitness to command. The officers named, regarding this as uncalled for, immediately tendered their resignations. The vacancies thus created were filled by the governor of the state, the appointees being white men. These white officers, on arriving at the camp and finding themselves unwelcome, immediately followed in the wake of their colored predecessors and tendered their resignations. The difficulties arising from this friction were somehow adjusted, but in what manner the reports available at this time do not show. Moving to Macon, Georgia, the regiment remained in the service until some time in the winter, when it was mustered out. Much was said by the local papers to the detriment of the men composing this regiment, but viewing their action from the standpoint of the civilian and citizen, it does not appear reprehensible. They had volunteered with the understanding that their own officers with whom they were well acquainted, and in whose friendship they held a place, should command them. And when they saw these officers displaced, and white strangers put in their stead, they felt a pardonable indignation, and took their own way of expressing it. As soldiers, their conduct in resisting authority cannot be commended. The 3rd North Carolina Volunteer Infantry was organized as were the regiments of Illinois and Kansas above described. The officers of the North Carolina Regiment were all colored men of that state and were men of character and note. Its commanding officer, Colonel Young, had held responsible positions under both state and national governments, and had been editor of a paper and member of the state legislature and major in the state militia. In character, he was above reproach, being a strict teetotaler and not even using tobacco. The regiment made a good record, but did not see any active service. A peculiar regiment was organized in Alabama, known as the 3rd Alabama Volunteer Infantry, in which the enlisted men were all colored and the officers all white. The regiment saw no service and attracted no attention outside of its immediate locality. 2 companies of colored men with colored captains were also mustered into the United States service from Indiana, and finally attached to Colonel Huggins's command, although not becoming a part of his regiment, the 8th Immunes. They were stationed at Fort Thomas, Kentucky, and at Chickamauga, and were mustered out early. Their officers were men of intelligence who had acquired experience by several years' service in the militia, and the companies were exceptionally well drilled. They were designated Companies A and B and were commanded by Captains Porter and Buckner, with Lieutenant Thomas as quartermaster. The organization of the 4 immune regiments already mentioned gave opportunity for 96 colored men to obtain commissions as lieutenants. A few of these positions were seized upon by influential young white men who held them, but with no intention of ever serving in the regiments, as they found staff positions much more congenial to their tastes. The colored men who were appointed lieutenants in these regiments were generally either young men of ability and influence who had assisted in getting up their companies, and who in many cases had received some elementary military instruction as cadets in school, or men who had distinguished themselves by efficiency or gallantry in the regular army. Some exceptions there were, of course, and a few received commissions in consequence of personal friendship and political considerations. Before these regiments were mustered out of the service, about 1/2 of the lieutenants were men from the regular army. I am sure the reader will be pleased to learn that Sergeants Foster, Buck, and Givens, whose deeds in Cuba have already been related, were rewarded with commissions, and that the gallant Thomas C. Butler, who rushed forward from his company's line and seized the Spanish standard at El Caney, was afterward permitted to serve in Cuba with the rank of a commissioned officer. Besides those named above, there were others also of marked ability and very respectable attainments, who received commissions on general merit as well as for gallantry. Chief among the class promoted for efficiency was First Lieutenant James R. Gillespie, formerly post-quartermaster sergeant. Gillespie had served several years in the 10th Cavalry and had proved himself an excellent soldier. Both in horsemanship and as a marksman, he was up to the standard, while his character and business qualifications were such as to secure for him a staff position of responsibility. As quartermaster sergeant, he held positions of important posts and filled them with great satisfaction. Because of his efficiency as a soldier, he was given a commission as first lieutenant and executed the duties of his office with the same ability that had marked his career as an enlisted man. From the 10th Cavalry also came First Lieutenant Baker, whose commission was a tribute to his fidelity and efficiency. A soldier of high type, he bore his commission and its honors as worthily as any son of our republic. In the same category must be placed First Lieutenant William McBriar, formerly sergeant in the 25th Infantry. McBriar had served in the 10th Cavalry and had won a Medal of Honor in conflict with the Indians. He was a soldier distinguished by strength of character, prompt executiveness, quick decision, and courage. He was also possessed of considerable literary skill, was a good speaker and attractive writer, and a man of fine parts. He was a valuable acquisition to the volunteer service and would have made a fine captain. Of the colored sergeants from the regular army who were given commissions in the volunteer service, it would not be extravagant to say that all were men of worth, well tried in the service, and there was scarcely one of them but could have successfully commanded a company. Lieutenant A.J. Smith, formerly first sergeant in the 25th Infantry, was so well informed in the paperwork of the army, and in company administration particularly, that he was regarded as an authority, and he was so well experienced in the whole life of a soldier, in camp, field, garrison, and in battle, that it would have been difficult to find his superior in the army. To the credit of all the enlisted men of the regular army referred to, who received commissions in the volunteer service, all served honorably and were mustered out without bringing any scandal of any sort upon the service. The colored volunteers in the service acquitted themselves as well as the average volunteer, and when mustered out proceeded to their homes about as others did. The treatment accorded to them in some of the southern cities, especially in Nashville, Tennessee, did not speak well for the loyalty of that section, nor was it such as might reasonably be expected from a people who had fared so well in the offices and honors of the short war. From the best sources available, it seems incumbent to say that many charges alleged against the colored volunteers for excessive rioting and disorder were without proper foundation, and the assaults made upon them unjustifiable and cruel. The spirit of the assailants is best seen from a description of the attack made upon the unarmed discharged soldiers of the 8th Immuners in Nashville, already alluded to. This description was made by the sheriff who participated in the brutality. An officer who was on the train, and who was asleep at the time, when aroused went into the car where the men were, and found that they had been beaten and robbed. In some instances their discharges taken from them and torn up, and their weapons and money taken from them by citizens. It was about 1:00 a.m., and the men were generally asleep when attacked. The sheriff gloats over it in language which ought not to be allowed to disappear. Quote, "It was the best piece of work I ever witnessed. The police went to the depot, not armed with the regulation, quote, billy, close quote, but carrying stout hickory clubs about 2 1/2 feet long. Their idea was that a mahogany or lignum vitae billy was too costly a weapon to be broken over a Negro's head. The police were on board the train before it stopped even, and the way they went for the Negroes was inspiring. The police tolerated no impudence, much less rowdyism, from the Negroes, and if a darky even looked mad, it was enough for some policeman to bend his club double over his head. In fact, after the police finished with them, they were the meekest, mildest, most polite set of colored men I ever saw." Close quote. This language is respectfully dedicated to the memory of the proud city of Nashville, and presents to the readers the portrait of her police. Despite this vile treatment, the colored soldier went on to his home, ready again to respond to his country's call and to rally to the defense of his country's flag, and, incidentally, to the preservation of the lives and homes of the misguided, heartless beings who can delight in his sufferings. The hickory club belongs to one sort of warrior, the rifle to quite another. The club and rifle represent different grades of civilization. The Negro has left the club. The language from Nashville does honor to the club. Billy and bully are the theme of this officer of the law, and for a, quote, darky even to look mad, close quote, is ample justification for, quote, some policeman to bend his club double over his head, close quote. Were these policemen rioters, or were they conservators of the peace? Judge ye. Outline history of the 9th, parentheses, separate, close parentheses, Battalion, Ohio Volunteer Infantry. by the Battalion Adjutant, Lieutenant Wilson Ballard. The 9th Battalion, Ohio Volunteer Infantry, the only colored organization from Ohio in the Volunteer Army during the war with Spain, was, previous to the date of its muster into the United States service, known as the 9th Battalion, Ohio National Guard. April 25, 1898, the battalion, consisting of 3 companies, A from Springfield, under Captain R. R. Rudd, B from Columbus, under Captain James Hopkins, and C from Xenia, under Captain Harry H. Robinson, was ordered into camp at Columbus, Ohio. The battalion was under the command of Major Charles Fillmore. May 14, 1898, the battalion was mustered into the volunteer service by Captain Rockefeller, USA. Lieutenant Charles Young, USA, then on duty at Wilberforce University, Wilberforce, Ohio, as Professor of Military Science and Tactics, was commissioned by Governor Bushnell as Major commanding the 9th Battalion, OVI, relieving Major Fillmore. In order to enable Lieutenant Young to accept his volunteer commission, he was granted an indefinite leave of absence by the War Department. May 19, 1898, the command having been ordered to join the 2nd Army Corps at Camp Russell A. Alger, near Falls Church, Virginia, left Camp Bushnell and arrived at Camp Alger May 21, 1898. When Major General Graham assumed command of the 2nd Army Corps and organized it into divisions, the battalion was placed in the Provisional Division. In June, exact date not remembered, the battalion was placed in the 2nd Brigade, 2nd Division, being brigaded with the 12th Pennsylvania and 7th Illinois Regiments. The battalion was relieved from the 2nd Brigade, 2nd Division, and placed in the 2nd Brigade, 1st Division, being brigaded with the 8th Ohio and 6th Massachusetts. A New Jersey regiment was relieved from duty as Corps Headquarters Guard late in June, and the 9th Battalion assigned to that duty. The battalion performed this duty until it was ordered south from Camp Meade, Pennsylvania, when it became separated from Corps Headquarters. Important outposts, such as the entrance to Falls Church and the guarding of the citizens' gardens and property, were under the charge of the command. When General Garretson's brigade, 2nd Brigade, 1st Division, consisting of the 8th Ohio, 9th Battalion, and 6th Massachusetts, was ordered to Cuba, General Graham, thinking that his entire Army Corps would soon be called into active service, requested the War Department, as the battalion was his headquarters guard, to let the battalion remain with him. See telegrams General Graham's report to the Secretary of War. General Graham's request being honored by the department, the battalion was deprived of this chance of seeing active service in foreign fields. The battalion was then attached to the 2nd Brigade, 2nd Division, under Brigadier General Plummer, being brigaded with the 1st New Jersey, 65th New York, and 7th Ohio. In July, the battalion was relieved from this brigade and attached directly to Corps Headquarters. When the 2nd Army Corps was ordered to Camp Meade, Pennsylvania, the battalion was one of the first to break camp, going with Corps Headquarters. The battalion left Camp R. A. Alger, August 15, 1898, and arrived in camp at Camp George G. Meade, near Middletown, Pennsylvania, August 16, 1898. In camp, the battalion occupied a position with the Signal and Engineer Corps and Hospital, near Corps headquarters. When the Peace Jubilee was held in Philadelphia, the battalion was one of the representative commands from the 2nd Army Corps, being given the place of honor in the Corps in the parade, following immediately General Graham and staff. When the Corps was ordered south, the battalion was assigned to the 2nd Brigade under Brigadier General Ames. The battalion left Camp Meade November 17. Up to this time it had done the guard duty of Corps headquarters and was complimented for its efficient work by the commanding general. The battalion arrived in Summerville, South Carolina, November 21, 1898. It was brigaded with the 14th Pennsylvania and 3rd Connecticut. When the battalion arrived in the South, the white citizens were not at all favorably disposed toward colored soldiers, and it must be said that the reception was not cordial. But by their orderly conduct and soldierly behavior, the men soon won the respect of all, and the battalion was well treated before it left. November 28 to 29, Major Philip Reed, Inspector General, 1st Division, 2nd Army Corps, inspected the 9th Battalion, beginning his duties in that brigade with this inspection. He complimented the battalion for its work, both from a practical and theoretical standpoint. Coming to the 14th Pennsylvania, he required them to go through certain movements in the extended order drill, which not being done entirely to his satisfaction, he sent his orderly to the commanding officer of the 9th Battalion, requesting him to have his command on the drill ground at once. The battalion fell in and marched to the ground, and when presented to the inspector, orders were given for it to go through with certain movements in the extended order drill in the presence of the Pennsylvania Regiment. This done, the inspector dismissed the battalion, highly complimenting Major Young on the efficiency of his command. Just after the visit of the Inspector General, General S. B. M. Young, commanding the 2nd Army Corps, visited Camp Marion. Orders were sent to Major Young one morning to have his battalion fall in at once, as the general desired to have them drill. By his command, the battalion went through the setting up exercises and battalion drill in close and extended order. The general was so well pleased with the drill that the battalion was exempted from all work during the remainder of the day. The battalion was ordered to be mustered out January 29, 1899. Lieutenant George W. Van Dusen, 1st Artillery, who was detailed to muster out the command, hardly spent 15 minutes in the camp. Major Young had been detailed Assistant Commissary of Musters and signed all discharges for the 9th Battalion, except for the field and staff, which were signed by Lieutenant Van Dusen. The companies left for their respective cities the same night they were paid. Major Bullis was the paymaster. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Colored Regulars in the United States Army by Theophilus Gould Steward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Colored Officers, Part 1. By Captain Frank R. Steward, A.B., LL.B., Harvard, 49th U.S. Volunteer Infantry. Appendix. Of all the avenues open to American citizenship, the commissioned ranks of the Army and Navy have been the stubbornest to yield to the newly enfranchised. Colored men have filled almost every kind of public office or trust, save the chief magistracy. They have been members of both houses of Congress and are employed in all the executive branches of the government. But no Negro has as yet succeeded in invading the commissioned force of the Navy, and his advance in the Army has been exceedingly slight. Since the war, as has been related, but 3 Negroes have been graduated from the National Military Academy at West Point. Of these, 1 was speedily crowded out of the service. Another reached the grade of first lieutenant and died untimely. The third, First Lieutenant Charles Young, late Major of the 9th Ohio Battalion, U.S. Volunteers, together with 4 colored chaplains, constitute the sole colored commissioned force of our regular army. Although Negroes fought in large numbers in both the Revolution and the War of 1812, there is no instance of any Negro attaining or exercising the rank of commissioned officer. It is a curious bit of history, however, that in the Civil War, those who were fighting to keep colored men enslaved were the first to commission colored officers. In Louisiana, but a few days after the outbreak of the war, the free colored population of New Orleans organized a military organization called the, quote, Native Guard, close quote, which was accepted into the service of the state, and its officers were duly commissioned by the governor. Footnote, quote, Headquarters, Department of the Gulf, New Orleans, August 22, 1862. General Orders Number 63. Quote, Whereas, on the 23rd day of April, in the year 1861, at a public meeting of the free colored population of the city of New Orleans, a military organization known as the, quote, Native Guards, close quote, parentheses, colored, close parentheses, had its existence, which military organization was duly and legally enrolled as a part of the militia of the state, its officers being commissioned by Thomas O. Moore, Governor and Commander-in-Chief of the militia of the state of Louisiana, in the form following, that is to say, the state of Louisiana, parentheses, seal of the state, close parentheses, by Thomas Overton Moore, Governor of the state of Louisiana and Commander-in-Chief of the militia thereof. In the name and by the authority of the state of Louisiana, know ye that blank, blank, having been duly and legally elected captain of the, quote, Native Guards, close quote, parentheses, colored, close parentheses, First Division of the militia of Louisiana, to serve for the term of the war. I do hereby appoint and commission him captain as aforesaid, to take rank as such from the 2nd day of May, 1861. He is, therefore, carefully and diligently to discharge the duties of his office by doing and performing all manner of things thereto belonging. And I do strictly charge and require all officers, non-commissioned officers and privates under his command, to be obedient to his orders as captain, and he is to observe and follow such orders and directions from time to time as he shall receive from me or the future governor of the state of Louisiana or other superior officers, according to the rules and articles of war and in conformity to law. In testimony whereof, I have caused these letters to be made patent and the seal of the state to be hereunto annexed. Given under my hand at the city of Baton Rouge on the 2nd day of May, in the year of our Lord 1861, parentheses, L.S., close parentheses, parentheses, signed, close parentheses, Thomas O. Moore, by the Governor, parentheses, signed, closed parentheses, P. D. Hardy, Secretary of State, parentheses, Wilson, Black Phalanx, page 194, close parentheses, end footnote. These Negro soldiers were the first to welcome General Butler when he entered New Orleans, and the fact of the organization of the, quote, Native Guard, close quote, by the Confederates was used by General Butler as the basis for the organization of 3 colored regiments of, quote, Native Guards, close quote, all the line officers of which were colored men. Governor Pinchback, who was a captain in one of these regiments, tells the fate of these early colored officers. Quote, there were, he writes, in New Orleans some colored soldiers known as, quote, Native Guards, close quote, before the arrival of the Federal soldiers, but I do not know much about them. It was a knowledge of this fact that induced General Butler, then in command of the Department of the Gulf, to organize 3 regiments of colored soldiers, viz., the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Regiments of Native Guards. The 1st Regiment of Louisiana Native Guards, Colonel Stafford commanding, and with all the field officers white, and a full complement of line officers, parentheses, 30, close parentheses, colored, was mustered into service at New Orleans September 27, 1862, for 3 years. Soon after, General Banks took command of the department and changed the designation of the regiment to 1st Infantry, Corps d'Afrique. April 4, 1864, it was changed again to 73rd United States Colored Infantry. Square bracket. Transcriber's note. This footnote appeared in the text without a footnote anchor. Quote, on the 23rd of November, 1861, there was a grand review of the Confederate troops stationed at New Orleans. An Associated Press dispatch announced that the line was 7 miles long. The feature of the review, however, was 1 regiment of 1,400 free colored men. Another grand review followed the next spring, and on the appearance of rebel Negroes, a local paper made the following comment, quote, we must also pay a deserved compliment to the companies of free colored men, all very well drilled and comfortably uniformed. Most of these companies, quite unaided by the administration, have supplied themselves with arms without regard to cost or trouble. On the same day, one of these Negro companies was presented with a flag, and every evidence of public approbation was manifest. Close quote. Parentheses. Williams's Negro Troops in the Rebellion, pages 83 to 4. Close parentheses, close square brackets. The 2nd Louisiana Native Guards, with Colonel N. W. Daniels and Lieutenant Colonel Hall, white, and Major Francis E. Dumas, colored, and all the line officers colored except 1 second lieutenant, was mustered into service for 3 years, October 12, 1862. General Banks changed its designation to 2nd Infantry Corps d'Afrique, June 6, 1863, and April 6, 1864, it was changed to 2nd United States Colored Troops. Finally, it was consolidated with the 91st as the 74th Colored Infantry and mustered out October 11, 1865. The 3rd Regiment of Louisiana Native Guards, with Colonel Nelson and all field officers white, and all line officers (30) colored, was mustered into service at New Orleans for 3 years, November 24, 1862. Its designation went through the same changes as the others at the same dates, and it was mustered out November 25, 1865, as the 75th Colored Infantry. Soon after the organization of the 3rd Regiment, trouble for the colored officers began, and the department began a systematic effort to get rid of them. A board of examiners was appointed, and all colored officers of the 3rd Regiment were ordered before it. They refused to obey the order and tendered their resignations in a body. The resignations were accepted, and that was the beginning of the end. Like action, with the same results, followed in the 1st and 2nd Regiments, and colored officers were soon seen no more. All were driven out of the service except 3 or 4 who were never ordered to appear before the examining board. Among these was your humble servant. I was then captain of Company A, 2nd Regiment, but I soon tired of my isolation and resigned." Close quote. Later on in the war, with the general enlistment of colored soldiers, a number of colored chaplains and some surgeons were commissioned. Towards the close of the war, several colored line officers and a field officer or two were appointed. The state of Massachusetts was foremost in according this recognition to colored soldiers. But these later appointments came, in most cases, after the fighting was all over, and gave few opportunities to command. At the close of the war, with the muster out of troops, the colored officers disappeared, and upon the reorganization of the army, despite the brilliant record of the colored soldiers, no Negro was given a commission of any sort. The outbreak of the Spanish War brought the question of colored officers prominently to the front. The colored people began at once to demand that officers of their own race be commissioned to command colored volunteers. They were not to be deluded by any extravagant praise of their past heroic services, which veiled a determination to ignore their just claims. So firmly did they adhere to their demands that but one volunteer regiment of colored troops, the 3rd Alabama, could be induced to enter the service with none of its officers colored. But the concessions obtained were always at the expense of continuous and persistent effort, and in the teeth of a very active and at times extremely violent opposition. We know already the kind of opposition the 8th Illinois, the 23rd Kansas, and the 3rd North Carolina regiments, officered entirely by colored men, encountered. It was this opposition, as we have seen, which confined colored officers to positions below the grade of captain in the 4 immune regiments. From a like cause, we know also distinguished non-commissioned officers of the 4 regular regiments of colored troops were allowed promotion only to lieutenancies in the immune regiments, and upon the muster out of those organizations were compelled, if they desired to continue soldiering, to resume their places as enlisted men. There is some explanation for this opposition in the nature of the distinction which military rank confers. Military rank and naval rank constitute the only real distinction among us. Our officers of the Army and Navy, and of the Army more than of the Navy, because the former officers are more constantly within the country, make up the sole separate class of our population. We have no established nobility. Wealth confers no privilege which men are bound to observe. The respect paid to men who attain eminence in science and learning goes only as far as they are known. The titles of the professions are matters of courtesy and customs only. Our judges and legislators, our governors and mayors, are still our, quote, fellow citizens, close quote, and the dignity they enjoy is but an honorary one. The highest office within our gift offers no exception. At the close of his term, even an ex-president, quote, that melancholy product of our system, close quote, must resume his place among his fellow citizens, to sink not infrequently into obscurity. But 50,000 soldiers must stand attention to the merest second lieutenant. His rank is a fact. The life tenure, the necessities of military discipline and administration, weld army officers into a distinct class and make our military system the sole but necessary relic of personal government. Any class with special privileges is necessarily conservative. The intimate association of, quote, officer, close quote, and, quote, gentleman, close quote, a legacy of feudal days, is not without significance. An officer must also be a gentleman, and, quote, conduct unbecoming an officer and a gentleman, close quote, is erected into an offense punishable by dismissal from the service. The word, quote, gentleman, close quote, has got far away from the strict significance of its French parent. De Tocqueville has made us see the process of this development. Passing over to England, with the changing conditions, quote, gentleman, close quote, was used to describe persons lower and lower in the social scale, until, when it crossed to this country, its significance became lost in an indiscriminate application to all citizens. Footnote. De Tocqueville, l'Ancien Régime et la Révolution, page 125-6. End footnote. A flavor of its caste significance still remains in the traditional, quote, high sense of honor, close quote, characteristic of our military service. It was a distant step for a slave and freedman to become an officer and gentleman. While the above reflections may be some explanations in fact for the opposition to the commissioning of Negroes, there was no one with hardihood enough to bring them forward. Such notions might form the groundwork of a prejudice, but they could not become the reason of a policy. It is an instinctive tribute to the good sense of the American people that the opponents of colored officers were compelled to find reasons of another kind for their antagonism. The one formula heard always in the campaign against colored officers was, Negroes cannot command. This formula was set forth with every kind of variation, from the fierce fulminations of the hostile Southern press to the more apologetic and philosophical discussions of our northern secular and religious journals. To be sure, every now and then, there were exhibitions of impatience against the doctrine. Not a few newspapers had little tolerance for the nonsense. Some former commanders of Negro soldiers in the Civil War, notably General T.J. Morgan, spoke out in their behalf. The brilliant career of the black regulars in Cuba broke the spell for a time, but the reaction speedily set in. In short, it became fastened pretty completely in the popular mind as a bit of demonstrated truth that Negroes could not make officers, that colored soldiers would neither follow nor obey officers of their own race. This formula had, of course, to ignore an entire epoch of history. It could take no account of that lurid program wrought in the Antilles a century ago, a rising mob of rebel slaves transformed into an invincible army of tumultuous blacks under the guidance of the immortal Toussaint, overcoming the trained armies of 3 continental powers, Spain, England, and France, and audaciously projecting a black republic into the family of nations, a program at once a marvel and a terror to the civilized world. Not alone in Haiti, but throughout the states of Central and South America, have Negroes exercised military command, both in the struggles of these states for independence and in their national armies established after independence. At least one soldier of Negro blood, General Dumas, father of the great novelist, arose to the rank of General of Division in the French army and served under Napoleon. In our day, we have seen General Dodds, another soldier of Negro blood, returning from a successful campaign in Africa, acclaimed throughout France, his immense popularity threatening Paris with a renewal of the hysterical days of Boulanger. Finally, we need not be told that at the very head and font of the Cuban rebellion were Negroes of every hue, exercising every kind of command up to the very highest. We need but recall the lamented Maceo, the Negro chieftain, whose tragic end brought sorrow and dismay to all of Cuba. With an army thronging with blacks and mulattoes, these Cuban chieftains, black, mulatto, and white, prolonged such an harassing warfare as to compel the intervention of the United States. At the end of this recital, which could well have been extended with greater particularity, if it were thought needful, we are bound to conclude that the arbitrary formula relied upon by the opponents of colored officers was never constructed to fit such an obstinate set of facts. The prolonged struggle which culminated in the Negro's general enlistment in our Civil War had only to be repeated to secure for him the full pay of a soldier, the right to be treated as a prisoner of war, and to relieve him of the monopoly of fatigue and garrison duty. He was too overjoyed with the boon of fighting for the liberation of his race to make much contention about who was to lead him. With meager exception, his exclusive business in that war was to carry a gun. Yet repeatedly Negro soldiers evinced high capacity for command. Colonel Thomas Wentworth Higginson draws a glowing portrait of Sergeant Prince Rivers, color sergeant of the 1st South Carolina Volunteers, a regiment of slaves organized in late 1862. The color sergeant was made provost sergeant also, and had entire charge of the prisoners and of the daily policing of the camp. Quote, "He is a man of distinguished appearance, and in old times was the crack coachman of Beaufort. *Ellipsis. They tell me that he was once allowed to present a petition to the governor of South Carolina in behalf of slaves for the redress of certain grievances, and that a placard, offering $2,000 for his recapture, is still to be seen by the wayside between here and Charleston. He was a sergeant in the old, quote, Hunter Regiment, close quote, and was taken by General Hunter to New York last spring, where the chevrons on his arm brought a mob upon him in Broadway, whom he kept off till the police interfered. There is not a white officer in this regiment who has more administrative ability or more absolute authority over the men. They do not love him, but his mere presence has controlling power over them. He writes well enough to prepare for me a daily report of his duties in the camp. If his education reached a higher point, I see no reason why he should not command the Army of the Potomac. He is jet black, or rather, I should say, wine black, his complexion, like that of others of my darkest men, having a sort of rich, clear depth, without a trace of sootiness, and to my eye very handsome. His features are tolerably regular and full of command, and his figure superior to that of any of our white officers, being 6 feet high, perfectly proportioned, and of apparently inexhaustible strength and activity. His gait is like a panther's. I never saw such a tread. No anti-slavery novel has described a man of such marked ability. He makes Toussaint perfectly intelligible, and if there should ever be a black monarchy in South Carolina, he will be its king." Close quote. Footnote: Thomas Wentworth Higginson, Army Life in a Black Regiment, pages 57 to 8. End footnote. Excepting the Louisiana Native Guards, the 1st South Carolina Volunteers was the first regiment of colored troops to be mustered into the service in the Civil War. The regiment was made up entirely of slaves, with scarcely a mulatto among them. The first day of freedom for these men was passed in uniform and with a gun. Among these Negroes, just wrested from slavery, their scholarly commander, Colonel Higginson, could find many whom he judged well fitted by nature to command. Quote, "Afterwards I had excellent battalion drills," he writes, "without a single white officer, by way of experiment, putting each company under a sergeant and going through the most difficult movements, such as division columns and oblique squares. As to the actual discipline, it is doing no injustice to the line officers of the regiment to say that none of them received from the men more implicit obedience than Color Sergeant Rivers. *Ellipsis. It always seemed to me an insult to those brave men to have novices put over their heads, on the ground of color alone, and the men felt it the more keenly as they remained longer in the service. There were more than 700 enlisted men in the regiment when mustered out after more than 3 years' service. The ranks had been kept full by enlistment, but there were only 14 line officers instead of the full 30. The men who should have filled these vacancies were doing duty as sergeants in the ranks. Close quote. Footnote: Thomas Wentworth Higginson, Army Life in a Black Regiment, page 261. End footnote. Numerous expeditions were constantly on foot in the Department of the South, having for their object the liberation of slaves still held to service in neighborhoods remote from the Union camps, or to capture supplies and munitions of war. Frequently these expeditions came in conflict with armed bodies of rebels, and hot engagements would ensue, resulting in considerable loss of life. Colored soldiers were particularly serviceable for this work because of their intimate knowledge of the country and their zeal for the rescue of their enslaved brethren. One of these expeditions, composed of 30 colored soldiers and scouts, commanded by Sergeant Major Henry James, 3rd United States Colored Troops, left Jacksonville, Florida, early in March 1865 to penetrate into the interior through Marion County. They destroyed considerable property in the use of the rebel government, burned the bridge across the Ocklawaha River, and started on their return with 91 Negroes whom they had rescued from slavery, 4 white prisoners, some wagons, and a large number of horses and mules. They were attacked by a rebel band of more than 50 cavalry. The colored soldiers, commanded by one of their own number, defeated and drove off the rebels, inflicting upon them the heavy loss of 30 men. After a long and rapid march, they arrived at St. Augustine, Florida, with a loss of but 2 killed and 4 wounded, the expedition covering in all 5 days. These colored soldiers and their colored commander were thanked in orders by Major General Q. A. Gilmore, commanding the department, who was moved to declare that, quote, "This expedition, planned and executed by colored men, under the command of a colored non-commissioned officer, reflects credit upon the brave participants and their leader," close quote, and, quote, "He holds up their conduct to their comrades in arms as an example worthy of emulation," close quote. Footnote: Williams's Negro Troops in the Rebellion, pages 339 to 40, quoting the order. End footnote. It was no uncommon occurrence throughout the Civil War for colored non-commissioned officers to be thrown into command of their companies by the killing or wounding of their superior officers. On many a field of battle this happened, and these colored non-commissioned officers showed the same ability to take the initiative and accept the responsibility, and conducted their commands just as bravely and unfalteringly as did their successors on the firing line at La Gausima and El Caney, or in the charge up San Juan Hill. In the Battle of New Market Heights, fought on the 29th of September, 1864, as part of a comprehensive effort to turn Lee's left flank, the great heroism of the black soldiers and the terrible slaughter among them impressed their commander, the late Major General Butler, to his dying day, and made him the stout champion of their rights for the rest of his life. In that battle, to quote from the orders putting on record the, quote, "gallant deeds of the officers and soldiers of the Army of the James," close quote, quote, Milton M. Holland, Sergeant Major, 5th United States Colored Troops, commanding Company C. James H. Bronson, 1st Sergeant, commanding Company D. Robert Pinn, 1st Sergeant, commanding Company I, wounded. Powhatan Beatty, 1st Sergeant, commanding Company G, 5th United States Colored Troops. All these gallant colored soldiers were left in command, all their company officers being killed or wounded, and led them gallantly and meritoriously through the day. For these services they have most honorable mention, and the commanding general will cause a special medal to be struck in honor of these gallant soldiers. First Sergeant Edward Ratcliffe, Company C, 38th United States Colored Troops, thrown into command of his company by the death of the officer commanding, was the first enlisted man in the enemy's works, leading his company with great gallantry, for which he has a medal. Sergeant Samuel Gilchrist, Company K, 36th United States Colored Troops, showed great bravery and gallantry in commanding his company after his officers were killed. He has a medal for gallantry. Close quote. Footnote. Williams's Negro Troops in the Rebellion, pages 334 to 6, original order quoted. End footnote. Quote, honorable mention, close quote, and, quote, medals, close quote, were the sole reward open to the brave Negro soldiers of that day. Not alone in camp and garrison, in charge of expeditions, or as non-commissioned officers thrown into command of their companies on the field of battle, have Negro soldiers displayed unquestioned capacity for command, but as commissioned officers they commanded in camp and in battle, showing marked efficiency and conspicuous gallantry. The colored officers of the 1st and 2nd Regiments of Louisiana Native Guards, whose history has been detailed earlier in this chapter, footnote. See pages 351 to 6, M.S. End footnote. Were retained in the service long enough to command their troops in bloody combat with the enemy. It will be remembered that of the 2nd Regiment of Louisiana Native Guards, only the colonel and lieutenant colonel were white. The major, F.E. Dumas, and all the line officers, as in the case of the 1st Regiment of Louisiana Native Guards, being colored. On April 9, 1863, Colonel N.U. Daniels, who commanded the 2nd Regiment of Louisiana Native Guards, with a detachment of 200 men of his regiment, under their colored officers, engaged and repulsed a considerable body of rebel infantry and cavalry at Pascagoula, Mississippi. The engagement lasted from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. and was remarkable for the steadiness, tenacity, and bravery of these black troops in this, their first battle, where they succeeded in defeating and beating off an enemy 5 times their number. The official report by the colonel commanding declared, quote, "Great credit is due to the troops engaged for their unflinching bravery and steadiness under this, their first fire, exchanging volley after volley with the coolness of veterans, and for their determined tenacity in maintaining their position and taking advantage of every success that their courage and valor gave them, and also to their officers, who were cool and determined throughout the action, fighting their commands against 5 times their number, and confident throughout of success. Asterisk ellipsis. I would particularly call the attention of the department to Major F.E. Dumas, Captain Villaverde, and Lieutenants Jones and Martin, who were constantly in the thickest of the fight, and by their unflinching bravery and admirable handling of their commands, contributed to the success of the attack, and reflected great honor upon the flag for which they so nobly struggled." Close quote. Footnote. Wilson, Black Phalanx, page 211, original order quoted. End footnote. End of section 17.